I once got to see a squirrel kill a snake, and even now, years later, I still think about that day whenever I walk through that part of the trail. I was a park ranger then, working maintenance and wildlife observation in a Midwestern reserve, the kind of place where the trees crowd over the dirt roads and the air smells like damp leaves and pine sap. It was late summer, maybe early fall, the heat still heavy in the air, but the edges of the woods already beginning to dry and thin. The kind of day where the forest hums quietly, not loud with birds or insects. Just this steady living silence that settles over everything. We had been working a long shift on the trail, doing cleanup after a recent storm that had brought down branches and washed out parts of the path. My partner that day was another ranger named Matt. We had started at sunrise and planned to make it all the way down to the river loop before heading back. It was a long hike, and most of the work was just tedious, cutting branches, clearing brush, marking spots that would need heavier repair. Around mid-morning, we came to a section of the trail that had a lot of tall grass on either side. It was the kind of place where snakes like to sun themselves, and sure enough, I'd already seen one earlier that day, a garter snake slithering off into the brush. Nothing unusual about that. Still, when we stopped to take a quick water break, I looked around and said, mostly to myself, that anyone hiking through this area should probably watch their step. The forest was quiet. The air was hot enough that the smell of pine pitch was strong and sweet, almost sticky in my nose. I remember how the sunlight came through the branches in broken patches, like glass shards scattered across the trail. The humidity made everything feel slow. I crouched to tie my boot when I heard rustling near a fallen log maybe 20 feet away. I figured it was another squirrel or maybe a rabbit. When you spend enough time in the woods, you learn to recognize the subtle tones in those sounds, how the weight of movement through dry leaves gives you away. But this one was different. It had that chaotic rhythm of something struggling, something alive and panicked. I walked closer. At first, I thought it was a snake attacking a squirrel. That would have been the normal order of things. I could see the gray-brown blur of fur, the flash of scales, both moving fast and tangled. The squirrel was jerking its body around, almost spasming, and I realized it wasn't running, it was fighting. It had both front paws locked around the snake, biting into its neck just behind the head. The snake was coiled tight around the squirrel's torso, thrashing and whipping its tail through the leaves. The sound of it was insane. Dry leaves snapping, claws scraping wood, the faint wet sound of teeth sinking into flesh. It went on for longer than I expected, maybe a minute. The snake kept trying to recoil and strike, but the squirrel just held on, biting, twisting, clawing like it was possessed. There was nothing cute about it. No cartoonish squirrel behavior. It was raw, violent nature, right there a few feet from where I stood. When it finally ended, the snake went still, uncoiled slowly, its head hanging limp. The squirrel let go and stood there panting, its little chest moving fast, fur damp with sweat and blood. Then, without hesitation, it grabbed the snake by the neck and dragged it off toward the underbrush, as if it knew exactly what it was doing and why. I remember standing there frozen, holding my work gloves in one hand, thinking how insane it was to watch something like that. I'd seen plenty of kills before, hawks with mice, coyotes with rabbits, but never a squirrel turning the tables like that. It felt wrong and fascinating at the same time. Later that day, when we stopped for lunch near the trailhead, I kept replaying it in my head. The small details stuck with me, the way the squirrel's fur had bristled like static, how the snake's scales caught the sunlight, the faint copper smell that lingered after the fight. I even joked to Matt that I should warn visitors about squirrels now instead of snakes. We spent the rest of the day clearing branches along the southern stretch of the trail. It was slow, hot work, and by the time we reached the end, the sun was already starting to dip lower, making the forest look golden and quiet again. The smell of soil and warm leaves filled the air. We packed our gear into the truck and drove to the ranger station to check out for the day. The check-in point was a small cabin-style building with a porch and a board full of trail reports. Inside, the air was cool from an old box fan buzzing near the window. A couple of the senior rangers were inside sorting paperwork and writing up reports. They looked up when we came in, just the usual routine. We started to sign out when one of them mentioned that a visitor had come in earlier, saying they'd seen a ranger killing a snake on the trail. They wanted to know if we knew anything about it. I remember feeling this momentary confusion, thinking maybe someone from another team had been in the area. But we were the only ones scheduled to be on that stretch of trail that day. Then it clicked. Matt still had his camera with him. He'd recorded the squirrel fight when it happened. He'd pulled out his phone mid-scuffle, zoomed in, and caught the entire thing in shaky, sunlit footage. So when we got back to the cabin, he pulled it out, and we showed them the video. It was a short clip, maybe a couple of minutes long, but it captured everything. The squirrel's relentless attack, the snake's attempts to coil, the chaos of it all. Watching it again on the tiny screen made it seem even more surreal. The older rangers crowded around, squinting at it, laughing and shaking their heads in disbelief. No one had ever seen anything like that. It was like nature had flipped its own script. A prey animal turning predator right in front of us. One of the wildlife guys asked for a copy of the video, said he wanted to show it to the biology team. They loved that kind of strange behavior, things that didn't fit the expected patterns. Matt said he'd send it later, and that was that. But the part that stuck with me most wasn't the video. It was the thought that somewhere out there, that family who saw the scene probably went home thinking they'd witnessed some ranger brutally killing a snake on the trail. They probably told people about it, maybe complained. I could almost picture them describing it. The ranger standing there, maybe using a shovel or stick, something to beat the snake while they watched from a distance. It made sense how they could have mistaken it. The squirrel was small, fast, and from far away. You wouldn't see it clearly. Just motion, something thrashing, something dying. Over the next week, I thought about it more than I probably should have. Every time I passed that section of trail, I looked toward that fallen log where it had happened. The forest looked exactly the same, quiet, ordinary, but I couldn't walk through without remembering it. The spot where I'd seen that flash of movement now felt like it held something feral and unpredictable, like a reminder that the forest wasn't peaceful, just balanced in a way we couldn't control. I told the wildlife crew about it later when we met to go over survey notes. They'd all heard about the video by then and wanted to know the details. I explained what I'd seen, every part of it, the noise, the way the squirrel moved, how deliberate it seemed. They were fascinated. One of them said it wasn't unheard of, that squirrels could be territorial and aggressive, but still, it was rare to see one take down a snake like that. After that, the story kind of faded into one of those things rangers talk about now and then. Remember the squirrel that killed the snake? Someone would say during lunch or a patrol meeting, and everyone would laugh or shake their heads. The video got passed around a few times. I think the wildlife office even showed it during a training seminar about unusual animal behavior. But for me, it stuck deeper than that. Because it wasn't just about the squirrel or the snake. It was the reminder that out here, everything is wild in ways we never really understand. People come to the parks thinking it's calm, predictable, safe, but it's not. It's alive, and life out there doesn't follow our logic. The quiet forest you walk through could turn violent in a second, without warning, without reason. I've been a ranger long enough to know the woods never stop surprising you. You think you've seen it all, storms, fires, predators, but it's always the small things that catch you off guard. A squirrel, of all things, can rewrite your sense of what's normal in nature. I never saw that particular squirrel again. Maybe it lived long enough to fight off a few more snakes. Or maybe something bigger caught it later. That's how it works out there. Everything hunts and everything gets hunted eventually. But sometimes, if you're lucky enough to be in the right place at the right time, you get to see that balance tip for a moment. Even now, years later, when I walk that trail and pass the place where the trees open up near the old log, I still glance toward the spot where it happened. The leaves always look the same, the air smells the same, but I can still picture it. The squirrel's fur bristling, the snake coiling, the blur of life and death right there in the dirt. It reminds me that the forest never really belongs to us. We just walk through it, trying to keep it safe, pretending we understand it. But it's the small things, the wild things, that truly run it. And that day, it wasn't a ranger or a hiker or a storm that ruled that trail. It was a squirrel standing over a dead snake, proving that nature will always do what it wants. whether we're ready to see it or not. It was early summer when I started working full-time at the park that year. The place sat tucked between a long stretch of forest and a winding river that curved through the valley. Quiet except for the distant hum of insects and the sound of wind moving through the pines. The visitor center was this squat wooden building at the edge of the main parking lot, with big glass doors and a faded green roof that always looked like it was about to peel off. I'd usually open up around 8 in the morning, sweep the floors, wipe down the counters, and put up the latest trail conditions on the whiteboard. Most days were boring. Hikers asking about weather, families wanting to know if the picnic area had grills, and birdwatchers coming in with binoculars around their necks asking about rare sightings. The weirdest part about working there wasn't the people themselves, but how unpredictable they could be. There were days where everything felt calm, normal even, and then something would happen that made me wonder how much stranger things could get in the middle of nowhere. I had a few stories that stuck with me, but that summer there were several moments that kept coming back in my head, pieces that never seemed connected until they did. It started one afternoon in late June. It was hot enough that the air inside the visitor center felt thick even with both ceiling fans running. I was sitting behind the front desk with a stack of maps, half asleep, when I saw the door open. I looked up and for a second I froze. Someone walked in wearing a full wolf head mask. One of those realistic ones you'd see in a movie, with fur so detailed you could see the individual strands moving as he walked. The jaw moved when he talked. I thought I was about to get robbed. My stomach dropped. My body just stiffened in my chair. The way the light hit the glass door behind him made his silhouette look too sharp, too still, like a photo that hadn't caught up with real life yet. He walked straight up to the counter, calm as anything, and I noticed he was wearing a regular t-shirt and jeans, like it was completely normal to have a wolf head instead of a human one. The jaw opened and moved as he spoke, the inside of the mouth shadowed and too dark to see the person beneath. I remember thinking that if he had a gun under his jacket, I wouldn't even have time to react. But instead, he just leaned over the counter, pointed at a trail map, and asked something about bird-watching spots. The sound that came out was muffled but human. I could smell the faint mix of rubber and sweat coming off the mask, like he'd been wearing it for a while. He thanked me, turned around, and walked out like nothing happened. I sat there staring at the door long after it closed, half expecting him to come back. About a minute later, I saw him in the parking lot through the front window. He took off the wolf head, and underneath was just a regular guy, late 20s maybe, short hair, pale face glistening with sweat. He tucked the mask under his arm, climbed into an old blue sedan, and drove off. I didn't even get his name. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. A few weeks later, someone dumped a bunch of live chickens in the woods near the south trailhead. It was about 6 in the morning when I got the call. One of the joggers had seen them wandering near the road and thought they'd escaped a farm. When I got there with a few co-workers, the sight didn't make any sense. A dozen or more chickens just milling around the forest edge, some standing in the middle of the asphalt, others flapping up at the trees like they thought they could roost there. We had to catch them, because cars were already slowing down, and it was only a matter of time before someone hit one. We parked the park police car off to the side with the lights flashing, hoping it would keep people away. But of course, everyone slowed down even more to watch. If you can imagine 3 park employees sweating through their uniforms, sprinting through brush after chickens, that was us. The ground was covered in pine needles that crunched and slid under my boots. Every time I got close, the chicken would dart sideways, wings beating, squawking loud enough to echo through the trees. Drivers started laughing as they passed. Some even honked. After almost an hour, we managed to get most of them boxed up. My arms were covered in little scratches and dust, and my heart was pounding from running so much. The air smelled like dirt and feathers. We finally managed to get them into a crate and radioed animal control to come pick them up. I didn't think much of it then, but that morning something strange happened too. When I was packing up the crate, I noticed one of the chickens had a red plastic tag around its leg, something homemade, not from a farm. It had been cut unevenly, as if done by hand. There was no writing on it, just a mark that looked burned in, maybe from a lighter, like a circle that had melted the plastic slightly. A few days later, another call came in, this time about a beaver lying next to one of the footpaths near the pond. The woman who reported it thought it was dead. When I got there, the beaver was just lying there in the dirt beside the elevated boardwalk, still breathing. Its fur looked wet and matted, and one of its back legs twitched every few seconds like it was dreaming. I stood there for a long time, trying to figure out if I should move it, but then it raised its head and blinked at me. Its eyes were glassy and unfocused. I stepped back and left it alone, figuring nature would handle itself. By the afternoon, it had moved into a shaded spot under some bushes, and by evening, when I passed back by on patrol, it was gone. I followed the trail to the water and saw ripples spreading across the pond, like it had gone back in. That night, though, I couldn't shake how strange it had looked. Like something was wrong with it beyond being sick. It had a strange stiffness to its movements, like it wasn't moving on instinct. A few days later, another incident happened, smaller but still unsettling. We had gotten a shipment of new kayaks, and I was helping a few volunteers get them ready for rental. The boats had been sitting in storage for weeks, and when we flipped one over, I saw an old bird's nest stuck under the seat. I joked that the boats hadn't been cleaned properly, and one of the volunteers just tossed the nest off to the side. A few seconds later, someone called out that there were baby birds inside. I crouched down and saw two tiny birds on the sand, still alive, barely feathered. They looked dazed, mouths gaping silently. I scooped them up with my hands, their bodies so light I could feel the warmth pulsing through them, and placed them back in the nest. I moved it onto another kayak that was still racked, hoping their parents would find them. They did, but the adults kept circling, chirping, clearly confused about the new location. I felt awful. Those little birds probably thought the entire world had flipped upside down. I couldn't stop thinking about them all day, about how fragile everything was out here. That night I stayed late, cleaning up. The air outside the visitor center was heavy and still, the kind that sticks to your skin. The forest beyond the lot was black, the line of trees blending into the sky. I was just about to lock up when I saw a movement near the pond through the glass doors. It was a slow shape, low to the ground, crossing the grass. At first, I thought it was that same beaver again. But then I realized it was walking upright. Not tall, just hunched, like a person crawling with something held in their hands. I turned off the lights to see better. Whoever it was stopped near the tree line. I could make out the faint outline of an animal's head. Long snout, pointed ears. It wasn't until they shifted that I saw it clearly, the same wolf mask. They stood there for a few seconds, head tilted like they were looking right toward the visitor center. My chest tightened. I thought maybe it was a prank, maybe the same guy from before trying to mess around. But he didn't move. The stillness of it felt wrong. The trees barely moved in the wind, and even the insects seemed to quiet down. Then, just as suddenly, he turned and walked back into the woods. I didn't see him again for another week. But small things started happening after that. Footprints outside the storage shed in the mornings, heavier than a deer's but spaced too far apart to be a person's normal stride. Feathers scattered near the kayak racks, not from one type of bird, but different kinds, like someone had collected them and dumped them there. Then one morning, one of the chicken crates we'd kept outside the maintenance shed was open. Inside there was nothing but a single chicken feather and that same red plastic tag sitting in the corner. The plastic had been burned again, just a little circle melted into it. By then, I was sleeping poorly. Every sound at night made me sit up and listen. The woods had their own rhythm, a way of breathing that you got used to after a while, but lately it felt different, offbeat, heavier. One night, I went out on patrol around 11. The air was cool and the full moon made everything bright enough that I didn't need my flashlight. The gravel crunched under my boots as I walked the trail past the pond. I kept looking toward the trees, expecting to see the reflection of animal eyes. When I got near the boardwalk, I noticed something dark on the path ahead. At first I thought it was just a pile of branches, but as I got closer I saw feathers, a lot of them. And right in the middle, a chicken, or what was left of one. Its neck was cleanly severed like it had been done with a blade. There were no signs of a predator, no scattered fur, no drag marks. Just that. And next to it, a small shape I almost missed in the dirt. A melted piece of red plastic. I picked it up with a stick and turned. It was the summer of 1978 when I worked as a park ranger in a provincial park that stretched for miles through thick pine forest and wet marshland. I was in my early 20s, a university student taking a seasonal job that paid little but gave me a sense of independence. My job was simple on paper: patrol the campsites, empty garbage bins, keep an eye out for fires, and make sure no one did anything too stupid. But in reality, it meant being the only person awake at odd hours in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dark woods that seemed to swallow sound and light alike. That park was big, over 200 campsites spread across uneven terrain, broken by winding gravel roads and trails that led to the lake. Back then, we didn't have the safety rules they have now. It wasn't unusual to have just one ranger covering the entire park through the night. The park office was an old wooden cabin near the main gate, with a two-way radio that barely worked outside a few hundred yards. When you went out into the tenting sections, you were on your own. I was finishing my midnight to 8 a.m. shift that Sunday morning. It had rained heavily all night. Everything was soaked: the trees, the fire pits, the dirt roads. The air smelled like wet pine and mud. My uniform shirt stuck to my back from humidity, and my boots squished when I walked. The park was almost silent, except for the distant dripping of rain from the tree branches. Most campers were still asleep or trying to be, inside damp tents that sagged under the weight of water. I was exhausted and ready to go back to the small trailer they gave us to sleep in. I remember checking the main washrooms one last time before heading in, locking up the supply shed, and writing a short note for the ranger on the next shift. The park felt dead quiet, peaceful even. But that peace didn't last long. It started with a sound that didn't make sense at first. A high broken screech that cut through the mist. I thought it might have been some kind of bird at first, or maybe a fox. But then it came again, louder, raw, human, a scream. It was coming from the tenting area down by the lake. I remember my stomach tightening. When you work as a ranger, you get used to weird noises, but that sound had something in it that made my skin crawl. I grabbed my radio out of habit, even though I knew it probably wouldn't work out there, then started running toward the sound. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, but the ground was slick and full of puddles. My boots splashed through mud as I cut across a service path and came out near a cluster of tents by the water. Smoke or something like it hung low in the air. Then I saw movement near one of the fire pits. A man was rolling on the ground, thrashing, screaming so loud it cut through the damp air. His legs were on fire. Another man was beside him, trying to beat at the flames with a wet blanket. The smell hit me before I could even process what I was seeing: burnt plastic, hair, and skin. It was thick and nauseating, and for a moment I froze. The man on fire was wearing one of those thin nylon rain suits. It had melted into his legs, and when he tried to move, pieces of it tore away, sticking to the dirt and grass. His friend was panicking, dumping handfuls of muddy water over him. I sprinted over, grabbed a cooler full of melted ice from their picnic table, and dumped it across the guy's legs. The flames hissed out with a wet pop, leaving smoke and steam rising from his clothes. He wasn't screaming anymore. He just lay there gasping, his face pale and eyes wide open, unfocused. The skin on his legs was blistered and peeling in places, patches of pink and white. It was one of the worst things I had ever seen. It took a few seconds before I realized what had happened. They'd been trying to start a fire in the wet wood pit, using barbecue lighter fluid. From the smell and the half-empty bottle near the pit, I guessed they'd been spraying it directly onto the logs. Some must have splashed on the man's pants. When the other struck the match, it flashed up and caught him instantly. The rain had made everything slick, so I almost slipped, trying to get him up. I told the other man, who looked just as pale and terrified, to grab his jacket and get in the truck. There was no point trying to call for an ambulance. The nearest hospital was 50 kilometers away, and our radios barely reached the park office. It was down to me. I half carried, half dragged the burned man to the old parked truck. It was a beat-up 404 with a flatbed we used to haul picnic tables and trash barrels. The thing rattled like a washing machine, and the steering pulled so hard to one side that you had to fight it to stay straight. But it was all we had. I laid the man across the bench seat, wrapped a tarp under him to keep his legs from touching the metal, and slammed the door shut. His friend got in beside him, shaking uncontrollably. The smell inside that cab was unbearable. Burnt nylon, burnt flesh, and gasoline mixed with the wet, moldy smell of old truck seats. I cranked the ignition, dropped it into gear, and floored it. The gravel road out of the park twisted through forest and swamp. I could feel the tires slipping on the wet surface as I pushed it faster than I ever should have. Every bump made the burned man groan softly, a sound that barely came out of his throat. I kept glancing at him, terrified he'd stop breathing before we got there. When I hit the main highway, I was already doing 80 kilometers an hour. The truck shook so badly the mirrors blurred. The windshield wipers squeaked, barely keeping up with the drizzle. My hands gripped the wheel so tight they hurt. The air was hot and thick, and I rolled the window down, letting the wind blast in. There were no other cars. Just the long, empty stretch of asphalt, the white lines whipping past, and the sound of the engine screaming. The old truck felt like it could fall apart at any second, but I didn't care. I pushed it to 120, then 130. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was in my throat. Somewhere along the way, I caught sight of flashing lights behind me. A police cruiser had turned around and was gaining fast. I didn't slow down. There was no time to explain. I kept my foot down, the truck shaking violently, until the buildings of the city started to appear in the distance. By the time I pulled up to the hospital's emergency entrance, the cruiser was right on my bumper, siren wailing. The officer jumped out, shouting before I even opened the door. Then the smell hit him, the burned flesh, the melted plastic, and he stopped mid-sentence. I didn't say anything. I just got out, ran around the truck, and lifted the man out of the cab. He was limp and silent by then, but breathing faintly. He wasn't a small man, but adrenaline does strange things. I threw him over my shoulder and carried him through the sliding doors, past a line of nurses who froze when they saw us. The look on their faces told me enough. They could smell it too. The smell was something that got inside your head and stayed there. They took him from me and rushed him into a treatment room. His friend followed, still shaking, mumbling something I couldn't make out. I just stood there for a few seconds, my arms covered in ash and melted nylon, my heart still racing. Then one of the nurses handed me a clipboard to fill out the incident report. I remember writing slowly, my hands trembling, trying to make sense of what just happened. When I finally walked back outside, the police car was still there. But the officer wasn't. He'd stepped to the side of the truck and vomited on the pavement. He must have seen or smelled what I'd carried in. By the time I looked again, he was gone. I got in the truck, sat there for a long time, and just stared at the steering wheel. The smell lingered inside the cab, no matter how wide I opened the windows. It clung to the tarp, to my clothes, to my hands. The drive back to the park was quiet, the adrenaline fading and the exhaustion setting in. I remember the sound of the engine echoing through the empty road and thinking about how fragile everything felt. Back at the park, the rain had stopped and the morning sun was beginning to burn through the mist. Campers were waking up, kids running around on the wet grass like nothing had happened. Life went on. I parked the truck near the maintenance shed, washed the seats with soap and bleach until my arms hurt, and hosed down the tarp. The smell never fully left. A week later, we got word that the camper had survived. His family called the park office to thank us. They said he'd need skin grafts and a long recovery, but he was stable. I remember hanging up the phone and sitting in silence for a while. Then I got up, put on my boots, and went back out to make my rounds like every other day. But that morning stayed with me, not because of the blood or the burns, but because of how quickly everything had turned from calm to chaos. One minute I was thinking about breakfast and sleep. The next, I was driving through empty roads with a man's life burning away beside me. Even now, decades later, I can still smell it if I think about it long enough. The wet forest, the gasoline, and that awful sweetness of burnt plastic and skin mixing in the air. You never really forget something like that. And the strangest part is how quiet it was afterward. The park didn't stop. People kept camping, fires kept burning, and the woods stayed silent at night. It was as if the forest had swallowed the whole thing and gone back to pretending it never happened. I was a park facility officer in one of the most isolated backcountry parks on the coast. The kind of place where the silence was so thick it felt alive. The park stretched for miles along rugged shoreline, thick, temperate rainforest, and cold, dark coves where the fog never really lifted. Getting there required a long boat ride across gray water or a small plane landing on a strip that was little more than flattened sand and luck. Once you arrived, you were on your own, 8 days on shift, alone, before your relief came. That isolation had a way of pressing in on you, especially at night when the wind would moan through the trees and there wasn't another human sound for miles. I stayed in a small wooden cabin perched on a rise overlooking the beach. It wasn't much, just a single room with a cot, a small stove, shelves with canned food, and a radio that sometimes worked when the weather allowed. There was a water pump out back and a pit toilet tucked in the trees. I'd been assigned there early in the season, before the summer rush, when it was mostly empty except for the odd hiker or kayaker passing through. Back then, I could go 3, sometimes 4 days without seeing another person. I got used to the quiet. It changed how you thought, how you listened. My only regular contact was the small lighthouse crew about a mile down the beach. 2 people rotated there, quiet folks, polite but not talkative. I'd walk over maybe once per shift just to remind myself what it felt like to talk. I always rationed my visits so I wouldn't seem needy for company. The rest of the time it was just me, the trees, the ocean, and the low hum of wind that never stopped moving. Every evening, as part of my routine, I'd sit on the small deck outside my cabin with a pair of binoculars. I used them to scan the beaches up and down the coast. It was my way to spot incoming campers or anyone who might have gotten lost or injured. I'd check for fresh tents, fire smoke, or anything out of place. The shoreline was long and curved, and depending on the tide, I could see a good few kilometers each way. That's what I was doing one calm evening, just scanning. The air was thick with the smell of salt and kelp. The sun was sinking low, turning the surface of the water into rippling orange glass. It was quiet except for gulls somewhere far down the beach. Then I saw movement, a cluster of figures near one of the stretches where the sand curved into a small cove. At first I thought it was maybe a group of campers setting up for the night. But when I focused in with the binoculars, I had to blink a few times. It wasn't the usual animals I spotted, wolves, sea lions, or elk. No, it was people. At least 8 or 9 of them, and they were all completely naked. I lowered the binoculars for a second, half sure I was imagining it. But when I looked again, there they were, clear as day, moving around, walking along the sand, some in the water. I remember this weird feeling of intrusion washing over me. I wasn't supposed to spy on anyone, obviously, but it was hard to look away because it was so out of place. No one did that out there. The air was cold even in summer, and the mosquitoes were relentless. The idea of being unclothed in that environment was almost absurd. I figured they'd last maybe an hour before they'd get eaten alive or frozen. Still, it felt wrong to watch. I put the binoculars down and decided to give them space. I figured I'd wait a couple hours before heading down to check their camping tags. That was protocol. Make sure everyone had permits and was camping in designated areas. When I finally went down near dusk, the light had faded, and the tide had come in a bit. I walked the long stretch of beach with my clipboard, the damp sand pulling at my boots. I expected to find them dressed, maybe around a fire. But when I got closer, I realized they were still naked, still moving around like the cold didn't bother them at all. I kept my distance, checked their tag, and turned back toward the cabin. I didn't feel like getting tangled up in whatever that was. I figured as long as they weren't breaking any major rules or in danger, it wasn't my business. The next morning I checked again through the binoculars. They were gone. Not a trace. No tent, no footprints visible from my vantage point. It was like they'd never been there. The beach was empty and quiet again. That was the strange thing about this place. People came and went without leaving much behind. The ocean erased everything. A few days later, I was in the middle of my fourth day when a pair of campers came by my cabin. I saw them first through the binoculars, two figures walking slowly up the beach, one waving to get my attention. That was rare enough to get my pulse up a little. When they reached me, I could tell something was off just from their faces. They were pale, uneasy. They'd come from one of the other beaches a few kilometers down the coast, and they told me they'd found something washed up on the sand. A body. They said it looked like it had been in the water for a long time. Bloated, discolored, tangled in seaweed. They looked sick just talking about it. There wasn't any time to waste. I radioed for support, but out there, response was slow. The nearest police unit was a few hours away, maybe more if the weather turned bad. The tide was coming in, and I didn't want the body to wash back out to sea. I grabbed gloves, a tarp, and my gear and headed down the shoreline with the campers following at a distance. The walk took about an hour. The sky was heavy and gray. The air smelled like rain and salt. When I finally saw what they'd found, I stopped where I was. The body was caught in a cluster of driftwood near the high tide line. It had been in the water for a long time, skin pale and torn, clothes shredded and coated with sand. I'd seen drowned animals before, but this was different. The shape of a person, still and swollen, the limbs twisted in unnatural ways. There was no mistaking that something violent had happened. The head had injuries that didn't look like the ocean had caused them. The campers stood back, whispering to each other while I crouched down and took in the details. There wasn't much I could do but mark the location and wait for the authorities. It took the police almost the entire day to reach us. They came by boat, the sound of the motor breaking through the endless hush. They brought bags and stretchers and questions. I gave them my notes and coordinates. They worked quietly, methodically, and when they left they took the body with them wrapped tight in a black bag. By then the sun had dipped low and the beach was darkening, the waves rolling in heavier. I walked back to my cabin in silence, the sound of the surf chasing me the whole way. That night I sat outside again with my binoculars, scanning the coastline out of habit. The air was cold and sharp, the kind that made your breath visible. I kept thinking about that body, about how long it must have been drifting before it ended up there, how many tides had carried it, how many nights it had floated unseen in that gray water. I wondered where it had come from, if it had fallen from a boat, if it had been dumped, or if someone had gone missing and never been found. The police never shared much when they came back later to ask more questions. They said it had been in the water for some time. That was all. I didn't sleep much after that. The wind kept changing directions that night, coming down from the forest and then off the sea. The cabin creaked, and the roof moaned as if something heavy moved across it. I kept listening for footsteps that never came, or maybe I was hoping to hear something to make me feel less alone. The next morning I checked the beach again. Empty, no tracks, no people. Just driftwood, seaweed, and the low hum of the surf. A few more days passed before my relief came. When the boat finally arrived, I felt a kind of pull in my chest, a mix of relief and something like regret. I'd gotten used to the rhythm of that isolation, the strange comfort of knowing every sound around me. But that body, it stayed in my mind. Even months later, when I was back in civilization, I'd find myself thinking about it. The way it had looked, half hidden under the driftwood, like it had been waiting to be found. And the thought that somewhere not too far away, someone might have known that person, someone who never got an answer. Years later, the park became busier. They added more staff, more tourists, radios improved, rescue times shortened. The cabin was replaced with a small prefab building with solar power. But every time I think back to those early years, the quiet, the fog, the endless gray water, I remember that week. The nudists on the beach, strange and carefree in a place that seemed to swallow warmth. And then a few days later, that body. The contrast between life and death in the same stretch of sand. People like to think the wilderness is peaceful, but it isn't. It's indifferent. It doesn't care if you're laughing naked in the surf or drifting lifeless under the waves. It erases everything eventually. The footprints, the fires, even the memories. All that remains is the sound of the ocean, and the feeling that something vast and ancient is watching from the tree line, waiting for you to leave so it can take the land back again. When I think about that beach now, I don't remember the names of the campers or what the police said in their reports. I remember the silence after they left. The way the tide came in, smooth and steady, washing over the same spot where that body had been. The way the world just kept moving like nothing had happened. And in that, I think, was the most unsettling part of it all. How quickly the wilderness forgets. It was late summer the last time I went up near Lake Powell. The water had dropped low that year, leaving strange, dried mud shelves and jagged cliffs that looked like teeth biting into the lake. My dad and I had been going there since I was a kid, ever since he bought a small aluminum boat that rattled when you pushed it too hard. He liked fishing the hidden coves, the places far from where the rental houseboats drifted, where the air was still and the sandstone walls rose hundreds of feet straight up. It was always quiet back there. Sometimes you could hear a crow calling from miles away, the sound echoing off the rock like it was trapped in there with you. That trip, the air felt different. It was hotter than usual, and the wind never seemed to move. I remember sitting in the boat, the water flat as glass, watching the sun drop low behind the canyon walls. My dad was tying a new lure, and I was half asleep against the metal seat when I heard it. A low rumble, far off at first. It wasn't thunder. It had rhythm. It was mechanical, deep and steady, getting closer every second. I thought it was maybe another tour plane, one of those tiny ones that fly over the lake and let tourists take pictures of the cliffs. But the sound grew heavier, deeper, until it started to shake the air around us. I looked up and there it was, this massive gray plane, flying so low that I could see the seams in the metal. It roared overhead, blocking the sun for a few seconds, and the echo bounced between the cliffs so hard that my chest felt like it was being hit from all sides. The whole boat rattled like it was going to come apart. I could see the underside, the landing gear tucked up tight, some kind of markings I couldn't read because it went by so fast. It didn't look like anything I'd ever seen. No airline logo, no windows, nothing. Just this huge shape sliding through the air like a ghost made of metal. It was gone almost as soon as it came, vanishing down the canyon where the sound chased it until it disappeared completely. The water stayed still after it passed. Not a single ripple. My dad just sat there staring at the spot where it vanished, but neither of us said anything. I kept scanning the sky, expecting to see it turn around, but it never did. I didn't even have time to grab my phone. It was like the whole thing happened in a blink, but the sound of it stayed in my ears for hours after. When we finally packed up and went back to camp, I kept looking up, half expecting another one to appear, but nothing did. Just that strange quiet that Lake Powell always has at night, like the air itself doesn't move. That wasn't the only strange thing I've seen up there. There was another trip, years before that. I must have been around 7 or 8. Back then, my dad still did a lot of night drives, usually trying to beat the heat and get an early start on the fishing. I remember that night clearer than most things from when I was a kid. We were driving south toward Flagstaff, the truck headlights cutting through the empty desert highway. It must have been around 3 in the morning. The windows were down, and the air smelled dry, that desert smell of dirt and sage that sticks to your clothes. I was half asleep in the passenger seat, watching the road blur by. There was nothing out there, just endless black and the faint shape of the cliffs in the distance. Then, out of nowhere, something moved across the road ahead of us. It wasn't a normal movement, too fast, too wide, like something gliding more than running. For a split second it blocked the headlights, just a giant shadow sliding across the asphalt. It was huge, taller than the hood, maybe wider than the truck. It crossed so quick that I didn't even get a look at what it was. Just this dark shape that went from one side to the other and vanished into the scrub brush. The silence afterward was heavier than anything. Even the crickets outside seemed to stop. I remember my body freezing, my heart pounding so hard that it made my hands shake. I kept staring at the spot where it had disappeared, trying to see if maybe it was just a deer, or a cow, or something normal. But then I saw the eyes. 2 bright yellow eyes glowing from the brush ahead just above the ground but spaced far apart, like they belonged to something large. They didn't blink. They didn't move. Just stared right back at the truck. My dad didn't slow down. The truck stayed steady at 60, maybe faster, the headlights shaking as the road turned. I kept looking through the back window trying to catch sight of whatever it was, but the eyes faded into the dark. We didn't stop that night. We didn't even turn the radio back on. I remember how long the drive to Flagstaff felt after that. Every shadow on the road looked alive. Every turn of the highway made me feel like something was following us just out of sight. Years later, when I was older, I started thinking about that night more. I tried to make sense of what it could have been. Maybe it was a big elk, maybe a mountain lion, but I've seen both up close since then, and none of them moved like that shadow did. It wasn't running or walking. It was gliding, smooth and fast, like it didn't have weight. Those eyes, though, I can still see them when I close my eyes. The color wasn't normal, not that faint green reflection you get from deer or coyotes. It was bright, sharp yellow, like a pair of lanterns hung low in the dark. I've gone back to Lake Powell a dozen times since then, and every time something about that place feels off. Not in a haunted way, just wrong somehow. There are long stretches of land out there where no one goes, and when the water level drops, it exposes things that have been hidden for decades. Old trees, half-buried houseboats, even wrecked vehicles from when the lake first flooded the area in the 60s. Once, near the Waweep side, I saw the remains of an old road that used to lead down into what's now the middle of the lake. The asphalt was cracked and covered in mud, leading straight into the water like it still had somewhere to go. The first few times I went out there, I felt this weird pull to follow it. Like part of me wanted to see what was at the end, but I never did. I've learned that the desert has a way of swallowing things whole. Sometimes it's better not to find what it keeps. One trip. A few years after the plane incident, I was camped out near one of the isolated inlets north of the main channel. It was the kind of place where you could go 2 days without hearing another boat. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, the air completely still, the kind of stillness that feels like pressure, where you can hear your own pulse. I got out of the tent to take a piss and noticed something strange. There was a low hum in the air, faint but steady, like an engine idling somewhere far away. It wasn't coming from the water. It was deeper, more like it was vibrating through the ground. I stood there for a long time listening, trying to figure out the direction. Then, way out toward the cliffs, I saw a light. It wasn't a flashlight or a headlamp. It was too far for that. Just one single light, bright white, moving slowly along the base of the canyon wall. It was silent except for that low hum. I thought maybe it was another boat, but there was no wake, no sound of an engine. Just the light sliding along the rock, steady and controlled. Then it stopped. It just hung there for a while, then blinked out completely. A few seconds later, the hum stopped too. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I went over to where I thought the light had been, but there was nothing. Just rocks, some driftwood, and the echo of my own footsteps. The ground was soft with sand, but I swear I found tire tracks there. Deep ones, like something heavy had been sitting in that spot recently. The tracks led a few yards inland before vanishing into the brush. I never figured out what made them. Over the years, I've talked to a few locals who spend a lot of time out there. Fishermen, guides, people who camp for weeks at a time. They all have stories. Strange lights, aircraft flying too low, things that move in the dark that don't sound like any animal you can name. Some talk about the military testing stuff in that area, especially west of the lake. Others think there are old tunnels from when they built the Glen Canyon Dam, hidden passages cut deep into the rock that were never sealed off. Whatever it is, it's been going on for a long time. I don't really believe in monsters or aliens or any of that kind of thing, but I do believe that there are parts of this country where strange things happen and no one ever hears about it. Places where if something went wrong, it would take days before anyone even noticed. Lake Powell is one of those places. The sheer emptiness of it gets under your skin. The sound of water lapping against the cliffs at night starts to sound like breathing after a while. Slow and uneven, like the land itself is alive. The last time I was there, I drove that same route back toward Flagstaff in the middle of the night. I wanted to see if I'd feel that same fear I did when I was a kid. The desert looked the same, empty, endless, quiet. I kept watching the sides of the road, waiting for that dark shape to cross again. But nothing did. Just the same ribbon of highway under the headlights, the same stars hanging still above the cliffs. When I passed the spot where it had happened all those years ago, I slowed down without realizing it. For a second I thought I saw something reflective deep in the brush, a glint of light, faint and low, like a pair of eyes. But when I blinked, it was gone. I didn't stop. I just kept driving, the hum of the tires steady, the road stretching out in front of me. But even now, when I think back on all those nights near Lake Powell, the plane, the light, the eyes, I get that same cold feeling in my chest. Like something out there knows me. I worked nights as a park ranger for the city. My job wasn't glamorous like the ones you see on TV, where rangers are out in vast forests or hiking mountain trails. I was stationed in a fairly urban area, surrounded by concrete streetlights and patches of green space that passed for parks. There were several small parks under my watch, most no bigger than a few acres, and one large one that stretched around 80 acres. But even that was enclosed by fences and bordered by roads, buildings, and residential blocks. It was my job to patrol them after sunset, lock the gates, and make sure no one stayed inside. Every park had to be empty and secured by the time my shift was over. The work was quiet, repetitive, and lonely. Most nights were spent driving slowly through empty lots and dimly lit trails, the hum of my patrol car and the static of the radio the only sounds around me. I'd roll through each parking area, shine my spotlight over benches, picnic tables, and play structures, and check that all the restroom doors were locked. The smell of cut grass and damp soil mixed with exhaust fumes and city dust. It wasn't the wilderness, but it was mine to watch over, and for years it became a strange kind of comfort. Around 90% of the people I came across were those sleeping in their cars. People down on their luck, living day to day, often just looking for a safe spot to close their eyes for a few hours without being hassled. I always felt bad waking them up and asking them to leave. Some looked scared, others embarrassed, a few angry, but most were just tired. I never made a scene. I'd tap on the window, wait, and motion for them to move on. It was part of the job, keeping the parks clear at night, but that part always sat uneasily with me. You could tell when someone had nowhere else to go by how slow they packed up, how they lingered before turning the key. I'd sit there, waiting until their taillights faded down the road before writing the report. The other 10% of encounters were different. Those were the ones with the fogged-up windows, the cars rocking slightly in the quiet dark, the smell of weed or sex hanging faintly in the air when the doors opened. When I'd roll up and flick on my spotlight, the reactions were almost comical. Bodies scrambling, limbs flailing, shirts thrown backward, someone accidentally honking the horn. I had a loud intercom mounted on my dash, and I'll admit, it gave me a petty bit of joy to use it at full volume just to watch the chaos unfold. It wasn't professional, but after hours of solitude, it was something to laugh at. The job could be so dull that moments like that broke the monotony. It was a strange mix, feeling bad for one group and entertained by the other, but that was the reality of patrolling the parks. The night shifts blurred together after a while. Same roads, same spots, same tired faces. But one day, after several months of that routine, I traded a night shift for a day one. It was meant to be an easy switch, covering a coworker's hours while he handled a family issue. Daytime shifts were supposed to be simple. A few maintenance checks, occasional calls about littering or stray dogs, maybe an unlocked gate to secure. But the odd thing was, even during the day, the same patterns showed up. You'd think the daylight would keep people from doing the things they did in the dark, but apparently not. People still pulled into secluded corners of lots to get high, hook up, or nap off a hangover. The only difference was the sun. That day I was making my rounds near a recreation center that had a large parking lot in the back. It was one of those lots that curved around trees and shrub lines, with blind corners and little pockets of privacy. It was a known trouble spot, mostly for people trying to stay out of sight. I'd found everything from dumped furniture to half-burned trash cans back there. As I pulled in, I noticed a single car parked near the far edge, a little away from everything else. The windows were fogged, which immediately caught my attention. It was already late morning. The sun was out, and the rest of the lot was empty. There was no reason for anyone to be sitting there that long. I parked a few spaces away and watched for a bit. The car didn't move. The engine was off. The glass was opaque with condensation on the inside, which didn't make sense in broad daylight. I stepped out, stretched a bit, and walked toward it. The gravel crunched under my boots. The air smelled faintly of hot asphalt and cut grass. I could hear traffic in the distance and the faint thump of music coming from the rec center's gym. As I got closer, I noticed something in the corner of my eye. A figure crouched in the bushes just a few feet from the car. It took me a second to process what I was seeing. It was an older man, maybe late 50s or early 60s. He was partially hidden behind a low hedge, close enough to touch the car if he reached out. His posture was strange, still but tense, shoulders hunched, and his hands were moving rhythmically in front of him. At first I thought maybe he was injured or doing something harmless, but then I realized what it was. The man was masturbating, right there in the bushes, staring through the car window. A wave of disgust hit me. I felt that automatic rush of authority kick in, but before I could even call out, the man turned his head. Our eyes met for half a second. He froze like a kid caught stealing, then bolted. He ran fast for his age, cutting between the hedges and disappearing toward the tree line that separated the lot from a service road. I moved toward my patrol car, but by the time I got there and swung the door open to grab the radio, he was gone. I flipped on my intercom and directed my voice toward the car with the fogged windows. The words came out sharp, more from habit than anger. Inside the vehicle, the shapes shifted, clearly startled. The interior light blinked on, and I saw two figures, a man and a woman, probably mid-20s, scrambling to pull clothes back on. They looked panicked and embarrassed, the way people always do when caught in the middle of something private. I stood by the car, waiting for them to roll the window down, but they hesitated, whispering frantically inside. I told them to get dressed and leave the park area immediately. That's what I always said. They nodded, fumbling to start the engine. When they finally stepped out, they looked pale and nervous. They apologized as if that would make the situation go away. I was about to wave them off when I realized they didn't seem to know what I was referring to. They thought I'd just interrupted their private time, like any other couple I'd caught. I pointed toward the bushes where the older man had been hiding and told them there had been someone standing just a few feet away from their car. They stared at me, blankly at first, then with dawning horror. The woman covered her mouth. The man blinked like he was trying to process it. I could tell they didn't believe me right away. I explained again that there was an older guy watching them and that I'd seen exactly what he was doing. The realization hit them hard. Their faces went white. The woman began trembling, stepping closer to the man as he scanned the bushes. He must have felt it too, the violation of it. The idea that while they thought they were alone, someone had been inches away, hidden just enough to be invisible. They didn't want to talk anymore after that. They just wanted to leave. I told them to go, and they did, their car speeding out of the lot, tires crunching gravel and skidding slightly as they turned onto the main road. I watched their taillights fade before I turned back to the empty space. The bushes looked ordinary again. Just leaves, branches, and a patch of trampled grass where the man had crouched. I checked the area, found no bag, no footprints worth noting, just a few crushed plants and some disturbed dirt. He'd vanished fast, probably into one of the service access trails that led behind the park and into a maze of backyards and alleys. There were dozens of ways out of there. I radioed it in, description, location, time, but there wasn't much to go on. White male, late 50s or 60s, balding, gray shirt, jeans. That could describe half the city. The police came through later, asked a few questions, took a brief report, but there wasn't much for them to do. The couple didn't want to file anything. They didn't even want their names mentioned. I didn't blame them. Who would want to deal with the embarrassment of that situation? They just wanted to forget it happened. The officers shrugged, said they'd keep an eye out, and left. That was that, but it stuck with me. It wasn't like the other calls. Usually there was a clear resolution. Someone left, someone got cited, the problem was handled. This was different. It lingered. I started thinking about that man, what he was doing there, how long he'd been doing it, the idea that he could have been watching other people, maybe even following them to these secluded lots, hiding just out of view, waiting. It made my skin crawl. After that day, I started noticing things I hadn't before. When I patrolled at night, I'd catch glimpses of movement in the corners of lots, shadows near bushes, a flicker of light, a shape slipping behind trees. I'd stop, scan with my flashlight, and find nothing. Sometimes, when I pulled up to the smaller parks, I'd see impressions in the grass near the edges, places where someone had clearly been sitting or kneeling. Maybe I was just more aware, but it felt like something had changed. A few weeks later, I was back on night duty. It was around 2 a.m., quiet and humid, the air thick with the smell of rain that hadn't quite fallen yet. I was doing my usual rounds, heading through the same 80-acre park that bordered the city's edge. It had a few small trails, restrooms, and one big lot near a baseball field. As I came, I started working as a park ranger in northern Montana in late spring of 2016. The job was mostly quiet. The park stretched for miles, dense forest, winding rivers, long dirt roads that could take hours to drive through, and more wildlife than people. I worked the night shifts most of the time. They paid a bit extra, and there was something I liked about the quiet of the woods at night, at least at first. The sounds of insects, the wind brushing through the pine trees, the distant splash of water from the creek. It felt alive but peaceful. The park had several remote campsites, and one of my main jobs was to patrol those areas, make sure there weren't illegal campers or poachers, check for damaged trails, and sometimes respond to reports of missing hikers or wildlife encounters. Usually it was nothing. People getting lost off trail, forgetting where they parked, or raccoons getting into food. One section of the park was called Black Hollow Creek, a long stretch of narrow forest with a shallow stream cutting through it. It wasn't marked for camping, but people still used it because it was secluded. The area didn't have cell service, and there was only one gravel road that led anywhere near it. The place had a reputation among rangers: thick woods, poor visibility, and a strange feeling of being watched that most of us noticed but didn't talk about much. One night in early August, I was assigned to patrol that section after a few reports came in about illegal campsites and trash left behind. The sun was already dipping behind the hills when I signed out the truck. It was supposed to be a standard shift: check the area, take some notes, and head back before sunrise. I remember the air being still that night, heavy and damp from a light rain earlier in the day. The gravel road leading into Black Hollow stretched for miles, the trees leaning over it like long black arms. I drove slowly, window half down, listening to the forest. I could smell wet pine and old soil, the kind of smell that makes you feel like you're deep in the middle of nowhere. The road ended near an old wooden bridge that crossed the creek. I parked there, turned off the engine, and sat for a minute. The woods were silent except for the faint sound of running water. No lights, no wind, no movement, just the endless stillness that only deep forest can hold. I grabbed my flashlight, my radio, and a small pack, then started walking along the trail that ran beside the creek. The path was narrow, half covered in leaves and wet mud. I followed it for about a mile before I found the first sign of a campsite, an old fire pit surrounded by beer cans and a half-burned plastic chair. It looked abandoned for at least a week. I took some photos, noted the coordinates, and kicked some of the debris into a pile to pack out later. I kept walking. The woods got thicker the deeper I went. The trees grew so close together that the beam of my flashlight barely reached more than 20 feet ahead. I could hear the creek to my right, gurgling quietly. I was used to that kind of darkness, but something about this stretch always felt off. It wasn't fear, just a sense that the forest was too quiet, like it was holding its breath. Around 11 p.m., I came across another site. This one was fresher, ashes still slightly warm, a pile of clothes nearby, and what looked like a cheap tarp strung between two trees. I crouched down, ran my fingers through the ashes, and noticed a half-eaten can of beans sitting by a rock. Whoever was here must have left recently. That wasn't unusual. People heard my truck and cleared out all the time. But what bothered me was how organized it looked. No signs of struggle, no trash scattered, just a few things left behind, almost like someone left in a hurry but planned to return. I jotted a few notes, took another photo, and moved on. The path kept narrowing, and the forest floor sloped down toward the creek. My boots sank into soft mud with every step. The smell of rotting leaves got stronger. I noticed faint impressions in the mud, boot prints. At first I thought they were mine, but these went deeper into the forest, away from the creek. I followed them. The prints led into a denser section where the air felt colder, heavier. I could barely see the sky through the canopy. After a few hundred feet, I found something strange, a rope tied between two trees, like a line for hanging clothes or food. There were things hanging from it, small plastic bags, each one filled with something dark. I moved closer. It was raw meat. Maybe deer, but it was cut into strange, uneven chunks, and some of the bags had started leaking. The smell hit me immediately, sweet and rotten. I took a step back, shining my light around. There were no signs of a carcass nearby, no remains. Whoever did this had brought the meat from somewhere else. I noted it in my log, but I felt uneasy. That wasn't normal poaching behavior. Hunters didn't leave meat hanging in bags like that. The woods around me felt thicker than before. The only sound was water dripping from leaves. I scanned the area one more time and then kept walking along the faint path, half expecting to find more of whatever I'd just seen. After another 20 minutes, I noticed a light flickering faintly through the trees. I turned off my flashlight and squinted. It looked like a campfire, but small, maybe someone burning something low to the ground. I decided to approach quietly. I'd done it dozens of times before, sneaking up on campers who thought they were hidden. The closer I got, the more I could smell it. Burnt wood, but also something sour, like animal hide. When I got within about 50 feet, I crouched down behind a fallen log and peeked over. The fire was there, barely glowing, with a small metal bucket sitting on top of it. The ground around it was scattered with tools, an old axe, a small saw, and a few canvas bags. No tent. No sleeping bag, just the fire and the tools. I waited, thinking maybe whoever was there had gone into the woods to relieve themselves. I listened for footsteps, but there was nothing. I finally stood up and stepped closer. When I reached the fire, I saw what was in the bucket. It wasn't super coffee. It looked like fat, melted and bubbling, mixed with something black. I couldn't tell what it was. The smell was thick, greasy, and burned my throat. Beside the fire, I noticed more of those plastic bags tied up in a small pile. Some had been cut open, and flies buzzed around them. Something about the whole thing felt wrong. I took out my radio and tried to call it in, but the line was dead. No signal. I decided I'd head back to the truck soon and report it from there. I just wanted to make sure no one was nearby before I left. Then I saw something hanging from a tree branch a few feet away, a small animal trap. Inside it was a rabbit, still alive but mangled. Its back legs were crushed and it was twitching. Blood had pooled beneath it in the dirt. That's when I heard movement. It came from behind me, from the direction I'd come. Slow, deliberate footsteps in the mud. I froze, crouched by the fire, barely breathing. The sound got closer, soft and heavy like boots sinking into wet ground. I turned my flashlight off and waited, crouched low. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like the sound alone would give me away. The footsteps stopped about 10 feet behind me. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. Someone standing there, watching. I didn't move for what felt like minutes. Then, slow as I could, I started backing away from the fire. Every step made the mud squish under my boots. But I couldn't help it. Then, as I moved the light beam across the trees, I caught a glimpse of something pale through the darkness, just the shape of a face barely visible, not moving. I turned the light off again immediately. My pulse felt like it was in my throat. I didn't say anything. I didn't move. After a few seconds, I heard the sound again, the wet steps, but this time moving toward the fire. I stayed low and began to inch backward through the trees. My boots slipped in the mud, but I kept going, one slow movement at a time. The fire crackled behind me and I heard something metallic drop into the dirt. Then a new sound, fabric tearing. I didn't look back. When I was far enough that I couldn't see the glow of the fire anymore, I stood up and started moving fast, almost jogging toward the direction of the creek. My flashlight flickered as I ran it over the ground to follow the trail. The forest felt different now. like every shadow had depth, like everything was watching me. I followed the sound of the water until I reached the creek. I crossed over a fallen log and headed toward where I thought the truck was. My sense of direction was off. The trees looked the same in every direction. I tried the radio again, nothing but static. Then I heard it again. The footsteps, but this time they weren't cautious. They were fast, splashing through the creek behind me. I didn't look back, I ran. I could hear branches snapping, water splashing, something following just close enough that I could feel it. My boots slipped in the mud, and I almost fell, catching myself on a root. I turned briefly and shined the flashlight behind me. The beam caught the trees and water, but no figure. Still, I knew something was there. I kept running until I finally saw the faint outline of the bridge ahead. My legs were burning, lungs aching, but I didn't stop until I reached the truck. I yanked the door open, jumped inside, and slammed it shut. The forest was silent again. No movement, just darkness. I still think about that day sometimes. It comes back in flashes whenever I walk alone through the forest, especially in those quiet moments when the wind stops, and all I can hear is the creaking of trees and my own heartbeat. I've worked in the forests beneath Brussels for over a decade now, clearing deadfall, planting new saplings, maintaining access trails for the forestry department. It's not the kind of job that makes headlines or earns attention. It's quiet work, honest work. The kind of thing you do because you love being away from the noise and the people. The section I was assigned to that week was on the very edge of our management zone, almost forgotten by the city. The forest in that area isn't like the well-groomed parks closer to the suburbs. It's thicker, darker, and older. The paths fade to nothing halfway in, replaced by animal trails and gullies filled with moss and rotting leaves. You can walk for hours and not hear anything except wind and the distant sound of crows. We had a job to finish before the end of the week, planting a batch of young oaks and beech trees to restore a patch of land that had been damaged by a storm the previous year. Most of it could only be reached by foot. There were no proper roads, just an old tractor path that faded into mud halfway in. That morning I walked in with the rest of the crew, our boots heavy with dew. The air smelled of earth and wet bark. One of the guys drove the tractor in with the saplings, the tools, and the water barrels, moving slowly to avoid getting stuck in the soft ground. We spread out and got to work. The soil was cold and damp, the kind that clings to your gloves and makes your hands ache after a while. The ground was uneven and littered with roots. It was slow work, but peaceful. There's something calming about digging in the ground, hearing nothing but the scrape of metal and the rustle of leaves above you. I remember stopping for a moment and looking around. The light barely made it through the canopy. Long shadows moved over the moss, the air filled with the distant tapping of a woodpecker somewhere far off. It was sometime after noon when I saw it. Near the base of a tree, half hidden behind some ferns and fallen branches, there was something bright blue, completely out of place in the brown and green around it. At first, I thought it was just a piece of trash, maybe a plastic sheet someone had dumped years ago. But when I walked over to it, I saw that it was a large tarp, folded roughly and shoved up against the trunk. It had gathered dirt and leaves, but you could tell it hadn't been there long. The color was still sharp, not faded. It was strange because this place was so deep into the woods that no one came here unless they had a reason. It was a long walk from the nearest road, and even we only came out here a few times a year. I remember thinking how odd it was that someone had gone to all the trouble of bringing something like that out here, just to dump it. I didn't open it right away. I figured we'd finish the job first and take it back with us when we left. We were used to collecting old bottles, bits of metal, and other junk people left behind. We'd just loaded into the tractor with everything else, so I went back to work, but the tarp kept nagging at me. Every time I looked up from the hole I was digging, I could see that blue shape through the trees, like a wound in the forest. It didn't belong there. By the time we finished planting, the light was already starting to fade. The sun was low, cutting through the trees in thin beams that made everything look dusty and golden. We packed up the tools, checked that the new saplings were watered, and started gathering the leftover materials. The forest was quiet in that heavy way it gets before evening. When the birds stop calling and the wind slows down, finally, I went back to where the tarp was. When I reached down to grab it, it felt heavier than I expected. It wasn't just a folded piece of fabric. Something was stuffed inside or under it. I pulled it up, and underneath I saw a dark green army-style backpack. The kind you only see in military surplus stores or with people who hike for weeks at a time. And next to it, half covered by leaves, was something metallic sticking out. A narrow, dark barrel like from a gun. For a moment, I froze. I looked around, half expecting someone to be standing there watching us. The forest felt different now, silent in a way that made the hair on my neck stand up. I crouched down and brushed some of the leaves away. The barrel was attached to a rifle, and it looked old but real. I could see the black metal, the shape unmistakable. We pulled the pack open, and inside were magazines, wrapped in plastic, along with a small set of tools and what looked like cleaning supplies for the weapon. The rifle itself was an AK-47, or at least something close to it. I had seen enough movies and training posters to know what I was looking at. It didn't make sense. There were no military zones anywhere near us. The Belgian army didn't train in these woods, and even if they did, no one would leave a weapon like that behind. It wasn't rusted or broken. It looked like it had been used recently. The ground under it wasn't too disturbed, which meant whoever left it there hadn't been gone long. The forest, which had felt calm all day, suddenly seemed hostile. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. Every creak of a branch sounded like someone moving closer. We had radios, but the signal was weak that far out. The tractor driver had a better line, so we agreed he'd call it in once we started heading back. The sun was already going down, and the shadows were stretching long across the path. It was the slowest walk I can remember. None of us spoke. We just kept glancing behind us, half expecting to see someone coming through the trees. The sound of the tractor was the only comfort, its slow rumble echoing through the woods. When we reached the edge of the forest, we radioed the police and told them what we'd found. They said they'd send someone, but it would take time. By then, the light was almost gone. The forest was black behind us, the trees standing like a wall. I kept thinking about that tarp and how it had been placed, folded, tucked in neatly, like someone planned to come back for it. It wasn't just dumped, someone hid it. When the police finally arrived, they came in quietly, just 2 cars and a van. The officers walked in with flashlights, their beams cutting through the darkness. We led them back to the spot, retracing our steps. The forest looked different at night. Every path looked the same, and the air smelled heavier, like wet soil and rot. When we reached the tree, the spot looked untouched. The tarp, the pack, the rifle, all exactly where we left them. The officers started taking photos, marking the area with small yellow tags. They didn't say much, just asked us to wait by the tractor while they did their work. We stood there in the dark, the engine off, the forest completely silent except for the occasional click of a camera shutter. I could barely make out the shapes of the trees beyond the reach of the flashlights. After a while, one of the officers came back and told us we could leave. They'd handle it from there. We signed a statement about what we'd found, and that was it. The next day we went back to work in another section of the forest. I expected to hear something about it in the news, maybe a report about an illegal weapon cache or some kind of investigation. But nothing ever came out. No article, no follow-up call. It was like it never happened. Weeks passed, and the memory of that day started to fade. But something about it stuck with me. The forest in that area had always felt isolated, but now it felt watched. Every time I walked near that part of the woods, I caught myself looking over my shoulder, scanning the trees. There were paths I'd stopped taking, places I didn't like to go anymore. One afternoon, maybe a month later, I was driving past the access road that led toward that section, and I noticed tire tracks in the mud, fresh ones, and not from any of our vehicles. They led off the road and disappeared into the trees. The forest there was too dense for cars, so whoever it was had probably gone in on foot. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the tarp, the pack, the weapon. It had been hidden carefully, like someone planned to come back for it. Maybe they had. Maybe they'd seen us that day, from a distance and decided to leave it behind until the forest was quiet again. Sometimes I think about how long it must have been sitting there before we found it. Days, hours? Had someone been watching us while we worked, waiting for us to leave? I went back there only once more, months later, when the department sent me to inspect some boundary markers. The trees had already grown a little, the new saplings taking root in the soft soil. The forest was quiet again, the air still. The spot where we found the tarp looked normal, just another patch of ground covered in leaves. But when I stood there, I could feel something heavy in the air, like the forest remembered. There are stories that move through the workers sometimes, things people find deep in the woods that never make it into reports. Old cars, burnt-out camps, strange holes dug in the ground. Once someone found a suitcase filled with passports and clothes. Another time, a pile of animal bones arranged in a circle. Nobody talks about it officially, but we all know it happens. The forest hides things. People think of it as peaceful, but it's really a place where things go unseen. Things get buried, forgotten, left behind. That day taught me that the quiet doesn't always mean safety. Sometimes it just means something is waiting. I kept working there for years, and I never saw another weapon, but the feeling stayed with me. Even now, whenever I hear a branch snap behind me, I can't help but remember. Hi there. My name's Samantha, but everyone at the station used to call me Sam. I worked as a park ranger for 6 years. I won't say where. Partly because I don't want trouble, and partly because I know how quickly stories like this get brushed off as lies. One of the people I worked with told me to read other ranger stories online. I did, and it surprised me how many people finally started being honest. It made me want to tell mine too. People need to understand that the woods are not some peaceful escape. They can be dangerous in ways most folks will never understand. I left that job a couple of years ago because I couldn't handle keeping all of it bottled up anymore. Every quiet night or rustle of wind brings the memories back, and I can't stop thinking about the things I saw out there. Nobody really talks about them, but pretending they don't exist only makes it worse. I'm writing this because maybe if someone reads it, they'll take the woods more seriously, because they aren't as empty as they look. This story was my first real experience as a junior ranger, back when I still thought the job was mostly hiking and checking campsites. I hadn't learned yet that the forest doesn't care about your rules or your uniform. It's alive in its own way, and sometimes it shows you things you're not supposed to see. It was late spring, the season when the woods smell like wet bark and everything hums with insects. I'd been working the evening shift alone in the small ranger cabin, answering radio calls and filling out reports. I remember the old fluorescent light above me flickering every few seconds, buzzing faintly, the kind of noise that grinds on your nerves after a while. I was halfway through a report about a bear sighting when the radio crackled, and a dispatcher's voice came through saying they'd gotten a call about screams being heard off one of the main trails. Now, that wasn't really rare. A mountain lion can sound exactly like a woman screaming, and locals often mistake it for someone in trouble. Normally, one of us would go out, check the area, and confirm there was nothing. But before I could even grab my flashlight, my chief, who usually handled higher-level stuff, showed up and told me he'd join me. That caught me off guard. I didn't think a small call like that needed his attention, but I figured maybe he wanted to see how I handled it. I was new then and still trying to make a good impression. We set off just before sundown, the air heavy and damp from rain earlier in the day. The forest floor was soft and squishy under our boots. As we walked, he made small talk, basic stuff about where I'd worked before and how I was liking the station. I remember he had this calm, collected way of moving, like nothing could surprise him out here. At one point, he told me to always take every call seriously, no matter how small. "You never know what you'll find," he said once, and I remember laughing, trying to play it off. I didn't understand what he meant until later. The trail curved between tall pines, their trunks so close together that you couldn't see more than a few feet into the trees. The ground was covered in old needles that muffled our steps, and the air smelled of sap and wet soil. The scream started faintly at first, like an echo far away, high-pitched and uneven. I told myself it had to be an animal, but there was something strange about it. Something that didn't sound right. There was no rhythm to it, no sense of direction, almost like it bounced around us. We followed the sound for about 10 minutes off the main path, moving deeper where the trees grew thicker. The sun was low now, and the light between the branches turned gold and hazy. Then suddenly the sound stopped. Not just the screaming, all sound stopped. No wind, no insects, not even the creak of the trees. It was like someone had sucked the air out of the woods. I could hear my heartbeat thudding in my ears, and when I looked at my chief, I could tell by his face that this wasn't the first time he'd felt that silence. It felt wrong. I can't explain it better than that. It was the kind of quiet that presses against you, like the air itself is watching. I tried to swallow, but my throat was so dry it hurt. I started to whisper something, but before I could speak, this low buzzing sound started. It wasn't coming from one direction. It was everywhere. It felt like it was inside my chest, inside my jaw. My teeth started to ache, like a drill was pressing against them. My vision started to blur around the edges, like everything was trembling. That's when I saw movement between the trees. At first, it looked like a shadow that wasn't supposed to be there. Then as my eyes adjusted, I realized it was tall, much taller than a person, 7 feet, maybe more. It was black, but not like clothing. It absorbed the light around it. I couldn't see a face, just the shape of something standing too still. Then it crouched, slow, its limbs bending in a way that made my stomach twist. It let out that same scream we'd been hearing, except this time it was right in front of us, and I felt it through the ground more than I heard it. Every part of me screamed to run. I took one step back, ready to bolt, but before I could move, my chief's hand clamped down on my arm hard. I turned to him, panicked, but his face didn't move. He wrapped his other arm around my shoulders and started walking us backward, slow and steady. My instinct was to fight him off, to run, but his grip tightened, and I realized he wasn't panicking. He was scared, but in control, like he'd done this before. That slow walk out of the woods was the longest 10 minutes of my life. I didn't dare look back, but I could feel something behind us. The buzzing filled my head until I couldn't even think. My body felt like it was shaking from the inside out. Every few seconds there'd be this faint wailing noise, low and drawn out, and I knew it was crawling after us. I could almost sense the ground shifting, twigs breaking behind us, but I didn't turn around. I just followed my chief's pace, step by step, barely breathing. The buzzing got fainter, then stopped. Slowly I started hearing the forest again, the soft rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird. It was like waking up from a nightmare. When we finally stepped back onto the trail, I felt my legs start to give out, and I just stood there, staring at the dirt, trying to make sense of what had just happened. My chief kept walking like nothing had happened, back toward base. I followed him in silence, still shaking, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. I wanted to yell at him to ask what the hell that thing was, but I couldn't. My voice wouldn't come out right. When we finally got back, he didn't even look at me. He just took off his hat, put it on the table, and said, "There are things in those woods that have been here longer than we've been around. You can't explain them, and you can't get rid of them. If you can't handle that, you should pack your bags now." Then he walked away. I remember standing there, frozen, trying to find some kind of logic in what I'd seen. I spent the next few nights barely sleeping, trying to convince myself it had been a trick of the light, or maybe I'd panicked. But that sound, the buzzing, the silence, it all felt too real. I kept replaying that moment when the noise stopped and the woods went dead quiet. Nothing alive does that. Nothing natural moves like that. I told myself I'd seen some kind of injured animal, maybe a bear walking strangely or something with mange that made it look dark and unnatural. That lie worked for a little while. I went back to work, kept doing patrols, acted like everything was fine. But every time I had to go deep into the forest, that feeling came back, the stillness before the buzzing, that gut-deep dread that something was out there, waiting. I don't think it was trying to attack us that night. I think it was curious, maybe territorial. Whatever it was, my chief knew what to do. He knew to stay calm, to walk, not run. He'd clearly dealt with it before. I didn't realize until later that he never filed a report for that call. It just vanished from the log, like it hadn't happened. I stayed in that job for years after that. I loved the woods too much to leave, and there were days when everything felt normal again. Watching the sunrise over the ridges, hearing owls at night, finding tracks in the mud. But I never forgot that first encounter. It was like a quiet warning, a reminder that there's more to the forest than the parts on the map. Sometimes, when the wind gets really low and the woods fall completely silent, I get that same sick feeling in my stomach. I'll be miles away from where it happened, but I'll stop walking and listen, waiting to see if the buzzing starts again. It never has, at least not yet. But I've heard stories from other rangers, quiet ones, told off the record, about strange noises, strange movements, entire areas where animals refuse to go. I think there's a reason some trails close for maintenance and never open again. Looking back, I wish I'd taken my chief's advice and packed my bags right then. I thought I was strong enough to handle it, but over time the woods showed me that strength doesn't matter. It's about what you can live with afterward. And for me, it got to a point where I couldn't live with it anymore. I left the job quietly, no big explanation. I told people I needed a change. But the truth is, I couldn't handle walking those trails knowing something like that existed. Something I couldn't name, couldn't explain, and couldn't stop thinking about. When people go camping or hiking, they think the biggest dangers are bears, snakes, or getting lost. They don't think about the silence. They don't think about the feeling of the forest holding its breath, or how it can turn on you in an instant. I don't want to scare people from nature, but I do want them to respect it. It's bigger and older. It was late summer, the kind of time when the air hangs thick even after sunset, and the forest starts to smell faintly of dust and pine sap. I'd been working as a park ranger in the Northern District for nearly 6 years then, stationed around a stretch of mixed woodland and open meadowland that bordered private ranching property. Most of my days were quiet. Maintenance checks, trail inspections, sometimes a missing hiker report that usually ended with a sheepish camper wandering out near a dirt road. It wasn't the kind of place where you expected anything truly bad to happen. That day had started as routine as any other. My patrol truck bounced down a gravel road that snaked between pines, heading toward the south grazing range where cattle sometimes wandered onto park property through broken fencing. I'd been up since before dawn, checking boundary markers after a storm rolled through overnight. The rain had left the dirt roads soft and the grass heavy with dew. Every time I stepped out of the truck, my boots sank slightly into the ground, leaving dark half-moons behind. By late morning, the sky had cleared and everything was bright and quiet. I remember stopping near a clearing to log a fallen tree that needed to be cut out of a horse trail. When I looked across the open field, the tall grass moved in slow, lazy waves. You could hear crickets and the faint creak of branches in the heat. I drove further in, radio crackling with weak static from the base station. There was an uneasy stillness around noon. I can't explain why I noticed it, just that I did. The birds had gone quiet. It was the kind of silence that presses in on you, the kind that makes you feel watched. I slowed the truck and turned off the engine, letting the sound die. My hand rested on the door handle for a few seconds before I stepped out. The air was heavy, the only movement coming from the tall grass swaying unevenly ahead of me. That's when I heard it. Muffled grunts, short, sharp sounds that didn't fit with the quiet of the woods. They came from somewhere in the clearing beyond a line of cottonwoods. At first I thought maybe it was an injured animal. The sound had that same desperate rhythm, that same low and broken quality. I walked toward it, careful to keep my boots quiet against the dirt. The closer I got, the clearer the sounds became. Rough breathing, the snap of branches underfoot, and then a noise that froze me completely. A human sound. Not the kind of sound you should ever hear in a place like that. My first thought was that someone was being hurt, and my training kicked in before the fear could. I reached for my belt, fingers brushing over the flashlight, the radio, then stopping on the flare gun. I didn't carry a firearm that week. The district had been low on sidearms, and we were told it wasn't likely we'd need one. I pulled the flare gun anyway, gripping it tight. When I stepped through the last line of trees, the clearing opened wide. The sunlight hit hard, and right there in the center was a man kneeling in the grass, his bare back flexing with movement. It took a second to register what I was seeing. The pale skin of a girl's leg twisted awkwardly beneath him, her body motionless, My stomach turned. The man's jeans were down around his knees. He didn't even notice me at first. I felt something hot rush through me. My ears buzzed. I raised the flare gun, my voice breaking out before I could stop it. I didn't think. I just shouted, loud enough to make the birds explode out of the trees. The man froze. He turned his head, saw me standing there with the gun aimed. His face went blank, eyes wide and unfocused. Slowly, he lifted his hands, backing away. His pants slipped down further, and he stumbled as he pulled them up. I moved forward, still holding the flare gun, every muscle tight. My boots crunched over the flattened grass where she lay. When I got close enough, I saw her properly. A young woman, maybe in her 20s, skin dappled with dirt and sunlight. Her body was turned slightly to the side, breathing shallow. Then I saw it. A yellow ear tag clipped through her left ear. For a split second, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. The number, the barcode, the small black lettering. It wasn't a woman. It was a cow, tipped on her side, body shaking slightly from exhaustion. The world around me steadied all at once. The man was standing a few feet back now, his face red, shirt half-buttoned, hands still in the air. The cow's name tag read Molly. I crouched beside her, the grass damp where her body had pressed it down. Her eyes rolled weakly, nostrils flaring as she tried to move. Her legs were pinned awkwardly beneath her from the way she'd fallen. It took me a moment to breathe normally again, to understand what I was looking at. I made the man move closer, keeping the flare gun pointed at him while I worked. He was shaking, muttering under his breath, but I ignored him. I just needed him to help lift her. Molly was big. A heavy Holstein mix, white with black patches, her hide slick with sweat and mud. It took everything we had to push her enough for her legs to fold under properly. When she finally got upright, she wobbled for a few seconds, then steadied and began to graze as if nothing had happened. My hands were trembling when I clipped the rope back onto her halter and checked her ear tag again to make sure I'd read it right. The ranch nearby had been missing a few cattle the week before. I'd seen the notice posted on the service board. Molly's number matched one of them. When I turned back to the man, all I felt was a deep, cold disgust. He stood there, still looking down, hands at his sides now, the top of his head slick with sweat. I didn't speak. I didn't need to. I pulled the zip ties off my belt and cuffed his wrists, tightening them until he winced. Then I walked him back to the truck, keeping one hand on his shoulder. The drive to the ranger station was long and silent. He didn't say a word, and I didn't ask anything. The road wound through forest for miles before it hit the compound, where we kept the equipment sheds and the old bear holding. Cages, heavy steel units used years ago, before wildlife transport became centralized. We didn't use them anymore, but they were still secure. I parked beside the maintenance shed. The air smelled of oil and rust. I took him out of the truck and walked him to one of the cages. My keys jingled as I unlocked it. The metal door creaked open, echoing through the empty yard. He didn't resist when I made him step inside. I shut the gate, slid the bolt, and locked it. The sound of the lock snapping shut was final. He sat down on the floor of the cage, staring at the concrete. I remember standing there for a while, the sun lowering behind the tree line, the orange light hitting the side of the shed. My pulse had finally slowed, but my hands still shook slightly. I walked to the office, called the sheriff's department, and told them what I'd seen. It took nearly 2 hours for them to arrive. In that time, I sat at my desk staring out the window toward the cage. The man hadn't moved. The only sounds were the hum of the ceiling fan and the occasional creak of the station settling in the heat. When the deputies showed up, they looked tired and confused. They led him away without saying much. After they left, I drove back out to the clearing. The sun was almost gone, the grass golden in the last light. Molly was gone too, probably wandered back toward the ranch through the gap in the fence. The place looked calm again, as if nothing had happened. I stood there for a while, listening to the faint hum of insects, the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Everything about the scene felt wrong, too ordinary, too quiet. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that clearing again. The stillness, the man's face when he realized I'd caught him. I kept thinking about how easily it could have gone differently, how close I'd been to something worse. The flare gun lay on the table beside my bed, the orange casing catching the moonlight through the window. In the days that followed, the news never mentioned it. There was no report, no public statement. I heard through the sheriff's office that the man was charged for animal cruelty and trespassing. They said he'd been staying at a hunting cabin not far from the range, living off canned food and whatever he could scavenge. He had no real address, no family, just drifted from place to place, doing things no sane person could explain. I went back to that same clearing a week later just to make sure the fence had been fixed. The grass had started to grow back where Molly had fallen, the trampled patches beginning to fade. The trees swayed gently in the breeze. It was peaceful again, but that peace felt hollow. I walked the perimeter, listening to the sound of my boots brushing through the grass. When I reached the center of the field, I stood for a long time. I thought about how close that man had come to getting away with it. If I'd taken a different route that day, or if the radio hadn't cut out, I never would have found him. No one would have known. Molly would have been another lost cow on a list pinned to a board. I realized then that being a ranger wasn't about hiking trails or logging trees or keeping tourists safe from bears. It was about watching, paying attention to the things that didn't fit. Because in the quietest places, the worst things can happen. When I finally turned to leave, I saw the small indentation in the dirt where she'd lain. A faint imprint of her body still visible in the grass. The smell of earth and manure hung faintly in the air. I stood there until the sun sank below the horizon, then walked back toward the truck, the forest closing in around me. The drive back was slow and silent. The woods looked different now, darker somehow. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I half expected to see something moving. My dad worked in forestry most of his life. He wasn't one to exaggerate or make things up. He was quiet, serious, and the kind of man who spoke only when something needed to be said. He had seen plenty in those woods, illegal hunting camps, burnt-out trucks, even a body once. But there was one story he told that stuck with me more than any of the others. It happened sometime in the late 90s, deep in a part of the forest that hardly anyone visited anymore. I remember the way his tone changed when he told it, how his eyes would go distant like he was back there again, smelling the smoke, hearing the gunfire, running for his life. He said it started on a warm day in early fall, the kind of day where the air felt dry and the leaves had just begun to change. The fire watch tower had gotten a report of possible smoke a few miles off the logging road near the old firebreak line. Sometimes that meant a small brush fire, sometimes just a campfire someone forgot to put out. Other times, it meant someone was trying to get rid of something they shouldn't have had in the first place. He'd seen all kinds of things burned out there, junk cars, stolen ATVs, even a few meth labs that went wrong. He headed out that morning with another guy from the department named Carl. They took one of the old green forestry trucks, the kind that rattled on every bump, and started the long drive down into the deeper part of the woods. It took nearly 2 hours just to get to the trailhead, bouncing over roots and rocks, the smell of dust thick through the open windows. They passed no one on the way, no campers, no hunters, no tire tracks except their own. That stretch of forest was forgotten land. When they got close to where the smoke had been reported, my dad noticed it right away. A thin gray line rising above the trees, faint but steady. It wasn't a forest fire, though. Too narrow, too concentrated. He thought maybe someone had lit a pile of brush or garbage. The smell was sharp, chemical, mixed with burning rubber. As they got closer, he could hear the faint crackling and popping from the heat. They parked the truck a few hundred feet away and walked the rest of the distance, careful through the undergrowth. The ground there was soft, covered with pine needles that muffled their steps. He remembered the sound of flies, too, already buzzing thickly in the air even before they reached the clearing. When he finally saw the source, his stomach dropped. A car was on fire in the middle of a narrow clearing. It looked like an old sedan, maybe late 80s model, stripped of paint in some places, windows shattered, doors warped from the heat. The fire wasn't raging. It was more like a heavy smolder, flames licking from inside the cabin where the seats used to be. Thick black smoke rolled upward, slow and greasy. My dad's first thought was that maybe there'd been an accident. It wasn't uncommon for stolen cars to be dumped out there and burned for insurance scams, but he always had to check. He couldn't just assume no one was inside. He said he stepped closer, squinting through the smoke to look inside. The smell was awful. Rubber, fuel, oil, and something he couldn't quite name. Something sour and metallic that made his throat tighten. He crouched low to peek through one of the broken windows, shielding his face with his arm from the heat. That's when he heard a sharp cracking sound, different from the fire, different from the popping of metal. A rifle shot. The sound echoed across the clearing and tore through the air so fast it barely registered at first. The dirt next to his boot jumped, and he realized someone was shooting at him. He didn't stop to look. Instinct took over. He dropped low and ran back toward the trees, stumbling through the brush, heart slamming so hard he could barely breathe. He didn't see who it was, didn't see where the shots were coming from, only that they were close enough that the whine of the bullets passed his ears. He said he ran until he reached the truck. Carl was standing near the back, confused, holding his radio like he was about to call something in. My dad didn't stop running, he just waved him down, motioned for him to get in. Carl shouted something at him, probably asking what was wrong, but my dad didn't answer. He just kept running. His body was still in flight mode, lungs burning, legs moving without thought. When Carl saw his face, he didn't ask again. He ran to the truck, slammed the door, and they drove off fast, bouncing over the ruts and rocks, the sound of gravel clattering under the tires. My dad said he half expected to see headlights behind them, someone chasing, but the forest stayed quiet except for the sound of the engine. When they finally stopped a few miles down the road, both of them sat there in silence, catching their breath, the smell of burnt rubber still clinging to their clothes. They didn't go back. Not that day, anyway. The Forest Service and Sheriff's Department handled it later. By the time a proper team got there, the car had burned down to almost nothing but twisted metal. No sign of anyone around, no footprints worth following, no shell casings found. Just another abandoned car in the middle of nowhere. They filed it as unresolved, one of many like it. But my dad said he knew what it really was. Not a random fire, not an accident. Someone had been trying to destroy something, maybe insurance fraud, maybe something darker, and they didn't want to be found doing it. That wasn't the only time he came across things like that. Working forestry meant spending most of your life where no one else wanted to go, places that weren't on maps anymore, where dirt roads turned to mud and then disappeared into trees. He found plenty of signs of people using the woods for things they shouldn't. Burned cars, sometimes more than one, in the same stretch of road. You could tell which ones were for insurance scams by how cleanly they were stripped. No plates, no personal stuff left inside, no smell of bodies or panic. Just empty shells burned to claim the loss. Other times it was rougher. He'd find old barrels and copper tubing, signs of moonshine setups tucked down by creeks. He said he could always tell when something was wrong before he saw it. The woods would go too quiet. No birds, no insects. Just the low hum of wind through the branches, the kind of silence that made your neck feel cold even in the sun. There was one time he came up on a clearing where the trees had been cut in a rough circle. There were about 4 cars there, all burned out, like someone had been using the place for years to dump and torch vehicles. Some of the ground was still black from older fires. He said he didn't stick around to check for anything else. When people went to that much trouble, it was better not to know what they were hiding. He told me once about following a trail that ended at a small shack near a stream. He thought it was maybe an old trapper's cabin at first, but when he looked closer, he saw that the windows were blacked out from the inside. There were empty bottles and cans stacked against the walls, and the faint smell of mash and smoke. It was a moonshine operation, small but active. He turned around and left without touching anything. Later, when the sheriff's department went to check, it was already gone. Whoever had been there must have packed up fast, but that day with the burning car, that was different. He said it never really left him. The sound of those shots, the sight of that smoke twisting up into the still air. He didn't tell many people about it because he knew it would just become another story people didn't believe. But every time he went back to that part of the forest, Even years later, he felt the same uneasy feeling, like the trees themselves remembered it. When he retired, he showed me the general area on an old forestry map. Just a rough mark near a bend in an unmarked road. He said, "If you ever go out there, you'll know the place when you reach it." The ground's still black in spots, he said, and nothing grows right there anymore. He'd gone back once, years after it happened, and found a new car burned in the same clearing. Different make, same story. Still no sign of anyone ever being caught. He said he didn't believe it was coincidence. People use those woods for hiding things, for crimes, for secrets, for whatever they didn't want to be found. The forest was wide enough to swallow anything if you went deep enough. Even after he quit the job, he'd sometimes take drives out there on his own. Old habit, I guess. Checking gates, making sure no one was dumping waste or tearing down signs. He said the silence never bothered him before, but after that day it always did. He told me the scariest part wasn't the gunfire. It wasn't even the idea that he could have died out there and no one would have found him for days. The worst part was realizing that some of the most dangerous things in the forest weren't animals or accidents. They were people. People who treated those woods like their own dumping ground for whatever wrong they'd done. When I think about that story now, it always sticks with me how calm he sounded when he told it. Not shaken, not dramatic, just matter of fact, like he had accepted long ago that the woods held both beauty and danger. And sometimes you couldn't tell the difference until it was too late. He never found out who shot at him, and he never tried to. He said it wasn't his job to chase ghosts, especially the kind that carried rifles. The forest took care of its own secrets, and he was fine letting it. Years later, I drove that same road once just to see. The forest had grown thicker, the old tracks nearly swallowed by grass and saplings. I found the clearing he had marked. The ground was still darker than the rest, and I swear I could still smell faint smoke in the air even though nothing burned there anymore. I stood for a while just listening to the silence. The trees creaked in the wind. I remember that morning like it happened yesterday. The air was still cold enough to sting the nose, and the forest felt empty in that strange way it sometimes does early in the day. Before people start showing up, before the sound of boots on gravel or the crunch of tires on dirt roads, I had pulled into the small gravel parking lot at the start of a trail I'd been meaning to hike for weeks. It was one of those remote trailheads, no ranger station nearby, just a couple of weathered signs about bears, and a single wooden hut off to the side that served as a restroom. The restroom stood a little apart from the lot, under some pines that leaned forward as if they were tired of standing. The wooden walls were faded gray, and the small vent holes up top were surrounded by wasp nests. It was the kind of place that already put you a little on edge, but I had stopped there countless times before at other trailheads. I figured I'd use it before starting the hike since it would be a long loop, maybe 6 or 7 hours total. The closer I got to the hut, the stronger the smell hit me. It was normal for those types of restrooms to have a bad odor, but this was different. It had this thick, metallic bite to it, a smell that stuck in your throat. I remember thinking maybe something had died near the vent, or that the heat had built up inside overnight. I hesitated for a moment, my hand halfway to the door handle. The metal latch was rusted and cool under my fingers. I went to pull it, but before I even had the chance, the door burst outward like someone had pushed it from the inside. It slammed against the wooden frame with a hollow thud, and a girl came rushing out. She was young, maybe late teens, early 20s, wearing an oversized hoodie and shorts. Her left leg dragged behind her in this awkward jerking motion, like it didn't quite work right. Her head was tilted down, hair covering most of her face. She didn't look at me, didn't say a thing, just limped fast across the gravel and into the trees on the far side of the lot. I froze for a moment, unsure what I'd just seen. She wasn't bleeding, at least not that I could tell, and yet there was something wrong about the way she moved, something frantic and weak at the same time. When she disappeared into the tree line, I turned back toward the restroom, still confused. That smell was thicker now, like warm rust and rot. I pushed the door open the rest of the way. The sight inside made my knees almost give out. Every surface, the floor, The walls, even the ceiling, was covered in a mix of blood, feces, and urine. It looked like someone had taken buckets of it and thrown it in every direction. The toilet hole, one of those deep vault-style pits, was dark and half hidden under smeared red-brown stains. Blood had pooled on the floor in a way that only happens after heavy loss. It was drying along the cracks of the concrete, clotted thickly in spots, thin and watery in others. There were streaks, too, hand-sized smears like someone had been crawling or dragging themselves. The smell was unbearable, metallic, sour, and mixed with human waste in a way that made it feel alive. I stumbled backward, gagging, trying to keep from vomiting. The air inside was heavy, humid from the fluids, and I could hear faint flies buzzing somewhere near the vent. My brain couldn't make sense of it. There was no sign of a struggle, no torn fabric, no dropped belongings, just the mess. The girl who came out, she had to have seen it. She'd have to have stepped through it. But when I replayed the image of her in my head, she looked almost clean. I didn't remember seeing a single stain on her clothes. I backed up several steps and bent forward, trying to breathe through my mouth. The world around me felt smaller, quieter. Even the birds that had been chirping earlier were silent now. It was like the forest itself was waiting. I reached my car, opened the door, and just sat there with my heart pounding. I knew I needed to report it, but for a few seconds I couldn't move. The thought of going back toward that hut made my stomach twist. After a minute, I started the car and drove toward the ranger station that was maybe 15 minutes away. The drive felt longer, every bend of the road replaying that girl's limp and the sight inside that restroom in my head. When I arrived, I told the first ranger I saw what had happened, that I'd found the hut covered in blood and that a girl had come out right before I went in. The ranger's expression shifted instantly from casual to serious. They asked for the location, then told me to wait while they contacted others. I stayed outside, sitting on a bench by the lot, listening to the radio chatter through the open office door. 2 trucks pulled out within minutes. I stayed there for a while, staring at the mountains, trying to calm down. The more I thought about the scene, the less sense it made. The girl hadn't looked hurt, not visibly. If that much blood came from her, she'd be unconscious or worse. But what if it wasn't hers? Later, when a ranger came back, he told me they were going to search for her along the nearby trails. He didn't say much else, only that I'd done the right thing by reporting it. I left my number and drove home. But I couldn't stop thinking about that deep pit toilet. How it stretched into darkness, and how easy it would be to hide something down there. That night, I lay awake replaying everything in my head. Her limp, her clean clothes, the smell, the way the blood had spattered, not in random spots, but up and along the walls like something violent had happened. I told myself maybe she'd gotten hurt and panicked. Maybe she'd gone there to clean herself. Maybe it wasn't as bad as it looked. But those explanations didn't hold up. 2 days later, I called the ranger station to check if they'd found anything. The ranger on the line said the area was closed off for investigation, and that was it. No details, no confirmation. I checked local news outlets for any mention of it, but there was nothing. No missing person reports that matched a girl with a limp. No stories about a crime in the park. Nothing. It was like it had been quietly buried. I tried to forget about it, but it stuck in my head. Weeks passed, and sometimes when I closed my eyes, I could see that door flying open again. I'd smell the thick air inside that hut, see the streaks running down the wall. It was the kind of image that doesn't fade with time. Months later, during fall, I went back to that same park for a different hike. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to stop by that same trailhead. The road leading to it was open again. The restroom hut was still there, but it looked like it had been scrubbed, maybe even repainted. There was a faint chemical smell in the air. A new sign was posted out front about keeping facilities clean and reporting vandalism. I stood there for a while, staring at that door. My stomach turned just looking at it. I couldn't help but wonder if anyone ever figured out what really happened. Maybe the girl had hurt herself and didn't want to be found. Maybe something far worse had gone on. I walked around the side of the building, and that's when I noticed something strange. Behind the restroom, about 20 feet back into the brush, was a patch of disturbed ground. The soil looked like it had been turned over months ago and then settled again. There was a faint dip, maybe where rainwater had eroded part of it. It could have been from maintenance work, but something about it didn't feel right. It was directly behind where the toilet pit would be underground. For a long time, I just stood there, staring at that patch of dirt. The forest was quiet, but I could hear faint buzzing again, flies somewhere nearby, the same sound I remembered from before. I felt this cold unease crawl up my spine, the same one I felt that day when the girl limped past me. I realized how easily something could disappear out there. How something, or someone, could vanish without a trace in a place where nature reclaims everything fast. I never went back to that park again. I deleted the photos I took that day before the hike, even though none showed anything important. It just felt wrong to have them. Sometimes I still dream about that girl, her face hidden, her limp, the way she moved like she was trying to escape something unseen. And in those dreams, I'm always standing in front of that door again. The smell is there, the silence, the same feeling of being completely alone in a place that shouldn't feel that empty. I never open the door in those dreams anymore. I know what's behind it. Years later, I found an old post online from a hiking forum about that same park. Someone mentioned that one of the pit toilets had been closed for plumbing work and hazardous waste cleanup. No one said what the hazard was. Another user commented that it had been shut down after a disturbance involving biological material. That was it. Just a few vague words that didn't explain anything. I stared at those comments for a long time, wondering if that was the same restroom. I never found any record of the girl, no missing report, no follow-up investigation. But I still think about her. About how she looked clean when she came out of that place. Too clean, like she'd already finished what she came there to do. And sometimes, when I drive past remote parks or trailheads, I see those same little restroom huts standing alone under the trees. And I think about how easy it would be to hide something in one of them. How the smell would cover almost anything. How, unless someone happened to show up at the exact wrong moment, nobody would ever know. That thought has stayed with me ever since. That she didn't just walk away from something terrible. She left it behind, buried somewhere beneath that dark, endless pit that goes down farther than you can see. I grew up in the mountains of northern Arizona, and the woods around Flagstaff always felt like a second home to me. My parents owned a small cabin not too far from Doney Park, and I spent more time outside than inside. The air was dry, the pine needles thick across the ground, and the nights were colder than most people expected for Arizona. When I was 16 or 17, I thought I knew those forests better than anyone. I thought I understood every sound the trees could make, every rustle in the brush, every shape in the dark. But one night out there made me realize how wrong I was. It was late, maybe close to midnight, when me and 3 of my friends decided to go deeper into the forest than we'd ever gone before. We had this habit of driving out into the woods to smoke and hang out, just to get away from people. We usually stayed near familiar trails, the kind we could navigate back from even in the dark. But that night we wanted to find someplace new, someplace quiet, untouched, far from headlights or noise. We packed a small cooler, a few lighters, and some weed, then piled into my friend's car. The air was cold enough that you could see your breath when you talked, and the smell of pine and dirt filled the truck as we rolled the windows down for the drive. We drove east, way past where we usually stopped. The dirt road twisted and narrowed, and the headlights carved through walls of trees that seemed to grow taller the deeper we went. The branches formed a dark tunnel overhead, and the sky disappeared behind them. The only sound was the hum of the tires and the occasional crunch of rocks under the car. Every once in a while, one of us would glance at the map app on a dying phone, watching the blue dot drift farther from any labeled roads. By the time we found a clearing that looked good enough to stop in, we were at least 10 miles out from Doney Park, maybe more. The clearing was small, surrounded on all sides by thick pine and tall grass that reached my knees. There was no sound of cars, no wind, no lights, just the still, heavy air of the woods at night. We parked in the center and left the headlights on for a bit while we gathered wood for a fire. It took a few minutes to get it going, and when the flames finally caught, they threw long orange shadows across the trees. We sat in a loose circle, passing the pipe, listening to the fire pop and the night settle in around us. It was quiet in that way that makes you start to notice your own heartbeat. Two of my friends, Josh and Aaron, got up after a while and wandered off a little ways to take a leak. They had their flashlights, but they didn't go far enough for us to lose sight of them completely. Me and the other friend, Luke, stayed by the car. We just sat there, leaning against the hood, watching the flames flicker. The firelight danced across the windshield, reflecting our faces in quick flashes. I remember thinking how empty it felt out there, like the forest had swallowed up the world beyond that small clearing. Then, somewhere behind us, we heard it. It started as a few sharp cracks, like someone stepping on thick branches. Then it built into something heavier, deeper, as if something big was moving through the brush. The sound wasn't steady. It came in bursts, echoing in strange directions, bouncing off the trees. At first I thought it was an elk or maybe a bear, but the sound was too erratic, too sharp. It had this weird rhythm to it, like it wasn't moving naturally. Then came the crackling, an almost electric clicking noise that I can still hear in my head to this day. It didn't sound like anything I'd ever heard in the woods before. It was mechanical, almost artificial, but somehow alive. The sound cut through the air so cleanly that it made the back of my neck prickle. Luke looked at me, wide-eyed, both of us frozen. For a few seconds, neither of us moved. The sound grew louder, closer, like whatever was making it was circling us. I remember feeling that first shot of pure panic, that cold rush that starts in your chest and shoots down your spine. Then Josh and Aaron came running out of the dark, eyes wide, scrambling to get back to the car. The look on their faces was enough. We didn't need to ask anything. They jumped in, slammed the doors, and before I even realized it, Luke was in the driver's seat, throwing it into gear. The tires spun in the dirt, kicking up dust as we tore out of that clearing. The branches on either side whipped against the sides of the car as we sped down the narrow trail. The headlights flashed across tree trunks that looked closer and closer with each turn. We were hitting 50, maybe 60, and I could still hear that sound. The crackling, the snapping of wood, like something was keeping pace with us in the dark. I swear it wasn't an echo. It was moving, crashing through trees as if it was right alongside us. Every time we slowed down even a little, the sound grew sharper, closer. No one said a word. I could feel the car shudder with every bump in the dirt road, my hands gripping the seat, my heart pounding so hard it made my chest ache. My stomach felt like it was tied in knots, my throat dry. I remember watching the tree line blur past the window and thinking we weren't going to make it out. The road twisted too fast and the forest felt endless. For miles all we could see were trees and darkness. Then, suddenly, the forest began to thin. The dirt turned to gravel, and the road widened. The headlights caught the reflective sign for the main road ahead. That was the moment we knew we were out. Luke didn't stop driving until we hit the asphalt. He kept going for miles before slowing down, and even then, no one wanted to look behind us. We pulled off near a small gas station on the edge of town and sat there for a long time, none of us wanting to get out of the car. That night, I couldn't sleep. Even hours later, when I got home, I could still hear that sound in my head, the strange broken clicking, the snapping of wood. It didn't fade like normal sounds do. It stayed sharp, as if it was waiting just outside the window. The next morning, when the sun came up, I told myself it had to be an animal. It had to be. There was no other explanation that made sense. But when I tried to look up what animals made noises like that, nothing matched. I listened to elk bugles, mountain lions, bears, even recordings of coyotes echoing through the canyon. None of it came close. For years I kept trying to make sense of it. I'd go back into those woods during the day, retracing some of the same trails we used to take, trying to figure out where we'd been that night. But the forest changes fast. Trees fall, new paths open, old ones disappear under brush. I never found that exact clearing again. It was like it had vanished into the trees. Over the years, I've talked to a lot of people about it. Some said it must have been a big animal, something injured maybe, making strange noises. Others had different answers, locals and old-timers who told stories about things in those woods that weren't supposed to be there. They'd mentioned strange lights, voices, drums at night, even figures watching from the trees. I don't buy into supernatural stuff, but I can't deny what I heard. It was real. Every one of us heard it. It wasn't the only time something strange happened either. A couple of years later, I was with a different group of friends, parked near a different trailhead not far from the San Francisco peaks. We'd stopped to rest after hiking. The sun had gone down and the forest was dead quiet. Then out of nowhere, we started hearing drums. Just slow, hollow thumps at first, like someone was hitting a big wooden log far away. We thought it might be campers, but there was no light, no glow of a fire, nothing. The sound would stop for a few minutes, then start again, louder, closer. The gaps between beats got shorter, the noise growing heavier, deeper. Eventually, there was one loud bang, like it came from right in front of us, and then nothing. The woods went completely silent again. We left right after that. What makes it worse is that I was never alone during any of these times. Every single person I was with remembers it exactly the same. The sound of the crackling that night, the heavy thud of the drums later. It wasn't just me. We all heard it. We all felt it. Even now at 28, I still think about that night deep in the woods past Doney Park. Sometimes when I drive through that area, I'll look toward the tree line and try to see where we might have gone in, but it's impossible to tell. The forest is endless out there, dense, dark, quiet. It swallows up everything, even the things you think you remember clearly. People always try to give me explanations. They say maybe it was an animal, maybe a tree falling, or even someone messing with us. I've tried to accept that, but there's something about that sound that doesn't fit anywhere. It wasn't just noise, it had intent. It followed. It got closer when we moved. It stopped when we stopped. It felt like something aware of us, something that knew exactly how to make us leave. To this day, I can't explain it. I've hiked all over Arizona since then, Sedona, Prescott, the Rim, and nothing's ever felt like that forest near Doney Park at night. There's a heaviness out there, a kind of silence that presses against your ears and makes every small sound feel too close. I still camp sometimes, but I don't stay deep in the woods anymore. I keep to marked trails, open fields, places where I can see the horizon. Because no matter how many years pass, I can't shake that memory of being out there, trapped in that clearing with the firelight fading, the trees crowding in, and that impossible sound breaking the night wide open. The forest has a way of keeping secrets. That night, I think we brushed up against one of them. Something it didn't want us to see. Something that's still out there, waiting in the dark, just beyond the LA. I had been a park ranger for over 7 years, and I thought I had seen just about everything the wilderness could throw at a person. Bears, rattlesnakes, unexpected storms, and even the odd lost hiker who'd wandered miles off the trail in the dark. But nothing in my career had prepared me for the week I spent alone patrolling the western boundary of the park, a stretch of forest so dense and remote that even satellite maps made it look like a solid mass of green. The isolation was complete, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves, the distant cry of a hawk, or the rhythmic sound of my own boots against the forest floor. It started on a Monday morning. I had parked the ranger truck at the trailhead just past the last paved road and began the hike on foot with a full pack. Radio, first aid kit, survival gear, food, water, and a rifle. I knew this area well enough to navigate without GPS, but the terrain was unforgiving. The trees were thick, the undergrowth tangled, and the ground uneven with hidden roots and fallen branches. The further I walked, the more the sounds of the outside world faded, replaced by an almost suffocating silence that seemed to hang heavy in the air. It wasn't eerie at first, just normal wilderness solitude, but by the third hour, it had become almost tangible. By midday, I reached a small creek that I often used as a reference point on my patrols. The water was cold and clear, trickling over rocks with the soft gurgle of moving water. I knelt to refill my bottle and noticed deep footprints along the muddy bank. At first I thought they were deer prints. They were large, roughly the size of a human boot, but oddly elongated. I checked the pattern, trying to identify the stride, and realized the prints weren't consistent. They sometimes doubled back, crossed over themselves, and ran straight into areas where the soil was too soft to hold a clear impression. My stomach sank a little, but I reminded myself it could be a hunter, someone off trail, or even a bear dragging its paws strangely. I marked the location on my map, thinking I would come back to investigate later. The sun was beginning to dip toward the west when I reached a small clearing. This was one of the few areas in this part of the forest where the trees thinned enough to make a campsite viable. I set up my small tent, making sure it was tucked into the undergrowth to avoid being easily seen from a distance. The air was cooling fast and the forest sounds had changed. The chirping of birds had quieted, replaced by the occasional snap of a twig and the rustle of small animals moving through the brush. I cooked a small meal over my portable stove and sat quietly, listening, feeling the weight of isolation settle in my chest. By nightfall I was exhausted, but sleep didn't come easy. Every time a branch cracked or a distant animal howled, I jolted awake. I kept telling myself it was just the forest, but an instinctive tension had set in that I couldn't shake. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of something moving near the edge of the clearing. My flashlight revealed nothing at first, just shadows cast by the moonlight filtering through the trees. Then I noticed a figure, or at least something tall and human-shaped, standing perfectly still near the tree line. My heart hammered in my chest. I reached for my rifle, crouched low in the tent, and watched. The figure didn't move, didn't shift. Then it stepped closer, and I saw it clearly. A man, dirty, wearing tattered clothes, eyes reflecting the light of my flashlight. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't a lost hiker. This was someone who hadn't been seen in the park for years, or perhaps someone who had been living out here, hidden. I clicked my radio mic to call for backup, but there was no signal. My truck's location was too far. I was alone. The man stayed on the edge of the clearing for almost an hour, just watching. I stayed perfectly still, pretending to be asleep, trying not to breathe too loudly. Then, as suddenly as he appeared, he vanished into the trees. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When dawn came, I left the tent packed but moved quietly through the forest, trying to follow the prints the man had left. They were faint, broken, inconsistent, as if he had disappeared into the terrain itself. I didn't find him, but I did find remnants of what looked like makeshift shelters, branches bent and tied, leaves arranged to form rudimentary walls, scraps of cloth. Whoever this was, they had been here a long time, surviving off the land. Over the next few days, I patrolled more methodically, checking every stream, hollow, and ridge. I found more signs, discarded cans with rusted labels, footprints with strange gashes across the soil, and occasionally, I'd hear whispers of movement in the distance. Nothing that could be attributed to wildlife. One afternoon, I climbed a ridge to get a view of the valley below and saw something that made me stop dead. A small figure moving in the clearing below, hunched and carrying a crude spear. I watched for 10 minutes before it ducked behind a fallen log. My instincts screamed at me to retreat, but I had to document this. I took photographs and made detailed notes, careful not to leave any trace of my presence. Whoever this person was, they were aware of every sound, every movement, and I was walking right into their territory. By the 5th day, the isolation and tension had taken a toll. My water supply was low, and the nearest creek was several miles back. I had decided to move westward along an old logging trail I knew would eventually meet the main park road. That morning, I packed my gear and started walking, following the faint path. I noticed broken branches, footprints, and even crude traps set along the trail, wire loops and pits covered with leaves. It became increasingly clear that this person was not just surviving. They were actively patrolling their own domain, aware of intruders, and capable of setting deadly traps without leaving obvious evidence. My anxiety grew with each step. Late in the afternoon, I stumbled across a small wooden structure partially hidden in the trees. It looked like it had been built to serve as a lookout, maybe a foot or two off the ground, with a ladder of sorts leading up. There were symbols etched into the wood, scratches that looked like tally marks, though their purpose was unclear. Inside, I found more evidence of a long-term resident, empty cans, scraps of cloth, a small fire pit with cold ashes, and a tattered notebook. I picked up the notebook carefully, flipping through pages filled with scrawled entries. They were difficult to read, but I recognized some details. The author wrote about avoiding authorities, hunting small animals, and staying hidden. Every line conveyed paranoia, isolation, and an intimate knowledge of the forest. It hit me then. The person I had seen wasn't just lost. They had deliberately vanished into this forest, surviving off the land for months, maybe years, and anyone who stumbled into their territory was in danger. As night approached, I realized I had two choices: continue through the forest, risking confrontation, or climb back to the ridge I had seen earlier and wait for backup. I chose the latter. I set up a temporary shelter high above the trail, keeping out of sight, and made a fire small enough to be almost invisible. I spent the night scanning the forest with my flashlight, but the figure never appeared. At first light, I packed my gear and carefully retraced my steps along the old logging trail, avoiding areas where I had seen traps. By mid-morning, I reached a more open section, a clearing where sunlight touched the ground, and the forest seemed less threatening. Then I finally saw it, footprints leading off the trail, disappearing into a dense thicket. I followed them cautiously and found myself looking at the edge of a small stream. There were footprints leading into the water, and then nothing. Whoever it was, they had crossed the stream and vanished. I didn't find the person again, but I did reach the main road by early afternoon. A passing ranger in a truck spotted me, and I waved frantically. I was exhausted, dehydrated, and tense beyond belief. I recounted everything I had seen in detail, handing over the photographs and notes. A search party was organized, but by the time they combed through the forest, there was no sign of the individual. They had vanished completely, leaving behind only the subtle scars on the landscape, the broken branches, the worn paths, the traps, and the hidden shelters. Weeks later, reports came in from hikers mentioning fleeting glimpses of someone watching from the tree line, moving with a strange, deliberate caution, always avoiding contact. I never learned the person's identity, their motives, or whether they were still in the forest, but the experience left a permanent mark on me. I understood then that the wilderness doesn't just harbor wildlife, it can harbor people as well. Some who live in the woods have adapted in ways that make them almost invisible, leaving no trace of their presence except subtle clues that only the observant can detect. I returned to that part of the park many times after, but I never walked alone. I learned to respect not just the forest itself, but the unseen human lives that can exist within it, silent, hidden, and sometimes deeply dangerous. Every time I hear the faint snap of a twig or see a shadow move unnaturally in the trees, my pulse quickens, because I know now that the forest can watch back, and that some people are better at hiding in it than I ever imagined possible. The forest never gives up its secrets easily, and some secrets I realized are better left undiscovered. I had been a park ranger for nearly 6 years, patrolling stretches of wilderness that most people didn't dare to venture into alone. The park I worked at was vast, hundreds of square miles of dense forests, rocky ridges, and deep winding rivers. It was the kind of place where cell signals vanished as soon as you left the main roads, and the only sounds at night were the wind through the trees, distant animal calls, and the occasional rush of water from hidden streams. On most days it was peaceful, almost comforting, but there was a weight to it, a sense that the woods held more than just wildlife. You never really knew what you'd stumble across. I was on a routine solo patrol one late September afternoon, starting at a small ranger station on the east side of the park. The air was crisp, with the faint smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. Fall was setting in, and the early frost had already started to whiten the ground in shaded areas. My job was to check on a series of backcountry trails that had been heavily trafficked over the summer, but were mostly abandoned as the cooler weather drove casual hikers away. Part of my responsibility included checking trail markers, making sure bridges over streams were intact, and ensuring there were no hazards like fallen trees blocking access. On this day, I was headed into a particularly remote section, a trail that wound through a canyon with steep rock faces on one side and dense forest on the other. It was the kind of terrain where accidents could happen easily and help would be hours away. The hike started normally. My boots crunched on the dry leaves, and I noted broken branches and signs of deer activity along the trail. Around mid-afternoon, I reached a clearing where an old ranger lookout tower once stood. It had been abandoned for decades, the wooden supports rotting and splintered. I made a note in my log about the decay and moved on, following the trail as it climbed steadily toward a ridge. The forest grew denser, the shadows stretching long as the sun sank lower. I kept my eyes on the trail, checking my compass and GPS every few minutes. The isolation was familiar, almost calming, until I noticed something strange. There were footprints. At first I thought they were from hikers, maybe someone trying to make it up the ridge, but as I followed them, I realized they weren't recent. The soil was dry, and the footprints had been partially eroded by wind and falling leaves. But something about them made me pause. They were human-sized, but oddly spaced, the gait uneven, almost dragging. My gut tightened. I had seen my share of backcountry travelers who got lost or panicked, but these tracks didn't look like a lost hiker. They looked like someone was moving cautiously, deliberately. I made a mental note to alert the other rangers in the station, but I didn't feel immediately threatened. The park had a few cases over the years of people living off the grid, avoiding authorities entirely. Most were harmless, just trying to disappear into the woods. I continued up the ridge. The trail narrowed, flanked by steep drop-offs on one side and dense underbrush on the other. The wind picked up, whistling through the trees and rattling loose branches. I checked my watch. Late afternoon, but the sun was already low enough that shadows stretched like long fingers across the trail. That's when I heard it, a faint snapping of branches, like someone moving just off the path. I froze. I scanned the surrounding forest, every muscle tense, but there was nothing. No figure, no movement beyond the usual sway of the trees. I waited, listening. The snapping stopped. Then, after a long pause, it came again, slightly closer. I told myself it was probably deer or another animal, but instinct had me on edge. I reached for my radio, but there was no signal. I cursed under my breath, classic for this part of the park. I moved cautiously, gripping the strap of my pack and keeping my eyes on the shadows. Every now and then I thought I caught a glimpse of movement between trees, but whenever I looked directly, it vanished. My heart started to pound as I approached a narrow gorge where the trail dipped sharply. Rocks jutted out along the slope, and the forest on either side was thick enough that you couldn't see more than 10 feet in. The feeling of being watched intensified. I tried to shake it off, reminding myself that the park was wild and strange noises were part of the job. I reached the bottom of the gorge and noticed something I shouldn't have. A small clearing where the ground had been recently disturbed. There were patches of bare earth, flattened grass, and what looked like remnants of a makeshift camp. I stepped closer and saw the signs, an old tarp, torn and weathered, some burned matches, and footprints around the area that matched the ones I had seen earlier. The prints led off into the forest, deeper into unmarked territory. My pulse raced. People had been here, living rough, maybe watching the trail. My ranger training kicked in. I made a mental note of the GPS coordinates and the condition of the site. Whoever had been here had left recently. The ground was soft, the prints not yet hardened by frost. I continued cautiously, circling the clearing to avoid leaving obvious tracks. As I climbed out of the gorge, the sun dropped below the ridgeline, and shadows swallowed the trail. The forest became silent in a heavy, oppressive way. Normally, the woods at dusk are full of small animal sounds, birds, insects, the rustle of small mammals, but now it was eerily quiet. I stopped several times, scanning the tree line, my flashlight cutting through the darkening undergrowth. That's when I noticed something else, a set of eyes reflecting faintly in the beam. Not high in a tree, but low, close to the forest floor, watching me. I froze. The eyes didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. I felt my stomach drop. Human animal? Too still for a deer, too low and deliberate for a bear. I stepped back slowly, trying to keep my weight even, and the eyes vanished. I didn't run, but I moved faster, adrenaline fueling my muscles. My flashlight bobbed as I ascended the trail, the crunch of leaves beneath my boots suddenly deafening. Then I heard it, low, deliberate snapping from behind me. Not random, slow, steady. Someone or something was following. My mind raced through scenarios. Lost hiker, squatter, criminal, nothing friendly. I reached the top of the ridge where the trail leveled out. From there, I had a line of sight to a secondary trail that led to a maintenance road. I needed to reach it before dark, but the terrain was rough, uneven, and I had no idea how close whoever or whatever was behind me had gotten. I increased my pace, forcing my legs to move faster despite the weight of my pack. The snapping followed, synchronized with my steps, always just behind. I didn't look back. Instinct told me it was better to focus forward. Finally, after what felt like hours but was only 20 minutes, I reached the maintenance road. It was narrow, overgrown, and completely isolated, but it meant I could eventually reach the main ranger station. I paused, scanning the road, and tried my radio again. Signal. Weak, but there. I called in my location and situation, giving precise coordinates and explaining the signs I'd found and the possibility of someone following me. The dispatcher told me another ranger would meet me within 30 minutes, and I moved along the road cautiously, sticking close to the tree line. Every crack of a branch or rustle in the brush made my pulse spike. I stayed alert the whole way, my senses honed to every sound, shadow, and movement. The sun finally set, plunging the forest into darkness. My flashlight beam swung across trees and brush, revealing nothing but rocks, roots, and leaves. I heard the snap of a branch behind me again, distant this time, and then silence. I didn't dare stop moving until headlights appeared in the distance. Another ranger had arrived, exactly on schedule. I waved frantically, relief flooding me in waves. As they pulled up and we met, I described what I had seen, the disturbed camp and the tracks. My colleague listened carefully, taking notes, and promised we would return to investigate the area in daylight. By the time I got back to the station, I was exhausted, my hands raw from gripping the flashlight, and my body tense from hours of high-alert movement. We filed a detailed report and decided to investigate the area the next morning with a team. In daylight, the scene was stark and telling. The disturbed clearing contained more footprints, evidence of someone living rough in the park for weeks, possibly months. We found discarded food wrappers, a few tattered clothes, and a makeshift shelter partially hidden in the undergrowth. No one was there, and there had been no trace of weapons, but it was clear someone had been watching the trails. Someone capable of moving silently and surviving off the land in harsh conditions. The tracks led deeper into unpatrolled forest, where even experienced rangers rarely went. The investigation revealed no signs of recent crime beyond the trespassing, but the lingering unease remained. The woods had swallowed the person, leaving only traces of their presence and the unsettling realization that someone had been following me, close enough to snap branches and vanish before I could see them. From then on, I patrolled that section of the park with a partner, never alone. The experience reminded me that the wilderness is not just beautiful, it can be quietly, relentlessly dangerous. Human or not, the park had its secrets, and some of them were all too real. I remember the day I first stepped into the park as a ranger like it was yesterday. The sun was barely above the horizon, spilling gold across the tops of the pine trees, and the air had that crisp, slightly damp smell that only early fall in the mountains can bring. I had been hired to cover a remote section of the park, miles from any main road, where hikers were sparse and cell service was non-existent. The park headquarters had warned me that the area had a history of lost hikers, abandoned camps, and a few mysterious disappearances, but nothing in the briefing prepared me for what I was about to encounter. My first week was routine. I hiked the trails daily, inspected the campsites, and checked the maintenance of the old ranger stations scattered across the backcountry. I loved the solitude. Most of the time I felt like I was the only person in the entire forest, but it was the kind of solitude that demands respect. The trees were dense, the trails narrow and winding, and the terrain could easily hide dangers, both natural and human. One afternoon, I received a report from a hiker who had left the marked trail near one of the streams and hadn't returned to their designated campsite. I grabbed my pack, checked my radio and GPS, and set out to find them. The sun was dropping low and the forest started to take on the shadows of early evening. As I moved further from the main trail, the sounds of the park, the birds, the wind through the trees, the rustle of small animals, became sharper and more isolated. I followed the hiker's tracks through a shallow creek bed, noticing footprints that weren't quite human. They were barefoot, but their stride was strange, uneven, almost dragging in parts. My gut told me I was getting close, and my training told me to stay cautious. The forest floor was littered with old leaves, and every step seemed louder than it should have been. I reached a small clearing, and there it was, a camp, abandoned but not old. A fire had burned recently, the smell of smoke still sharp in the air, and a few supplies were scattered across the ground, backpacks, a half-empty water bottle, and a torn jacket. I searched carefully, calling out softly as I moved, but no one answered. The area felt wrong in a way that I couldn't shake. I noticed fresh scratch marks on the nearby trees, deep and erratic, almost as if someone had clawed at them desperately. The longer I looked, the more unsettled I became. Then I saw the first signs of human negligence, discarded food, broken equipment, and footprints leading away from the clearing into the denser part of the forest. I followed the tracks, and the forest seemed to close in around me. Shadows grew longer, the underbrush thicker, and I had to push through brambles and low-hanging branches. Each step made me hyper-aware of the noises around me, the snap of a twig, a rustle that didn't match the wind, the distant howl of a coyote. Hours passed, and the light grew dimmer. My GPS signal was fading, likely due to the steep cliffs and heavy tree coverage. I realized I had no choice but to continue using visual cues, following the footprints as best as I could. I found the hiker eventually, but not in the way I expected. They were alive, but barely. The person had fallen down a steep incline, twisting their ankle badly and scraping themselves along the rocky slope. I helped them slowly to their feet, supporting them as we made the treacherous hike back toward a safer trail. It was exhausting. The forest was unforgiving, and the path was not marked. Every few steps I had to check for loose rocks, tangled roots, or hidden holes. It was getting dark, and I knew we couldn't make it back before nightfall. I decided to set up a temporary camp for the night. I built a small fire in a safe area, using dry wood and making sure the smoke would keep predators away. The hiker rested while I kept watch. That night, the forest was alive in ways I had never fully appreciated before. The calls of nocturnal animals, the shifting of branches under unseen weight, and the occasional distant shout, human or not, I couldn't tell, kept me alert. I realized that the forest had a rhythm of its own, one that required respect and constant awareness. The next day, I carried the hiker to a safer trail, where we met up with a park rescue team. It took hours to navigate the steep terrain, but eventually we reached the main road. The hiker was taken to the hospital, and I returned to the forest alone, reflecting on what had happened. The sense of isolation and danger had left a mark on me. The park was beautiful, but it was also ruthless. You could never underestimate it, and sometimes it didn't take much for a day in the woods to turn into a fight for survival. Over the next few months, I encountered more strange things, camps abandoned mid-use, hikers found wandering hours away from their planned routes, signs of animals behaving oddly, and evidence that some people in the backcountry were not who they appeared to be. I learned to trust my instincts more than anything else. When something felt wrong, it usually was. I learned to read the signs, the bent grass, the unusual noises, the marks on trees that didn't match any animal I knew. The most important lesson I learned as a ranger was that the forest doesn't forgive carelessness. It doesn't care about your schedule, your plans, or your intentions. The people who respected it, who understood its rhythms and dangers, survived. Those who underestimated it, no matter how experienced they thought they were, paid a price. And sometimes the danger wasn't from animals or weather. It was from the people who had no business being there, lost or desperate, leaving chaos in their wake. By the end of my first year in that section of the park, I had gained a kind of quiet respect from the other rangers. They knew I had navigated the worst of it without serious injury, without losing anyone, and without panic. I kept meticulous notes of every incident, every unusual finding, and every hazard. Those notes became a guide not just for me, but for every ranger who came after me. One day, while patrolling the northern ridge, I found an abandoned campsite unlike anything I had ever seen. It looked hastily deserted, but the tracks were fresh. I followed them for miles, careful not to disturb anything, and discovered a small network of makeshift shelters deep in the forest. People had been living there, off the grid, leaving almost no trace other than minimal trash and hidden paths. It was a sobering reminder of how humans could blend into the wilderness unnoticed, and how easily things could spiral out of control if someone went missing or got desperate. I reported the site, but by the time the authorities arrived, it was empty. That discovery reinforced what I already knew. The forest had its own rules, its own dangers, and its own inhabitants, both animal and human. Being a park ranger wasn't about heroics or dramatic rescues. It was about patience, observation, and respect for forces far larger than oneself. By the time my second year in that park ended, I had seen the forest in every light. From sunrise to moonlight, through rain, wind, and snow, I had helped lost hikers, documented dangerous wildlife, and navigated terrain that could easily kill the unprepared. And I had learned that fear in the wilderness wasn't a weakness. It was a tool. It kept you alert, careful, and alive. The park remains the same today, untouched in many ways, and just as beautiful as it ever was. I still think about those first months, the people I helped, and the situations that could have ended badly if I had been careless. The forest is not just a place to patrol. It's a living, breathing entity, full of danger and life. And understanding it is the difference between surviving and being swallowed by it. Every ranger who steps into the backcountry carries that lesson with them, and every hiker who wanders off the trail should too. Respect the wilderness because it doesn't wait for anyone. The memory of that first lost hiker, the scratch marks on the trees, the smell of smoke in an abandoned camp, and the endless expanse of trees stretching beyond sight will stay with me forever. It's a reminder that the forest is not just a park, not just a job. It's a test, a challenge, and sometimes a mirror of human vulnerability. And if you are willing to see it that way, to understand its rhythms, you can survive and even thrive. If you ignore it, even for a moment, you might never come back. I learned that the hard way, and I carry it with me every day I step into the wilderness. I remember the morning clearly, even though it has been years. I was still a young park ranger, barely a year out of training, assigned to one of the largest national parks in the country. The park itself was rugged and dense, a wilderness of towering pines, rocky ridges, and winding trails that twisted like veins through the forest. My shift started early, just as the sun began to push through the morning mist, leaving the ground damp and the air crisp with the scent of pine needles and wet earth. That day, I was tasked with checking a remote section of the park that rarely saw visitors. It was a stretch of trail that had been prone to erosion and falling trees, and part of my job was to make sure it was safe for hikers. I loaded my patrol pack with the usual essentials: first aid kit, a canteen filled with water, a few protein bars, a flashlight, and the maintenance tools I might need to clear debris. My truck rattled down the dirt road, and the engine noise was swallowed quickly by the dense forest. I parked at the trailhead and started on foot, boots sinking slightly into the soft, wet soil. At first, everything was quiet, almost eerily so. The only sounds were the occasional bird call and the rustle of leaves in the wind. As I walked deeper into the forest, I noticed signs that someone had been in this section recently. Broken branches, an abandoned campsite with a small fire pit still warm to the touch, and a few pieces of trash left behind. It was unusual because the park had strict regulations, and most campers were careful not to leave traces. I made a note to report it later. I followed the trail for several miles. The terrain was rough. Roots snaked across my path, rocks jutted up from the ground, and the slope became steeper. I climbed higher, the forest opening up to ridges that gave glimpses of the valley below. It was beautiful, almost breathtaking, and I felt a fleeting sense of peace. But as the day wore on, that sense of peace faded into unease. There was something about this section of the forest that felt off. The trees seemed unnaturally still, the usual wildlife absent. Even the wind felt muted, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. As I rounded a bend in the trail, I saw it. At first I thought it was a fallen tree, but then I realized it was something else entirely. A figure lying across the path, partially hidden in the shadows. My heart started racing. It was a human body, slumped and lifeless. I approached cautiously, scanning the area for any signs of danger. The body was a man, middle-aged, wearing clothes suitable for hiking. His backpack was open and supplies were scattered around him. There was no blood, no obvious sign of injury, but he was clearly dead. I called it in immediately over my radio, trying to keep my voice steady. The dispatcher instructed me to secure the scene and wait for backup. As I waited, I took stock of the surroundings. The forest around me was quiet, too quiet, and the man's gear suggested he had been traveling alone for several days. There were footprints, but they didn't seem to lead anywhere, and no other signs of struggle were visible. Hours passed before the team arrived. They took over the scene, and I watched as they examined the body and the campsite. Later, it was determined that the man had died of dehydration and exposure. He had become lost while trying to reach a remote campsite and had run out of water. The area was notorious for confusing trails and sudden changes in weather. What struck me most was the realization of how easily someone could vanish here. I had been walking the same trail and hadn't noticed him until I was nearly upon him. After that incident, I was assigned to patrol the area more frequently. Each time I returned, I noticed subtle changes. A piece of trash moved, footprints appearing where there shouldn't be any, faint sounds in the distance that disappeared when I tried to locate them. I started carrying extra water and emergency supplies for anyone I might find, always prepared for the worst. I learned to read the signs of the forest more carefully. The broken branches, the crushed grass, the subtle differences in the soil that hinted at human activity. One day, weeks later, I came across another campsite. This one more elaborate than the last. Someone had set up multiple tents with firewood gathered neatly nearby. There was food, clothing, and personal items scattered around, but no one was there. I searched the surrounding area, calling out, but there was no response. It was as if the campers had vanished into thin air. I reported it, and a search party scoured the area, but they found nothing. No footprints, no tracks, nothing that explained where the people had gone. That was when I realized the forest wasn't just dangerous because of natural hazards. It was dangerous because it could hide people, consume them, make them disappear. The deeper I went, the more I understood how unforgiving this wilderness could be. I started carrying a GPS, extra food, extra water, and always made sure someone knew my exact location. Every patrol became a careful balance of observation, intuition, and caution. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings. Every rustle, every shadow, every odd formation of rocks or logs. Months later, I was called to the northern section of the park after a hiker reported seeing someone wandering aimlessly, disoriented and dehydrated. I tracked the individual through thick brush and steep terrain, following broken branches and footprints until I found him sitting on a rock, barely conscious, clutching an empty water bottle. He had been hiking alone for days, lost and afraid. I guided him back slowly, keeping him calm and hydrated. That day, I understood fully why my job mattered, not just to protect the forest, but to protect the people who ventured into it without understanding its true nature. The incident changed me. I became more meticulous, more observant, and more respectful of the forest's quiet power. I learned to trust my instincts when something felt wrong, to follow the faintest signs of life, and to never underestimate the way this wilderness could swallow someone whole. Years later, I still patrol the park, and each time I see a lone hiker or a campsite, I remember the first body I found, the lost campers, and the hiker I saved. The forest is alive in its own way, and it does not forgive mistakes. It teaches you lessons, harsh and unrelenting, but they are lessons that can save lives if you pay attention. Even now, I prepare carefully before every patrol. I check my gear, my water supply, my maps, and my radio. I follow trails meticulously, mark dangerous areas, and report anything unusual. I have seen firsthand how quickly a person can go from safe to lost. how the forest can turn from peaceful to perilous in minutes. The park is still beautiful, but I see it with a respect born of experience. Every tree, every shadow, every rustle of leaves tells a story, and I have learned to listen. In the end, my job is about more than enforcement or maintenance. It is about survival, awareness, and understanding the delicate balance between humans and the wilderness. The park has claimed lives, and it will claim more if people are careless. But it also gives second chances, like the hiker I found, to those who are lucky and attentive enough. I continue to walk these trails carrying the lessons of the past with me, vigilant and cautious, aware that the forest watches, waits, and never forgets. It is a demanding and unforgiving place, but it is real, and that reality is both terrifying and humbling. This is why I remain a park ranger, patrolling the backcountry, observing, recording, and protecting. Every day I walk through the forest, I am reminded of the fragility of human life and the power of the wilderness. And every time I return safely from a patrol, I am grateful for the clarity and understanding it has given me, for the knowledge that I can help others navigate this unforgiving, beautiful, and haunting landscape. I remember the first day I walked into the park as a full-time ranger. It was early spring, and the air still held that sharp bite from the tail end of winter. Snow patches clung stubbornly to the shaded parts of the forest, while the sunny slopes had begun to thaw, sending streams of icy water down the hills. The smell of damp earth, wet pine, and decaying leaves filled my lungs, and I felt a strange mix of awe and unease. I'd grown up hiking and camping in wild areas, but being responsible for a large section of the wilderness brought a weight I hadn't fully understood until that morning. My patch of the park spanned nearly 30 miles, mostly dense woods with rocky ridges, deep gullies, and occasional abandoned logging roads. There were few visitors this early in the season, and that quiet, the kind that feels like it presses on your chest, was both beautiful and disconcerting. I spent the first few days walking every trail, checking old cabins left from decades of park maintenance, making sure signs were intact, and inspecting bridges over the streams. Each morning I packed my ranger bag, first aid kit, maps, compass, GPS, radio, water, and enough food for 2 days. I kept my rifle with me at all times, not for hunting, but for safety. The wildlife was active now. Bears, cougars, wolves, and the occasional wild boar. Most were distant and elusive, but seeing their tracks or listening to the calls in the distance made me aware of how small and fragile I was in this vast forest. On the 4th day, I decided to take a more remote section of the park, a region with very few marked trails. The old topographical maps indicated a network of logging paths that hadn't been maintained for decades. Some of them were barely distinguishable beneath layers of fallen leaves, broken branches, and moss. I loaded my pack heavier than usual, knowing I might not find a clear path back to the main ranger station for at least a couple of days. I felt a thrill at the thought of exploring such untouched land, but underneath it, there was that same nagging tension, an intuition that I needed to be alert. The hike began well. I moved slowly, scanning the forest floor, listening to the distant clatter of water rushing through creeks. My steps were careful, each footfall measured to avoid snapping twigs or startling any nearby animals. Around midday, I came across what looked like a small clearing, maybe 50 feet across, dotted with rocks and a few scattered pines. From the air it probably would have looked insignificant, but from the ground it had an odd shape, almost like it had been used recently. I saw several charred logs in the center, a fire that had burned long ago, but not so long ago that the blackened wood had fully returned to the forest. Strange, because there was no official campsite recorded here, and the park's rules prohibited fires outside designated areas. I circled the clearing slowly, checking for any other signs of human activity. Broken branches, footprints in soft mud, scraps of fabric caught on a bush. The footprints were small, possibly a woman's or a child's, but their depth suggested a heavy weight. I snapped a few photos, noting GPS coordinates in my journal. The forest felt quieter here, the usual bird calls absent, the wind strangely still. My instincts told me to leave, but something drew me further in. Curiosity mingled with that prickling unease. As I continued, I noticed more signs. Small piles of trash hidden under fallen logs. A few empty bottles, remnants of what looked like a campsite made for 1 or 2 people. There was a pattern to it, almost as if someone had been here repeatedly, moving slightly each time. The thought unsettled me. The forest was vast, but the presence of someone here, unseen, raised concerns. I checked my radio, no signal. GPS showed my location correctly, but I realized that if I got lost or if anything went wrong, I might be entirely on my own. By late afternoon, I reached a narrow valley. It was densely forested with a stream meandering through. The slope was steep, and I had to grip tree roots to avoid slipping. My heart rate was high, partly from exertion, partly from tension. That's when I noticed something moving ahead. At first I thought it was a deer or a wild boar, but the movement was deliberate, methodical, and it stopped when I made a sound. My pulse spiked. I ducked behind a tree, crouched low, and observed. Shadows shifted between the trees, large enough to be human. Whoever, or whatever, it was, they were avoiding me, moving with caution, but with clear purpose. I debated retreating, but I also felt the professional urge to document what I saw. I moved quietly along the stream, keeping cover, and followed the shadows at a distance. Eventually I came across a small shelter. Not a cabin, but a structure made from branches and tarps, camouflaged under layers of moss and leaves. There were remnants of food, a small container with water, and footprints leading deeper into the valley. Whoever was living here was careful, intelligent, and aware of their surroundings. I realized I might be walking into a trap, but I also couldn't turn back blindly. I took out my notebook and jotted down observations. Structure type, materials, signs of food, footprints. As night approached, the valley grew darker than I expected. The tree canopy was thick and the fading light barely penetrated. I decided to set up a temporary observation post on a large boulder that overlooked the shelter. From there, I could see without being seen. I stayed still for hours, listening. The sound of water running over rocks, the occasional snap of a branch, the soft whisper of wind through pine needles. Then I heard it, a low cough, deliberate, human. Someone was near the shelter, moving carefully. I kept my rifle ready, heart hammering. Whoever it was had not seen me yet. Suddenly a figure emerged from the darkness, carrying what looked like a large bag. It moved slowly, deliberately, aware of every sound. My pulse raced. I could see the outline of a man, maybe in his 40s, wearing clothes patched together, a rough mix of modern fabric and old canvas. His boots were thick, caked with mud, and he had a hunting knife sheathed on his hip. He stopped near the edge of the stream, crouched, and appeared to inspect something in the water. I could feel the tension building in my chest, every muscle tensed, ready for anything. Hours passed. The figure moved back toward the shelter, disappeared into the darkness. I stayed until the moon rose high, providing enough light to navigate, and then I decided to leave. I didn't want to confront him. I didn't know if he was armed beyond the knife, or if he had friends nearby. As I retraced my steps back through the dense forest, I kept thinking about the danger. Whoever he was, he had survived alone in the wild for a long time, and he was capable of evading anyone who came looking. When I finally reached the ranger station, I reported my findings. Coordinates, photos, sketches of the footprints, and details about the shelter. My supervisor was concerned, instructing me to avoid that area until more information could be gathered. Over the next week, park rangers did a careful survey of the valley. We found more signs, hidden caches of supplies, a rudimentary trap for small game, and evidence that the man had been living there for months, possibly years. It became clear he was not dangerous in a violent sense. He avoided contact, moved silently, but he was incredibly resourceful and could defend himself if cornered. We decided the best course of action was careful monitoring. I returned to the valley several times, always staying at a distance. The man remained elusive, but over time, patterns emerged. He left in the early morning, sometimes for several days, and returned under cover of darkness. We left food and water in inconspicuous locations as part of a controlled plan to ensure he wasn't starving. all while keeping detailed records. Months passed. By late summer, the park was full of visitors again. The man remained, but he never approached anyone. He became something of a legend among the rangers, a silent presence in the backcountry. I never saw him up close again, but every time I patrolled that valley, I felt the weight of knowing someone else was out there, surviving entirely on their own, aware of every step I took. That experience changed the way I understood the wilderness. It wasn't the animals that were the scariest part, it was the other humans. One could live in the forest for years, unseen, unnoticed, and completely capable of surviving without anyone's help. And in that understanding, there was a constant tension, a vigilance I carried every day. The forest was beautiful, dangerous, and full of life beyond what the casual visitor could see. I had learned to respect it in a way I never had before, aware that sometimes the most frightening thing is simply knowing someone else is out there, moving silently through the trees, watching, surviving, and living a life parallel to our own. By the end of the year, I had adjusted to the rhythm of the forest, to the patterns of visitors, and to the unseen presence that had introduced me to a harsher reality. The valley remained a place of quiet tension, a place I patrolled with care, never trying to confront, only to observe and document. And in doing so, I came to understand a truth that I had always intuitively known but had never fully grasped. The wilderness is not just home to animals and plants. It is home to humans who have learned to disappear, who have learned to survive beyond the reach of the world, and in doing so, they command a kind of respect that no badge or authority can grant. The forest, in all its beauty and danger, had taught me the hardest lesson of my career. The most real horror in the wilderness is not supernatural or fantastical. It is human survival, cunning, and the silent mastery of the land. I remember the first time I was truly alone in the backcountry. I had been a park ranger for a few years, mostly patrolling the main trails, guiding school groups, and handling minor emergencies. But one summer, I was assigned to a remote section of the forest that most visitors never saw. It was miles from the nearest road, a stretch of dense pine and fir with narrow paths carved out by decades of hikers, hunters, and occasional off-trail explorers. The assignment was meant to test my ability to operate independently, and I thought I was ready. I was wrong. I started early, packing my usual kit: first aid, map, compass, extra food and water, a sturdy knife, a multi-tool, and a radio. The radio signal was spotty at best, but it was something. I loaded my backpack and drove to the trailhead, a gravel clearing where the asphalt ended and the forest swallowed the road. I parked, double-checked my gear, and started hiking in. The sun was still low, cutting slashes of gold through the dense canopy. Birds called to each other in 1,000 invisible directions, and I felt the usual thrill of being in the woods alone. It was quiet in that deep, unbroken way the forest has when no one else is around. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the snap of a twig underfoot, the distant rush of a stream, was amplified, made meaningful by my solitude. I followed the main trail for a couple of miles, taking note of landmarks, water sources, and possible campsite locations. The forest was alive with insects and the occasional deer. I marked some points on my map, noting where the trail narrowed or where fallen trees created obstacles. By mid-morning, I was deep in the forest, where the trail split into a series of faint paths that didn't appear on most maps. I chose one that looked less traveled, intending to explore and report back later. It led me through thick undergrowth, across small creeks, and past rocky outcrops covered in moss. Everything was normal except for a faint sense of being watched that I tried to shake off. I was alone, but the forest can feel alive in strange ways. Around noon, I reached a small clearing where the sunlight broke through in patches, highlighting the green of ferns and the brown of decaying leaves. There was an abandoned campsite here. The fire ring was old but well kept, and I could see the remnants of a tarp and a few rusted cans. No one had been here recently, but it was obvious someone had been camping off-trail, probably hunting or hiking. I documented the site and moved on, careful to leave everything undisturbed. By mid-afternoon, I was noticing subtle signs that made me uneasy. I started to find small piles of rocks arranged strangely along the path, almost like markers, but they weren't natural. Then there were the tree carvings, small scratches in the bark that didn't form letters, but shapes that looked deliberate. I couldn't see the whole forest, so it was impossible to know if it was random or intentional, but the consistency gave me pause. My gut told me someone or something had been tracking the area, or maybe even me. I told myself it was likely hunters or survivalists marking territory. I've seen people do odd things in the woods, but the feeling in my stomach didn't ease. I continued, moving slowly and paying close attention. The forest began to change subtly. The undergrowth thickened, the canopy lowered, and the trail was almost indistinguishable from the natural forest floor. My map indicated I should reach a small creek in a couple of miles, but it was hard to judge distance when everything looked the same. I heard a sudden rustle behind me. I froze, scanning the underbrush. Nothing moved. The sound was small but deliberate, not the usual rustle of leaves in the wind. I started walking again, this time faster, ears straining for any sound. Every step seemed amplified, every crack of a branch echoing through the dense woods. By late afternoon, I reached the creek. It was wider than I expected, the water clear but moving swiftly over rocks. I took a moment to rest, drinking water and checking my map. That's when I noticed it, the footprints. They were faint at first, barely visible in the mud at the edge of the creek, but unmistakably human. They weren't fresh, but they weren't old either, maybe from that morning or late last night. My heart rate picked up. The spacing of the prints suggested someone was moving cautiously, deliberately, maybe even stalking. I double-checked my pack, my knife, and my radio. I tried to calm myself. The forest has its own creatures and sounds, and it was possible someone had just been hiking nearby, but there was a sense of intent in those prints that was hard to ignore. I decided to set up a temporary camp nearby for the night, rather than pushing further. I found a small plateau slightly above the creek, cleared some brush, and set up my tent. I kept my backpack nearby, knife within reach, and my flashlight charged. The sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the treetops red and orange. Shadows lengthened, and the forest took on a more oppressive feel. I kept looking toward the tree line, half expecting movement, but nothing appeared. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Night in the backcountry is unlike anything in the city. Sounds are sharper, movements are slower, and every rustle feels amplified. I stayed awake for a long time, listening to the creek, the wind through the trees, and the occasional snap of a branch. Then, around midnight, I heard it, a distant crunch, like boots on leaves, moving toward my campsite. I froze, straining to hear over the creek. My flashlight lay on the tent floor, and I didn't want to risk moving it. The sound came closer, deliberate, careful. Not animal footsteps, no, these were human. I grabbed my knife and prepared myself mentally. Whoever it was, they didn't make any noise other than their careful steps. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. It's impossible to tell in that kind of tense silence. The sound never approached closer than the edge of the clearing, and eventually it faded. I didn't sleep much that night, only dozing in fits, every sound jerking me awake. By the time the first light broke, I was exhausted, jittery, and still hyper-aware. I knew I couldn't linger in that area. Whoever had been there, or whoever had been following me, wasn't just another hiker. There was intent, purpose, and possibly danger. The next morning I packed up, careful to leave no trace that I had been there overnight, and I began retracing my steps. I stayed vigilant, scanning every rock, tree, and shadow. The footprints were still faint but present, indicating that whoever had been there the night before had either left or circled around. I moved quickly but carefully, keeping my bearings using both map and compass. By mid-morning I had reached the main trail again, relief flooding me as I saw tire tracks from maintenance vehicles in the mud. Civilization. I was safe. For now. I reported the incident to the park headquarters once I returned. The rangers there took the details seriously but had little to act on. They speculated it might have been a hunter or an off-trail survivalist. Nothing was conclusive. I made notes of the footprints, the strange markers, and the sense of being followed. They filed it away, but it stayed with me. Months later, I returned to the forest, this time with backup. We surveyed the area, and I found more signs, more markers, more paths that weren't on any map. It was obvious that someone had been living or operating in that backcountry for a long time, likely avoiding detection. But no one was ever caught, and the forest kept its secrets. I realized then that the wilderness has its own kind of predators. Not always animals, not always supernatural, but people who know the land, who use the shadows and terrain to their advantage. And being alone, even as a trained ranger, can put you at the mercy of those who understand it better than you do. The lesson stayed with me. Respect the forest, respect its isolation, and never assume that solitude equals safety. I continued my career, patrolling the trails, helping hikers, and monitoring wildlife. But whenever I returned to that remote section of the forest, I moved differently, cautiously, deliberately, aware that the most dangerous threats aren't always visible, and that some hunters in the woods are patient, silent, and very good at staying hidden. The forest had shown me its darker side, a side that wasn't fairy tale, wasn't supernatural, but was every bit as real, and more terrifying because of it. Even years later, the memory of those quiet steps in the dark, of the unseen eyes, and of the footprints in the mud haunted me. It wasn't a ghost story or a myth to tell campers around a fire. It was real, and that realization, that some dangers are human and relentless, stayed with me every time I donned my ranger uniform and walked alone into the woods. The forest demands respect, and some lessons learned in fear and solitude are never forgotten. I remember the first summer I spent alone as a park ranger, fresh out of training and assigned to a remote section of the national forest. The park was vast, stretching for hundreds of square miles, with thick stands of pine and fir that blocked out the sun in some areas. Most of the time, the job was routine, checking trails, inspecting campsites, making sure visitors were safe. But there were moments, rare but vivid, when the forest felt alive in ways that made my skin crawl. This is one of those moments. It started in early August, when the weather was hot and dry, and the forest floor was a brittle carpet of dead needles and dry leaves. I had spent the morning patrolling a series of backcountry trails, walking miles along paths that few people ever took. By late afternoon, I was tired and decided to head back to the ranger station, a small wooden structure with a single office, a kitchen, and a storage area for supplies. The station was situated near a creek, and from a distance it looked cozy, almost inviting. I had about 6 miles to cover, mostly on an overgrown trail that twisted through thick forest and occasional clearings. The trail was quiet. Birds sang sporadically, and I could hear the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. Occasionally, I caught the flash of a squirrel or the brush of a rabbit's tail. It was the kind of silence that felt peaceful, but also carried an unspoken tension, the kind you feel in the woods when everything is technically still, but nothing is entirely safe. As I walked, I noticed something unusual, tire tracks cutting through the dirt trail. They weren't fresh, but they weren't old either, maybe a day or two. The forest around me was dense, but I could tell someone had driven a vehicle off the main service roads, which were supposed to be closed to the public. That wasn't entirely unusual. Some hunters and campers ignored restrictions, but it made me uneasy. Rangers are trained to sense patterns, to notice when something is out of place. I could feel it, a low sense of tension that something wasn't right. I continued along the trail, my boots crunching over dry leaves and loose gravel. The sun was dropping behind the tall trees, casting long shadows that made the forest feel like it was breathing around me. I was near a clearing when I first saw it. A makeshift campsite hidden under a thick canopy of trees, with a tarp strung between 2 pines and a small fire pit surrounded by scattered supplies. There were backpacks, cans, and some plastic containers, all looking hastily abandoned. I crouched down to inspect the site. There was no human presence, no footprints leading back to the trail I had just come from, and no recent smoke in the fire pit. Whoever had been there had left in a hurry. A chill ran through me. I've been a ranger long enough to know that abandoned campsites in remote areas often mean someone is hiding something. And usually, it's not good. I documented the site with photos and notes, marking the location on my GPS. By now, the sky had darkened, and the forest felt heavier. Shadows stretched between trees, and every crack of a branch made me flinch. I started walking again, keeping my flashlight in my hand, its beam cutting a narrow path through the darkness. The silence pressed in on me, and I began to notice small details. The way the wind moved the branches sounded almost like whispering. The way a bird took flight made it seem like it had been startled by something unseen. Then I heard it, a faint, irregular noise, like someone dragging a heavy object through the underbrush. I froze, listening. The sound stopped. I moved cautiously, stepping over roots and stones, keeping my eyes on the darkened forest floor. It was impossible to tell how far away the noise had been. My mind raced through possibilities: an animal, a lost hiker, someone dangerous. I kept walking, and the sound came again, a low scraping noise, closer this time. My heart pounded, and I felt my pulse in my ears. I reached for my radio to call the station, but there was no signal. That part of the forest was notorious for dead zones, places where the hills and thick trees blocked any communication. I had to rely on my own senses and training. I tried to keep calm, moving quietly, my eyes scanning the darkness. That's when I saw a figure. At first it looked like a shadow, then a man hunched over, moving quickly through the trees. He didn't run, but there was an urgency in his movements. My instincts told me to stay hidden and observe, to avoid confrontation unless necessary. I circled around to get a better look, careful not to make a sound. From a distance I could see his hands, dirty, scraped, carrying something that gleamed faintly in the moonlight. I couldn't make out exactly what it was, but it was heavy enough that he had to drag it. I realized with a sinking feeling that it was likely an animal, maybe something he had killed illegally. Poachers were not uncommon in this part of the forest, and some were desperate enough to do almost anything to avoid detection. I followed at a safe distance, keeping to the shadows. The man disappeared into a narrow ravine, and I knew that if I went in after him, I would be risking a dangerous confrontation. But I couldn't let him leave with whatever he had. I waited for a few minutes, then cautiously entered the ravine, moving slowly so as not to alert him. The ravine narrowed, and the underbrush grew thick. I could hear water trickling somewhere nearby, the creek that ran along the bottom. Then I saw it, a crude trap, something like a snare but much larger, anchored between two trees. And there, caught in the trap, was a deer, its leg pinned and struggling weakly. My stomach turned at the sight. This was clearly what the man had been dragging, and judging by the marks, he had been using the trap for days. I carefully documented the scene and took notes. The man had been careful not to leave obvious tracks, but he wasn't perfect. I could see the path he had taken to avoid the main trail, cutting through thick underbrush. Whoever he was, he knew the forest, and he wasn't going to give up easily. I waited for nightfall, staying down in the ravine where he couldn't see me, planning my next steps. Then I heard him again, closer this time, moving through the trees above me. I held my breath. His flashlight flicked on briefly, sweeping over the ravine. My heart sank. He was looking for the deer, and maybe for me too. I decided to retreat slowly, backtracking through the dense underbrush. Every step was careful, measured. Then something unexpected happened. I stumbled over a root and landed hard, twisting my ankle. Pain shot up my leg, sharp and immediate. I froze, knowing any sound would give away my position. The man's flashlight flicked again in my direction, and I could see him searching the ravine edges. I gritted my teeth and crawled, using my hands to drag myself silently through the brush. My ankle throbbed, but adrenaline pushed me forward. I finally reached a fallen log that provided some cover. I stayed there waiting, listening as the man moved past, his voice muttering curses under his breath. I didn't move until I was certain he had gone. Hours passed in the cold, dark ravine. Eventually, the first hints of dawn crept through the trees. My ankle was swollen and painful, but I managed to hobble back to the main trail. The forest had returned to its ordinary quiet state, but the tension lingered. I radioed the station as soon as I got a signal, reporting the poaching site and the trap. A team of rangers was dispatched, and they were able to remove the deer safely and investigate the area. The man was never caught, despite our best efforts. But the experience stayed with me. I learned that the forest is full of quiet dangers, not supernatural, but very real. People desperate enough to break the law and harm animals to feed their own needs. And I learned how important it is to rely on your senses, your training, and your patience when navigating those dangers. By the time I returned to the station, sun high in the sky, the forest seemed calm again. Birds sang, squirrels chattered, and the creek gurgled along its usual path. I treated my ankle, logged my notes, and took a long, careful look at the surrounding forest. Everything seemed peaceful, but I knew better. There were people out there in the shadows, and the forest was their hunting ground. I had survived the night by being vigilant, cautious, and prepared, and that was the only ending I could accept. A clear, hard-earned survival. From that day forward, every patrol felt different. I moved with more awareness, more respect for the forest's hidden dangers. The park's visitors never knew how close I had been to a violent encounter, and that was as it should be. But in the quiet moments, when the wind rustled through the trees and the shadows stretched long, I could still feel the weight of that night. The night I realized how dangerous and unpredictable the forest can be, and how important it is to always be ready. Even years later, I think back to that summer, to the abandoned campsite, the hidden trap, and the man who knew the forest as well as I did but used it for his own gain. It was a long, tense lesson in survival, caution, and the raw reality of the wilderness. And unlike a story with a clear villain or a satisfying chase, this one ended in something harder, understanding the quiet, constant threat that exists when people break the law and the forest holds its secrets. I left that section of the park with a deep respect for the land, for its unpredictability, and for the knowledge that some dangers are unseen but always present. The forest never forgot that night, and neither did I. Every patrol, every mile walked, every campsite checked is now a reminder that vigilance is survival. And that's the clearest, most concrete ending I can offer. The end wasn't a chase, a fight, or a heroic say. I remember the first day I started my solo patrol as a park ranger in a remote section of the northern forest. The park I was assigned to was vast, stretching across hundreds of square miles, with dense coniferous trees, thick underbrush, and narrow winding trails that seemed to vanish into the horizon. Most of the time, visitors stuck to the main paths near the lakes and campgrounds, but the area I was responsible for had long been neglected. The rangers before me had mostly avoided it because of its isolation and the way the land seemed to swallow you if you weren't paying attention. I didn't mind. In fact, I liked the solitude. It let me focus on the details others ignored. That morning, the air was crisp and the scent of damp pine filled my lungs. I loaded my pack with the essentials: first aid kit, map, compass, flashlight, radio, water, and extra food. The sun was low, barely touching the tips of the trees, casting long shadows that flickered as the wind swayed the branches. I started on a small trail that cut through a marshy area. The ground was soft, and my boots sank slightly with every step. I kept an eye out for animal tracks, deer, maybe a bear or a coyote, but there were none that morning, just the occasional bird call breaking the silence. By midday, the sun had climbed high and the forest had warmed. I reached a clearing near a small stream that wasn't on any of the park maps. The water ran cold and clear over smooth rocks, and I knelt to fill my canteen. That's when I noticed something unusual. The ground near the stream had indentations, depressions that looked like footprints but didn't match any pattern I recognized. They were human-shaped but irregular, too large and spaced oddly. My first thought was that maybe some campers had passed through, but the trail leading into the clearing was overgrown, showing no signs of recent passage. My ranger instincts tingled, telling me to be cautious. I made a mental note to report it and continued on. As the afternoon wore on, I moved deeper into the forest, leaving even the faintest trails behind. I had a route I had planned that would take me through a ridge, then down a narrow valley, and finally loop back to the ranger station by evening. The trees grew taller and the underbrush thicker, forcing me to push aside branches and step over fallen logs. Around 4 o'clock, I noticed something else. Broken branches, small piles of rocks stacked unnaturally, and marks on the trees that looked like they were made by tools rather than animals. My stomach tightened. This wasn't normal park activity. I slowed down, scanning the forest carefully. My senses heightened. Hours passed, and as the sun dipped toward the horizon, the forest became denser, the shadows stretching longer and darker. I checked my map and compass, realizing I had veered slightly off course while inspecting the markings. That wasn't a problem, at least not yet. I could adjust my route and make it back. But then I heard it, a faint snapping of twigs behind me. I froze listening. It didn't sound like an animal. No, this was deliberate. The slow, cautious step of someone or something moving through the forest, trying not to make too much noise. I reached for my radio, but the signal was weak, barely a crackle. I whispered into it anyway, giving my position, knowing it probably wouldn't transmit. I started walking more carefully, deliberately leaving the trail I had been following and moving along a series of natural depressions in the terrain that would mask my movement. Every few minutes I heard that snap again, always behind me, sometimes to the side. I kept telling myself it was probably another ranger, lost or patrolling, but something deep down told me this wasn't that simple. The forest thickened to the point where the sun barely reached the ground. I had to crouch and crawl over fallen trees, my legs scraping against the undergrowth. The snapping followed, keeping pace without getting closer yet never fading away. Eventually, I reached a narrow ravine that I knew would lead me toward the ridge I needed to climb to get back. The terrain was steep and treacherous. Rocks shifted underfoot, roots grabbed my boots, and my hands were scratched and bleeding from branches. Despite the difficulty, I moved carefully, knowing one misstep could send me tumbling into the ravine. As I reached the top, the sun had almost completely disappeared. Shadows became oppressive, the kind that make you feel like someone is right behind you even when you know you are alone. I decided to set up a temporary camp, just enough to rest until I could safely make my way back at first light. I found a small clearing that seemed naturally sheltered, gathered fallen branches, and built a small fire. The warmth and light provided a sense of security, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The forest was silent except for the occasional rustle of small animals, but every so often, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the firelight, something crouched just beyond, staring. The night was long. I stayed awake most of it, alert and listening. Every little noise made me tense. When the fire dwindled to embers, I wrapped myself in my jacket and tried to rest. Just before dawn, I heard it again, the snap of a branch. This time it was close, too close. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the darkness. There, just beyond the circle of light, I saw it, a figure, hunched and moving with careful, deliberate steps, eyes reflecting the beam. My heart pounded. I couldn't see a face clearly, but the figure's size and shape were distinctly human. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just stared. The figure paused, tilted its head, and then turned, disappearing silently into the forest. I waited another hour before cautiously packing up my camp. The first light of morning revealed tracks around my temporary fire that weren't mine. They were deep, uneven, and human-shaped. Whoever had followed me during the night had walked right past without making a sound I could detect. My stomach churned, but I focused on getting back to the ranger station. I moved quickly, navigating by compass and memory, avoiding the obvious trails. Occasionally, I saw signs that I wasn't alone. Small piles of rocks, snapped branches, footprints in soft earth. But as the sun rose higher, the forest seemed to become more familiar, less threatening. By midday, I emerged onto a wider trail that led to the ranger station. Relief washed over me as the familiar signs of human activity came into view. Trails cleared by rangers, signposts, and even distant sounds of wildlife that I had grown accustomed to over my years patrolling the park. I reported everything immediately: the strange footprints, the signs of someone following me, and the encounter at dawn. My colleagues listened, their expressions ranging from concern to disbelief. Rangers who had worked the park for decades admitted they had never patrolled that specific area alone. It was known to be difficult terrain, but they had never reported anyone hiding there. A few days later, A search team went back into the area I had patrolled, looking for any signs of trespassers. They found evidence of someone living in the forest intermittently, makeshift shelters, more unusual markings, and footprints that suggested long-term use, but no one was ever found. They concluded it was likely a hermit, someone who had learned to move silently through the forest, avoiding detection. It was unsettling, but it also made me respect the wilderness more. Humans, like predators, could hide in it and move unseen if they understood its rhythms and its weaknesses. From that experience, I learned never to underestimate the forest or the people who inhabit it, even in secret. I continued my patrols, but I avoided that section for months, knowing that someone had observed me closely and could do so again. The forest had revealed its most human danger, and it was a reminder that fear didn't always come from the supernatural. Sometimes the scariest moments are when you realize how easy it is for another human to be invisible, patient, and dangerous, waiting just beyond the edge of your vision. By the end of that summer, I had mapped and documented every unusual sign, marking safe routes and noting areas that required multiple rangers to patrol. I never encountered the figure again, but I often thought about it during quiet moments on my patrols. The memory of the snapping twigs, the weight of unseen eyes, and the knowledge that someone could move silently through miles of forest made me a more cautious ranger, more aware of the signs others ignored, and more respectful of the hidden life in the forest. Eventually, the area was open to small guided hikes with multiple rangers present, reducing the likelihood of anyone living undetected there. I watched groups of hikers walk through the clearing where I had encountered the figure, imagining the forest absorbing them, their movements deliberate yet oblivious to the patterns of survival that had kept someone hidden for years. The forest was no less beautiful, no less peaceful, but it had a lesson embedded in its soil and shadows. The wilderness doesn't forgive carelessness, and humans, trained or wild, can vanish into it completely. Even now, years later, when I walk the familiar trails in that park, I remember the solitude, the weight of the dark, and the subtle signs that someone, somewhere, had moved through the same forest I had, silent and unseen. It has shaped every patrol I've taken since, reminding me that the most real dangers in the wild are not always visible, not always audible, but always present for those who know where and how to look. The experience didn't scare me out of the park. It deepened my connection to it. I learned to track signs, anticipate danger, and respect the invisible inhabitants of the forest. I became a better ranger because I had faced something both It was early October, and the forest was already shifting into the muted colors of fall. I had been a park ranger for almost a decade, and by this time, I thought I had seen most of what the woods could throw at me. Deer tracks crisscrossed the trails, streams ran low and clear, and the mornings carried a crisp bite that made you wake up with your lungs full of cold air. But that week, something about the forest felt off, like a quiet hum of tension stretched across the trees, subtle enough that I almost questioned my own senses. I had been assigned a solo patrol in one of the northern sections of the park. It was a stretch of forest that few hikers ventured into, a rough patch of old growth and steep ravines with trails that disappeared into thickets so dense the sunlight never touched the ground. My route that morning took me along the ridges above the East Fork Creek, a place where water ran cold and fast and mossy rocks slicked the banks. I kept my radio close, though I was far beyond the reliable range because I trusted experience more than technology. The last thing I expected was trouble, but that day would test every bit of training I had. By mid-morning, the sun had burned off most of the mist that lingered in the valleys. I followed the narrow dirt trail that twisted through oaks and pines, each footstep crunching the damp leaves beneath my boots. Occasionally, I would pause to check for signs of illegal activity, discarded cans, makeshift campsites, or evidence of poaching. The woods were quiet, but the kind of quiet that makes your ears work harder, picking up sounds you wouldn't normally notice. A branch snapping, the distant flapping of wings, the rustle of leaves, it all seemed sharper. I reached a clearing near the creek where a fallen log provided a natural bench. I set down my pack and pulled out my thermos. The day had warmed slightly, though a chill still lingered in the shade. As I sipped the coffee, I noticed some strange markings on the tree trunks nearby. They weren't the usual scratches from deer antlers or the marks left by surveyors. They were deliberate, deep gashes, carved in a way that suggested someone had been there recently. I made a mental note to investigate later. The idea of someone trespassing in this remote section of the park was unsettling, but not entirely unusual. People ignored regulations all the time, and I had seen everything from illegal hunting blinds to abandoned fire pits. I packed up and continued along the trail. The forest began to climb more steeply here, with the trail narrow and uneven. My boots slipped occasionally on loose stones, and I had to lean into the slope to maintain balance. The trees were older here, towering and thick, their roots jutting out like skeletal hands. Moss covered everything, and the air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. As I pushed further in, I felt the change again, the subtle shift in the atmosphere, like the forest was holding its breath. I came across the first real sign of human presence that made me uneasy. A small campsite well hidden in a hollow between two ridges. There was a fire pit with ash still warm to the touch, a few charred logs arranged in a circle, and the faint smell of smoke lingering. Someone had been here recently, and judging by the way the fire pit looked, they had left in a hurry. I scanned the area carefully. There were no footprints leading away, at least none that were clear in the soft dirt. The only trail was faint, almost obliterated by leaves and pine needles, and it led deeper into the dense forest. Instinct told me to proceed with caution, but my training kept me alert rather than panicked. I pulled my flashlight from my pack and started following the faint trail. The underbrush became thicker, the slope steeper, and the air colder. Every few steps I felt the brush tug at my clothing and heard the snap of twigs underfoot. I reached a narrow ridge where the trail became almost non-existent, just a vague line through the dense thickets. I had to pull branches aside and sometimes climb over fallen trees. That was when I saw them, marks on the bark, shallow cuts like claw marks, spaced in a way that suggested deliberate movement. Not random. Someone, or something, had moved through here, and they hadn't wanted to be noticed. The sun was lowering, casting long shadows that made the forest even harder to navigate. My stomach tightened as I realized I had no clear idea of how far I had gone or how I would get back. I paused, listening. The only sounds were my breathing and the faint rush of the creek below. Then I heard it, a scraping sound, slow and deliberate, coming from somewhere ahead. My heart jumped. It was a human noise, the sound of someone moving carefully through brush, avoiding snapping branches as if they were trained to. I tightened my grip on my flashlight and advanced slowly. Every step felt heavier than the last. The scraping continued, and I realized it wasn't random, it was methodical. Almost like someone was following the terrain carefully, leaving minimal evidence behind. I stayed low, crouched slightly, moving through the dense underbrush, trying to keep my own tracks covered. That's when I saw the figure, a man hunched, moving slowly across the slope. He wasn't looking at me, but there was something about him that made my stomach twist. His clothing was dark and ragged, and his hands were covered in dirt. He carried a large crude backpack, and something inside rattled as he moved. I froze. My training told me not to approach alone. I had no backup, and this man was in a position that gave him the advantage. But curiosity and responsibility pushed me forward. I needed to know what he was doing here. As I crept closer, the air grew colder, the shadows longer, and the sounds of the forest around us became muffled, like the trees themselves were holding their breath. Then it happened. He stopped abruptly, turning his head slightly, and in that brief motion, I caught a glimpse of his eyes, wide, dark, and alert. They weren't afraid. They were calculating. My pulse spiked. I realized he had probably seen me already, but had chosen not to react yet. I stayed still, weighing my options. Retreating would be difficult on this terrain, but advancing could provoke him. My mind raced. I noticed something in the dirt near him. A set of footprints, large and deep, but oddly spaced, as if he had been running or dragging something heavy. I followed the trail cautiously, careful not to make noise. The forest opened into a narrow canyon, a place where the sun barely reached the ground. There I saw more evidence: discarded items, scraps of clothing, and faint stains in the dirt. It looked like he had been living here, hidden from the world, possibly for weeks. The thought made my stomach turn. I kept moving, documenting everything with my camera for later report. The man wasn't far now, and the wind shifted just enough for me to catch the scent of sweat and smoke. As I rounded a bend in the canyon, I realized I had underestimated the terrain. A steep drop led down to a rocky stream bed, and the man was just on the other side, moving with a careful but deliberate pace. I froze again, realizing the distance and the gap could work to my advantage if I timed it right. I scanned the area and spotted a fallen tree bridging the canyon. If I could cross quietly, I might get a better view without being detected. Step by step, I made my way across the log, keeping my body low and balanced. Halfway across, the log shifted slightly, and I felt the vibration in my hands and feet. My heart raced, but I kept moving, reaching the far side without alerting him. From my new position, I could see him clearly. He was crouched near a shallow cave, sorting through some supplies, a mix of canned goods, blankets, and tools. His movements were precise, efficient, and deliberate. There was no panic, no hesitation. Whoever he was, he had adapted to this life entirely. I stayed hidden, taking notes, recording images with my camera. I needed proof before taking any action. Then I noticed something that chilled me. Near the cave entrance, there was a pile of makeshift bedding, and tucked in the corner, barely visible, were remnants of what looked like someone else's clothing. It was smaller, worn, and partially covered with leaves. My mind raced. Had he been living with someone else? Had he harmed them? The thought made my stomach churn, but I forced myself to focus. By now, the light was fading fast. I knew I had to get back to report this, but I also knew that leaving carelessly could put me in danger. I waited until he moved further into the cave, then retraced my steps carefully, keeping the terrain between us. Every snapped twig made me flinch. Every gust of wind sounded like a warning. By the time I reached the upper trail, I was drenched in sweat despite the cold. I called in my location as soon as I had cell service, requesting backup and a ranger team to investigate. Within the hour, a team was dispatched, and I guided them carefully to the area. We approached together, armed and prepared for anything. The cave was empty when we reached it, but the signs of recent habitation were undeniable. Food wrappers, bedding, tools, and the tracks leading further into the forest. The man had vanished, leaving only evidence behind. The following days were a careful operation. Rangers combed the area, marking trails, tracking footprints, and documenting every detail. Eventually, authorities discovered he had been living in the forest for months, evading law enforcement and surviving off park resources. He had avoided contact with hikers and rangers for weeks, using the dense terrain to his advantage. There was no sign of anyone else being harmed, and most of the evidence suggested he had been alone, struggling with isolation and paranoia rather than malice. The experience stayed with me long after. I spent nights replaying the night. I remember the first time I realized being a park ranger wasn't just about guiding tourists, checking permits, and counting wildlife. It was a day that started normal enough, early October, crisp air with the kind of chill that made your breath cloud in front of you. But it ended in a way I'll never forget. I had been assigned to a remote section of the national forest, miles from the nearest road where most visitors rarely ventured. The forest was dense, older than any living memory, with trees thick and gnarled, roots twisting above the earth like the fingers of something long dead. I had driven the park truck along a narrow dirt track until it became a narrow trail barely wide enough for a vehicle. I parked near a ranger post that had been mostly abandoned, a small cabin that looked like it had been built in the late 1940s. Its windows were grimy and covered with years of moss, and the door squeaked on rusted hinges as I pushed it open. Inside, the cabin smelled like damp wood and mildew. I checked my map and notes. A small stream ran through the area, and there had been reports of hunters getting lost over the past few weeks. My job was simple: patrol, make sure no one was trespassing in protected zones, and report any unusual activity. I had supplies for a week: food, water, first aid, a portable radio, and extra batteries. I strapped on my backpack, made sure my flashlight was ready, and stepped back into the woods. The forest was alive in its own quiet way. The rustle of leaves, the distant cracking of branches under unseen animals, the faint calls of birds. I followed an old service trail that wound along the stream, logging the trees I passed and checking for signs of human activity. Broken branches, footprints, and abandoned tents were scattered through the undergrowth. By mid-morning, I came across a small clearing that looked recently used. There were remnants of a campfire, scorched stones and ash still warm under my touch, and a half-buried backpack with some cans of food inside. Nothing illegal but odd. No one should have been here in the middle of the week. I made notes, photographed the site, and pressed on, feeling a twinge of unease I couldn't shake. Around noon, the sun broke through the canopy in narrow shafts, illuminating the forest floor in patches. The trail narrowed further and the stream became a shallow creek. I had to step over fallen logs and duck under branches. The silence became heavier, almost suffocating. I began to notice subtle signs. Small stones rearranged in patterns that didn't make sense. Tree bark scratched in ways that looked deliberate, not accidental. I paused several times, shining my flashlight even though it wasn't dark, just to check. Nothing was there, but the feeling that I wasn't alone persisted. By mid-afternoon, I realized I had wandered further than I had intended. My compass showed I was still in the assigned sector, but the landscape seemed different, denser, unfamiliar. I pulled out my radio, but there was only static. The terrain blocked the signal, or maybe no one was listening. I considered turning back, but the trail had disappeared entirely, buried under years of leaf litter and fallen branches. I followed the creek instead, hoping it would lead to a known landmark. As I walked, I noticed something disturbing. Footprints, human, but far too large and uneven. They didn't look like any hiker or hunter's boots I had ever seen. The prints were deep, indicating a heavy weight, and the spacing was strange, as if the person, or thing, was limping or dragging something. I checked my surroundings more carefully. There were no other sounds, no birds, no squirrels, nothing moved. The forest felt empty, yet the prints suggested otherwise. I took a photo and kept moving, constantly scanning for any sign of movement. Hours passed. The light began to fade and the forest grew colder. The shadows of the trees stretched unnaturally, and the sounds of the creek became louder and more insistent, echoing off rocks and fallen trunks. I came across another clearing, larger this time. The ground was churned up, like some heavy animal had been digging, but there were no tracks leading away. The air smelled metallic, faintly of blood. I crouched, examined the ground, and realized something horrifying. There were small bone fragments, possibly animal, maybe more than one. I felt my heart pound. Whatever had been here wasn't human, or if it wasn't normal. I checked my watch. I had at least 2 hours of daylight left, but the feeling that I had to leave immediately pressed down on me like a weight. I turned back toward the creek, trying to retrace my path. Then I heard it, a low, deliberate snapping of branches from behind. Slow at first, then faster, as if something, or someone, was following. My steps quickened, careful not to trip on the roots, my flashlight cutting through the dimming light. I didn't look back. The sounds followed me, echoing closer. Then I caught a glimpse. Movement between the trees, a shadow, enormous, moving unnaturally. My instinct screamed to run, but I knew I couldn't outrun something I couldn't see clearly in dense forest. I decided to climb. There was a steep bank leading up from the creek, thick with underbrush. I grabbed roots and rocks, pulled myself up, and crouched behind a fallen tree at the top. The shadows moved below, circling, shifting. I could hear heavy breathing, or was it mine echoing in the cold air? The forest seemed to close in, leaves brushing against my arms, twigs snapping underfoot. I stayed perfectly still. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Eventually the sounds receded. I didn't move until complete darkness fell. Using the small beam of my flashlight and the stars above, I navigated slowly back toward the area where I had parked my truck. Every step was careful, every shadow suspect. I stumbled upon another trail, familiar this time, and relief washed over me. By the time I reached the cabin, night had fully fallen. I locked the doors, set up a small perimeter with makeshift alarms using tin cans and string, and ate sparingly from my rations. Sleep didn't come easily. Every rustle outside, every cracking branch made me tense. The next morning I didn't wait. I packed up quickly, checked the radio again, finally got a faint signal, and called in. Rangers from a nearby post arrived within hours, bringing backup and equipment. Together we scouted the area following the trail I had marked. What we found was horrifying. Large, deep tracks, more evidence of digging, scattered bones, and signs of someone living off the grid. But no people, no clues. The area had been abandoned recently, just days or maybe weeks ago, and no record of any missing hikers matched the location. It was as if whatever had been there vanished into thin air. In the following weeks, we patrolled the area regularly, setting cameras and motion sensors. Some captured strange movements, blurred shapes that were never clearly identifiable, but no one ever returned. Hunters avoided the sector after word got out. I was reassigned eventually, but the images, the tracks, the smell of the disturbed forest stayed with me. It was a reminder that the wild isn't empty, and not all threats are human, but some can act human enough to be terrifying. I still patrol other sections of the park, and I've learned to respect silence, shadows, and signs. I've learned to trust instincts over appearances, to never wander off known paths alone, and to understand that survival doesn't always mean confronting. It often means avoiding. The forest keeps its secrets, and some of them I am glad to leave unchallenged. That experience taught me that being a ranger isn't about stories or legends. It's about being ready for the real dangers that hide quietly in the woods. Patient, waiting, and observant enough to strike when least expected. Even now, months later, I sometimes dream of those tracks. The shadow moving between the trees, and the metallic smell in the air. But I also remember the relief of making it back, the way the rising sun lit the trail to safety, and the slow, steady steps back to civilization. It was terrifying, but it ended with me alive, wiser, and more careful than ever. I continue my work knowing that the forest is unpredictable. But I also know that caution, preparation, and respect can keep you alive when curiosity alone would not. That day, and every day after, I carry a memory etched deep into my mind. A memory of quiet terror, raw survival, and the immense untamed power of the wilderness. The forest doesn't care about you, but it does reward those who respect it. And for a park ranger, that is lesson enough. I remember my first solo patrol like it was yesterday, though years have passed since that day. I was still new to the park ranger program, fresh out of training, full of confidence and eager to prove myself. The park I worked in wasn't small. Hundreds of square miles of dense forest, rolling hills, rivers, and narrow trails that twisted unpredictably through the wilderness. In summer, it was alive with campers, hikers, hunters, and families. By autumn, though, many of the trails emptied, and the forest seemed to breathe in a different way, quieter, almost solemn. That's when I learned how isolating it could really feel. It started early in the morning. I drove my old ranger truck to a trailhead miles from the nearest road. The air was crisp, cold, carrying the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. Mist hovered over the river, and the forest seemed unusually still. I grabbed my gear, radio, first aid kit, binoculars, and my rifle for emergencies, and set off on foot. My job that day was a routine patrol, check for illegal hunting, monitor wildlife activity, and make sure hikers were safe. Nothing out of the ordinary, I thought. I had done similar routes with experienced rangers, so I knew the terrain, but walking it alone was different. Alone, every sound feels sharper. Every shadow looks deeper. The trail followed the edge of a ravine. Pine needles carpeted the ground, muffling my steps, which made the occasional snapping of a twig louder than it should have been. Birds were scarce. Usually, at this hour, I'd hear the distant crow of a raven or the high-pitched chatter of squirrels. But that morning there was nothing, only the wind, brushing through branches and the steady rhythm of my own breathing. I reminded myself that this was normal. Animals often keep quiet when they sense humans. and the park's deeper sections were rarely visited this late in the season. Still, a tiny part of me couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching. A couple of miles in, I reached a small clearing with an abandoned campsite. The fire pit was cold and full of ash, tents long gone. It looked like it had been months since anyone was here. I circled the area, scanning for trash, footprints, or signs of activity. That's when I saw it. Deep footprints in the mud, larger than a human's, dragging in places as if the person, or whatever it was injured or trying not to make noise. My heart rate jumped, but I stayed calm. Illegal hunters sometimes left this sort of mess. I radioed the office to report the site, describing what I found and my intention to follow the trail. There was a crackle, a faint static-filled voice confirming my report, and that was it. No backup would be available for hours. I was on my own. Following the prints, I moved cautiously. They twisted in and out of trees, sometimes heading down toward the riverbank, sometimes climbing a ridge. The ground was uneven, wet with rain from a few days earlier. Every few steps I had to adjust my footing, careful not to slip. My senses felt heightened, every sound amplified. A distant rustle in the underbrush, the faint scurry of something small, the occasional drop of water from leaves onto the forest floor. I felt the weight of solitude pressing against me, but I told myself it was just the isolation. I had been trained for this. Hours passed, and the trail of prints led me deeper than I had ever gone alone. The sun had shifted overhead, filtering through thick canopies, leaving patches of shadow that seemed darker than they should have been. I started to feel that strange unease people talk about but rarely understand until they experience it. It wasn't fear exactly. It was a sense of wrongness, subtle, like walking into a room you've seen 100 times, but everything is slightly off. I paused often, scanning, listening. My boots sank into mud and each step was deliberate. I had to remind myself that my job was not just observation, but survival. Rangers are trained to anticipate danger, and this felt like danger I couldn't see. Eventually, the prints stopped abruptly at the riverbank. I crouched, examining the mud. There were drag marks leading into the water, deep gouges as if something heavy had been pulled across the ground and partially submerged. The water here was slow-moving but murky, dark green under layers of fallen leaves. I moved closer, careful with each step. Something made me stop. Tiny ripples on the water's surface like a subtle pulse. I scanned the bank, noting that no animal or human movement was visible. The air felt colder now, almost damp against my skin. I told myself to stay rational. Maybe someone had slipped into the water, maybe it was recent. Either way, I had to be careful. I followed the river upstream along a narrow ledge, keeping a sharp eye on the bank. Then I saw it, a backpack soaked, stuck between two boulders. I approached slowly, rifle ready in case it wasn't abandoned. The pack was heavy-looking, open, wet inside. I could see remnants of supplies, a flashlight, a canteen, some canned food. Nothing else seemed out of place. I called in my location to the office, giving coordinates and the description. They told me to stay put, but hours would pass before help could reach me. I had no choice but to keep moving, following the signs. I continued along the river, the terrain growing harsher. Roots protruded from the soil like fingers, slick rocks lined the path, and the forest seemed to close in, narrowing the trail. My mind was alert, scanning for anything unusual. That's when I noticed another sign. Footprints, fresh, leading from the edge of the river into the dense woods. They were human, unmistakably, and hurried. I had a gut feeling. Someone was here recently and likely in trouble. Adrenaline surged through me. My pace increased. I had to find them before it was too late. After what felt like hours of creeping through dense underbrush, I came upon a small clearing. The smell hit me first, metallic, sharp, blood. A young man, or maybe a teenager, was lying on the ground, half covered by leaves. His leg was badly injured, twisted at an unnatural angle, blood soaked through his pants. He had attempted to crawl, leaving streaks in the dirt. I approached cautiously, calling out softly. No response. I knelt beside him, checked his pulse. He was alive, though weak. His face was pale, eyes half closed, and his breathing shallow. This was no hunter. It was a lost hiker. Probably had slipped near the river and been stranded for hours, maybe days. My heart pounded, but I forced myself to stay calm. Panic helps no one in situations like this. I assessed his injuries. The leg was broken badly, probably a compound fracture. He was losing blood and hypothermia would set in quickly if he wasn't moved. I wrapped a thermal blanket around him and applied pressure to the wounds. I knew I had to move him to a safer location, somewhere the truck could reach. I radioed the office again, giving them the exact coordinates and requesting emergency extraction. They told me rescue teams were on the way, but would take at least an hour. There was no time to wait for help to arrive. He wouldn't survive that long if left alone. I made the decision to carry him. Dragging him through the forest was exhausting. I had to maneuver carefully to avoid roots and rocks, my muscles screaming in protest. The backpack I found earlier contained supplies, which I used to stabilize him as best as I could. Every step was painstaking, but I couldn't risk injury to him or myself. Hours seemed to blur together. The sun dipped lower, shadows lengthened, and the temperature dropped. My gloves were soaked, my boots caked in mud, but I didn't stop. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, I reached a wide dirt path, a service trail that led back to a secondary road. Relief surged through me. The extraction team would find us here. When the rescue team arrived, they took over, moving him onto a stretcher. I stayed nearby, giving details and coordinating with medics. I watched as they loaded him into the ambulance that had made its way down the winding road. I felt a weight lift, but the exhaustion hit me all at once. Hours of constant vigilance, fear and physical strain had drained me completely. Still, I walked back to my truck slowly, boots heavy, muscles aching, and reflected on what had happened. This was why the job mattered. Not the paperwork, not the rules, not the regulations, but moments like this. When someone's life depended on your awareness, your decisions, your strength. By the time I drove back to the ranger station, night had fully fallen. The forest was dark, quiet again, but different than that morning. That day had shown me the real danger of the wilderness, not in legends or myths, but in the isolation, the hidden terrain, and the fragility of human life when faced with it. I filed my report, exhausted but satisfied. The hiker survived. The investigation later revealed he had gotten lost while trying to photograph the river and slipped, fracturing his leg and wandering until I found him. His parents thanked me later, but the gratitude wasn't what stayed with me. What stayed with me was the understanding that out here, in the silence of the forest, life and death hang on details most people never notice. A trail, a sound, a footprint, one mistake, one moment of inattention, and the outcome could have been far worse. From that day forward, I walked every trail with even more care, watched every shadow, and respected every quiet sound. I had learned that being a ranger wasn't just about enforcing rules. It was about noticing, surviving, and saving lives in a world that never slows down for anyone. The forest remained beautiful, breathtaking, and peaceful. But now I knew how dangerous it could be, how unforgiving, and how much responsibility a single person could bear when it mattered most. I had been a park ranger for almost 7 years, stationed in one of the larger, more remote national forests in the northern part of the state. I learned early on that the forest doesn't need to be haunted to be dangerous. It has a way of making you feel small, exposed, and vulnerable if you're not paying attention. Most of my shifts were routine, checking trails, marking hazards, rescuing lost hikers, and occasionally dealing with poachers. But the summer I turned 30, I encountered something that left a mark on me that I can still feel when I'm alone at night, even after all these years. It started on a Friday morning. The forest had been unusually quiet, the air thick with humidity from a week of rain. I was assigned a solo patrol in a sector near the western edge of the park, an area of dense pine and hardwood where the trails were barely used. My truck's tires crunched over the gravel path as I drove toward the trailhead. I carried my standard equipment, first aid kit, map, radio, flashlight, binoculars, and my sidearm. Standard protocol, though I doubted I'd ever use the last one. I parked near the main trailhead and began hiking in, the ground still damp from the morning dew. My boots sank slightly into the wet earth, leaving prints that quickly filled with water. Birds chirped overhead, but it was an odd, restless kind of chirp, not the usual morning chorus. I chalked it up to the rain. I always felt more aware in wet weather. The forest smells sharper, sounds echo differently, and shadows seem deeper. The first few hours were uneventful. I checked old trail markers, noted fallen trees that could block paths, and marked an area where a small creek had overflowed onto the trail. My radio crackled occasionally, mostly with routine check-ins from other rangers or maintenance crews. Around midday, I decided to take a short break near a small clearing. I leaned my backpack against a tree, took a drink of water, and looked around. The clearing was circular, about 30 feet across, surrounded by thick pine. There was a sense of isolation here, deeper than the rest of the trail. I started to notice things I hadn't seen before. Scratches on the bark of some trees. They weren't old. I could tell. Fresh. They weren't deep enough to be dangerous. But there were dozens of them, random and chaotic, as if something had been clawing at the trees for hours. The oddest part was that they seemed to form a rough pattern, almost like they were marking the perimeter of the clearing. My stomach tightened. I'm trained to remain calm, but I had the uneasy sensation that I wasn't alone. I resumed my patrol, keeping my eyes and ears sharp. The trail narrowed here, overgrown with ferns and low branches. My radio was silent, and the usual wind through the treetops was still. A deer crossed the trail a few hundred feet ahead, frozen in place for a second before bounding off. Nothing out of the ordinary. I kept walking, but something felt off. Every step I took seemed louder than it should, and every rustle in the underbrush made my heart jump. By late afternoon, I was deeper than I had intended to go. My map showed a secondary trail that looped back toward a service road, but I had to cross a small ridge to reach it. I started the climb. Halfway up, I noticed more signs. Imprints in the mud, too large to be any human or known animal in the park. They were oddly shaped, long, almost rectangular with rounded edges, and the toes were short but wide. My mind raced. Bears leave prints, but these were unlike anything I had seen, and the spacing suggested something tall and fast. I tried to convince myself it was a large elk, but the shape didn't match. I slowed my pace and scanned the trees. Sunlight was waning, casting long shadows across the trail. I reached the top of the ridge and looked down into a small valley where the secondary trail began. The valley was thick with undergrowth, making it hard to see more than 10 or 15 feet. I thought about turning back, but my sense of duty and curiosity pushed me forward. Rangers are trained to note unusual signs, and I had to know what had left those tracks. I followed the secondary trail, my boots sinking into soft earth and dead leaves. The trail curved around a stream, and I noticed a tree partially fallen across it, creating a natural bridge. I stepped carefully, testing each footstep, when I heard it, a low, almost inaudible growl from the underbrush. I froze, straining to hear. Nothing else. I tried to rationalize it. Foxes make low growls. Large dogs sometimes wander into the park. But the sound was too deliberate, too controlled. I kept moving, slower now, every sense on high alert. The trail opened into another clearing, smaller than the previous one. In the center, I saw something that made me stop dead in my tracks. There was a campsite, abandoned recently. A small fire pit, stones arranged neatly around it, ashes still warm enough to be recent. A tarp was partially collapsed nearby, and someone, or something, had left tracks leading away into the trees. The human brain has a way of exaggerating patterns when it's scared. I told myself it was just another lost hiker. Then I saw the first body. It was a deer, hung upside down from a low branch, its body torn open in a way that suggested deliberate cutting, not an animal attack. The sight made bile rise in my throat. I took a step back, trying to control my breathing, my mind racing. Whoever had done this was skilled and methodical. There were no signs of struggle around the clearing, no human footprints leading directly to it. It was as if the deer had been placed there after being killed somewhere else. I radioed in my findings, keeping my voice calm but concise. Unit 5, this is Ranger Steele. I've encountered an unusual scene, abandoned campsite and a deer butchered, hanging from a tree. Requesting backup, over. Static. No response. I repeated the call. Still nothing. My gut tightened. Radio dead zones aren't uncommon in these parts, but the timing was uncanny. I decided to move on, keeping my distance from the clearing. Every step forward felt heavier, like the forest was closing in. I reached another ridge and paused to survey the land. The sun had nearly set, the light dim and red through the canopy. That's when I saw movement at the edge of the trees. A figure, or something that resembled a figure, slid between the trunks, too fast to be a human. It was tall, hunched, moving with a fluidity that made no sound. My mind screamed at me to run, but I held my ground, trying to record as much detail as possible. It vanished before I could see more. I realized then that I had no idea what I was dealing with. It didn't resemble any predator in the park, and the careful placement of the deer suggested intelligence. I had training, instincts, experience, but nothing could prepare me for this. Night fell fast. I set up a temporary camp, choosing a spot slightly elevated and clear of dense undergrowth. I built a small fire for warmth and to keep some light, though I knew fire wouldn't protect me from someone or something that had already proved it was capable of approaching quietly. I sat against a tree, listening to every crackle of the fire, every movement in the darkness beyond the light's reach. Sleep didn't come. At some point I heard whispers in the wind, not human voices but low, guttural sounds carried on the air. I stayed motionless, my eyes adjusting to the dark. My firelight caught glimpses of movement, shadows darting at the edge of the firelight. Something was circling. It was patient, observing. I counted my breaths, trying not to make noise. Hours passed like this. Eventually, exhaustion forced me to drop my guard slightly, leaning back against the tree with eyes barely open. A twig snapped nearby, startling me awake. I grabbed my flashlight, sweeping it across the clearing. The campsite was empty. No figure, nothing. Just my fire and the deer, still suspended in silence. At first light, I packed quickly and started retracing my steps. The forest had changed overnight. Fog hugged the ground, softening every sound. I moved cautiously, following the tracks I had marked the day before. Everything was eerily silent, too quiet for a place that usually teemed with birds and small mammals. When I reached the main trailhead and drove back toward the ranger station, I called in again. Backup arrived within an hour, a small team of rangers and a game warden. We combed the area, documenting everything. The campsite was gone. The deer carcass, the tarp, even the fire pit had been cleared away. It was as if it had never existed. The unusual tracks were still there, but only for a short distance before they disappeared entirely. We never found another trace of whatever had left the deer. There were no missing persons reports in the area, no reports of unusual wildlife attacks. Some rangers speculated poachers, though experienced hunters knew how difficult it would be to stage a scene like that undetected. I never received a concrete answer. After that summer, I switched sectors, requesting more populated trails for patrol. I never saw anything like that again, but sometimes deep in the forest on a quiet day, I swear I can feel eyes on me. The forest has a way of reminding you that even when you think you're in control, you are just a guest, and some guests are never meant to be seen. The experience didn't end with fear alone. It changed how I worked. I started carrying better cameras, more emergency supplies, and I learned to trust my instincts above everything else. There's a lesson in survival that no training fully imparts. The forest is alive, patient, and indifferent. And sometimes the things you encounter are beyond any rule or explanation. But if you stay alert, I remember the first time I truly understood how isolating it could be to patrol a forest as a park ranger. It was late summer, when the leaves hadn't yet begun to turn, and the air still carried the thick warmth of July. I was stationed in a remote section of the park, a place the general public rarely reached. The roads there were little more than dirt tracks, twisting around hills and valleys, often disappearing into dense thickets of pine and oak. My job was straightforward on paper: check on trails, monitor wildlife, ensure campers followed regulations. In reality, it meant long stretches of solitude, walking hours without seeing another human being, surrounded only by the sounds of the forest. The first sign that day that something felt off came early in the morning. I had parked my truck near a trailhead, the tires sinking slightly into the soft dirt. As I opened the door, the smell hit me first, the metallic, almost coppery scent of blood, faint but unmistakable. My stomach sank. The trail ahead was thick with undergrowth, winding sharply down a hill. I could see deer tracks and the remnants of small animal paths, but something about the spacing and depth of the prints felt wrong. They weren't consistent with the normal wildlife traffic I had learned to recognize. These were human footprints, and they were fresh. I followed the trail carefully, moving slowly through the underbrush. Each step made a soft crunch, yet every so often I would freeze, straining to hear anything besides the birds and the rustle of leaves. It was eerily quiet, too quiet. Even the wind seemed subdued, holding its breath. The footprints led down a steep embankment to a shallow creek. There, on the mud by the water, the prints were joined by drag marks, deep grooves where something heavy had been pulled along the ground. I crouched, examining them closely. They led into the forest in a direction where the terrain dropped sharply, then disappeared into a thicket so dense that even I, a park ranger, had to push branches aside to move forward. I radioed the station to report what I had found. Standard procedure, I told myself. Give them the location, wait for backup, don't do anything reckless. The response crackled through the radio. Copy that. Keep eyes on the trail if you can. Units are en route. I nodded to myself, though no one could see it, and started following the trail deeper into the forest, my senses straining with every snap of a twig underfoot. The forest grew darker as I moved deeper, the canopy thickening overhead. The sunlight filtered in broken patterns, giving the undergrowth a mottled, almost distorted appearance. It was easy to imagine things moving in the shadows, branches swaying, leaves falling, but my training kept me focused. Still, an uneasy feeling gnawed at the back of my mind. The trail ahead dipped into a small ravine, its walls lined with jagged rocks and thick roots that made every step a careful calculation. The drag marks were more pronounced here, carved into the soft soil like someone had taken a heavy object and intentionally tried to hide it. Then I saw it. A tent, torn and abandoned, hidden in a natural depression between two large boulders. Its canvas was shredded, poles bent, and inside, the remnants of a campsite were scattered across the ground. A cooking pot lay tipped over, a few burned pieces of food strewn around it. I noticed something else immediately. Footprints around the tent that didn't match the ones I'd been following. Smaller, lighter, like a child or a very slight adult. And the smell of blood grew stronger, almost overpowering now. My stomach turned and I felt the first real twinge of fear. I circled the tent slowly, careful not to disturb anything. Beneath the torn canvas, I spotted a backpack with its zipper half open. Inside were supplies, canned food, water bottles, and a first aid kit. But then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The kit had been used recently. There were bandages scattered on the ground, some smeared with dark red stains. And then near the edge of the ravine I found a shoe. A child's sneaker, covered in mud and blood. I radioed again, my voice steady even as my hands shook. Dispatch, this is Ranger Lewis. I need immediate assistance. Potential injured person, possibly a child, somewhere near the lower ravine. Trail leads in, but cannot be fully accessed without caution. Silence answered me for a moment, then the crackle. Copy. Units are 10 minutes out. Maintain position and do not approach further. 10 minutes stretched into an eternity. I set up my position on a high root that jutted out from the side of the ravine, my rifle resting across my lap, scanning the shadows below. Every rustle, every snap of a twig made my heart race. I could see the trail continuing further down, fading into a mix of ferns and brambles so thick it was almost impossible to pass. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. Was the child still alive? Was whoever was with them injured or worse? The sun started to dip lower, painting the forest in muted shades of gold and brown. That's when I heard the first sound that wasn't just the forest settling. The sound of movement, deliberate and heavy. Someone, or something, was moving down the trail below, struggling. I stood slowly, keeping low, trying to make out what it was. Then I saw a figure emerge, hunched over, dragging what appeared to be a bundle. My stomach clenched. I stayed hidden, watching, waiting. The figure moved erratically, almost like they were in pain or panicking. I could see glimpses of blood on their hands and arms. My training told me to wait for backup, but instinct screamed at me that waiting might cost someone their life. I checked my position and considered the options. The ravine was steep, jagged, and treacherous, but if I moved carefully, I could intercept without being seen. I descended slowly, using roots and rocks for leverage, every movement deliberate. The figure hadn't noticed me yet, and I closed the distance cautiously. The bundle they were dragging became clearer as I neared. A small child, unconscious, limp in their arms. Relief hit me hard, but it was short-lived. The adult or older teenager I could barely tell stumbled, collapsing hard against a rock. They groaned, a low guttural sound, and I realized they were badly injured. I moved fast, reaching them just as they tried to drag the child further. "It's okay," I muttered under my breath, though I wasn't sure if I was comforting them or myself. I assessed the situation. The adult had a deep gash along their forearm, and there were multiple scrapes and bruises across their body. They were exhausted, likely from days of wandering or trying to escape something. The child's breathing was shallow but steady. I quickly stabilized both, using the first aid supplies I carried in my pack, bandaging the worst of the wounds and ensuring the child's airway was clear. By the time the backup arrived, I had managed to get both of them onto a more stable section of the trail. Emergency responders took over and I stepped back, feeling a mix of exhaustion and relief. The child was alive, and though the adult was badly hurt, they would survive with proper medical attention. Later I learned what had happened. The adult had been hiding in the forest for days after fleeing an abusive household, trying to protect the child from an imminent threat. They had no food, no water, no clear path, and the injuries came from falls and the rough terrain while evading capture. The abandoned tent was part of their attempt to find temporary shelter. That day, the forest felt different to me. I had faced the raw, unfiltered reality of life and death in the wilderness, not from a natural disaster, not from animals, but from the desperate, fragile human instinct to survive. It was a stark reminder of how easily danger could hide beneath the calm surface of the trees. Walking back to my truck as night fell, I thought about how silent the forest had seemed when I first arrived. Now it felt alive, pulsing with the energy of a story that had unfolded quietly among the trees. The child's eyes had been closed when I found them, but I imagined the relief they would feel waking up somewhere safe, somewhere that felt nothing like the fear they had just endured. I knew that despite the horror of the hours I had spent tracking them, the ending was clear and good. Lives had been saved because of vigilance, patience, and the willingness to push forward even when fear threatened to freeze me in place. From that day on, every trail I patrolled held a new weight. The rustle of leaves, the snap of twigs, the shadows shifting in the underbrush. They were no longer just elements of nature. They were reminders of what could be hidden in the forest, and how one careful, determined person could make the difference between life and death. It was terrifying, exhausting, and raw, but it was the work that defined why I became a park ranger. The forest never felt quite as peaceful again. It demanded respect, vigilance, and constant awareness. And as I drove back to the ranger station that night, headlights cutting through the thick darkness, I realized that every step in those woods, every hour spent watching, listening, and moving cautiously, was a step closer to saving a life, sometimes more than one. The weight of that knowledge stayed with me, settling in my chest like a stone, a reminder of the thin line between safety and peril in a world where nature and humanity collided in the quietest, most brutal ways. The next morning I returned to the ravine alone. Everything was calm. Birds chirped, the creek gurgled over the rocks, sunlight danced on the leaves. The tent was gone, the footprints erased by overnight rain, the forest seemingly unchanged. Yet I knew it had changed. I had seen the fragility of life, the desperation that could hide in the shadows, and the resilience that could carve. I remember the first time I went on a solo patrol as a park ranger. It was early September, the kind of crisp morning that makes you feel like the air itself has weight. The sun barely broke through the canopy of pines, casting long cold shadows across the forest floor. I was assigned to the northern section of the park, a stretch of wilderness few people ever visited. My job was routine. Check trails, ensure campers followed regulations, inspect cabins, and monitor for any illegal hunting or poaching activity. But what started as a normal day quickly became a test of everything I had learned about being alone in the wild. I began my patrol on foot, following a winding trail that had been worn into the earth over decades. The ground was damp from an overnight rain, and the smell of wet leaves and pine needles filled the air. Birds flitted between the branches, their songs sharp and bright in the stillness. I had my standard gear, a backpack with water, first aid kit, a map, compass, and my radio. The radio signal in the northern section was weak at best, but I had no choice. I had to check every mile of trail. At first, everything was normal. I passed a small creek with water so clear I could see the smooth stones at the bottom. I stopped for a moment to take a sip from my water bottle, careful not to drink directly from the creek, and admired how untouched this section of the park felt. About 3 hours into my patrol, I noticed something unusual. The trail, which had been well trodden, became muddled with footprints I couldn't immediately identify. They were deep, uneven, and spaced oddly, like someone had been carrying something heavy or moving in a hurry. I knelt to examine them more closely. The prints didn't match typical hiking boots or even my own, and they were too large for a child. My first thought was that someone was out here hunting illegally. That wasn't uncommon this time of year. I continued along the trail, keeping my eyes peeled and my senses alert. By midday, the trail led me to an abandoned campsite. The fire pit was cold, and the remnants of a small tent lay in a heap, soaked and half collapsed. It was clear whoever had camped here had left in a hurry. I checked the area thoroughly. There were no personal belongings, no discarded food, nothing that would indicate the identity of the camper. But there were signs of struggle, broken branches, scuffed ground, and what looked like a smear of dried mud that could have been blood. My stomach tightened. I took out my radio and tried to call base, but as expected, the signal was weak. I marked the location on my map and decided to continue along the trail, hoping to find some clue about what had happened here. The forest grew denser as I moved further north. Trees pressed close together, their branches interlocking to create a canopy that blocked most of the sunlight. I had to duck under low limbs and step over fallen logs. The air was heavy and still, the kind of silence that makes every snap of a twig sound like a gunshot. Around mid-afternoon, I came across another set of signs that made my heart pound. This time, it wasn't footprints. It was broken foliage indicating something or someone had passed through recently, moving fast. I noticed scratch marks on several trees, deep gouges that looked fresh. I paused and scanned the area, my ranger instincts telling me to stay calm but be ready. I decided to backtrack slightly and circle around, moving slowly and carefully. I kept my eyes on the ground, the underbrush, and the trees, listening for anything out of the ordinary. About half a mile later, I found a small clearing, and that's when I saw it. A makeshift shelter had been constructed using branches and tarps. It was crude, almost primitive, but it was clearly functional. My first thought was a survivalist, someone trying to live off the grid. But as I approached, I noticed signs of habitation that didn't match simple survival. There were footprints leading away in multiple directions, smudged marks on the ground, and more scratches on nearby trees. I crouched down, trying to piece together the timeline. Whoever had been here had moved quickly and left in a hurry. As the afternoon faded into evening, I realized I had wandered far from the main trail. The sun sank lower, and the shadows stretched longer. I knew I had to start heading back, but the paths I had followed seemed to twist and turn unexpectedly. The forest that had seemed so familiar now felt like a maze. My compass and map told me one direction, but the terrain itself seemed to resist, steep slopes and tangled underbrush slowing me down. My anxiety grew, and the earlier signs of someone or something moving through the woods weighed heavily on my mind. I was alert, scanning constantly for movement. listening for anything that didn't belong in the natural rhythm of the forest. Night fell faster than I expected. By the time I realized how dark it had gotten, I was off trail and disoriented. My flashlight cut a narrow beam through the thick darkness, illuminating only a few feet ahead. I moved cautiously, aware that one wrong step could result in a twisted ankle or worse. The forest at night is a different world. Every rustle in the leaves, every snapping branch, sends a jolt through your system. I kept repeating the path I thought I had taken, trying to reconcile it with my map. But then I saw something that made my blood run cold. A figure moved at the edge of my flashlight's beam, just beyond a thicket. I froze. It was hard to make out in the darkness, but it was unmistakably human-shaped. It moved deliberately, silently, vanishing as soon as I tried to get a better look. I forced myself to stay calm. My first priority was survival and getting back to a place where I could call for help. I retraced my steps, using my flashlight and compass, marking every tree and rock I passed to avoid going in circles. Every sound, the wind through the trees, the scurry of small animals, even my own breathing, felt amplified in the night. I stumbled across another campsite, smaller than the one I had found earlier, with similar signs of sudden departure. Footprints leading in all directions, flattened grass, broken branches. I realized with a sinking feeling that I was tracking someone, or being tracked. The thought was terrifying. Whoever had been in these woods was fast, familiar with the terrain, and perhaps desperate or dangerous. Hours passed. The night dragged on. My legs ached, my stomach growled, and my water supply was low. I kept moving, determined not to stop, because staying in one place made me a target if someone else was out there. As dawn approached, I finally saw a break in the trees ahead, a ridge that I recognized from my map. I pushed myself harder, my arms and legs screaming, my heart pounding in my chest. When I crested the ridge, I spotted a faint trail marker. Relief washed over me like a wave. I followed it, descending carefully to the main trail I had patrolled earlier that day. By mid-morning, I reached a small ranger station near the northern boundary. I called in what I had found, reporting the abandoned campsites, the footprints, and the broken shelters. Other rangers organized a search of the area, but by the time anyone reached the spots I had marked, the signs of the person, or people, were gone. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. We found nothing, no evidence of crime or survivalist encampment beyond what I had observed. In the weeks that followed, I returned to that section of the park multiple times, both during the day and at night, marking the trail carefully and mapping every unusual sign I could find. Each time I found traces of someone moving through the forest, footprints, broken branches, and crude shelters, but never the person. It was unnerving, and I often wondered who they were and what they were doing out there, alone in the vast wilderness. Eventually, the northern section of the park became a standard patrol route, and over time I grew used to the strange signs, learning to move through the area with a heightened awareness. I never encountered the person directly again, but the experience changed the way I approached my job. The forest is beautiful, but it is also unpredictable. People can vanish in it, even when it seems like the land is familiar and safe. The ending of that long season was a quiet one. The footprints and shelters ceased appearing after a few months, and the woods slowly returned to their usual calm. I never learned exactly who had been out there, and perhaps that is for the best. What I did learn, painfully and clearly, is that wilderness is not just about nature. It is about respecting its power and the unknown that can exist within it. Being a park ranger is not just a job. It is a constant reminder that the forest can hold secrets, and the line between safety and danger is often thinner than you think. I remember the first time I went on a solo patrol as a park ranger. It was early September, the kind of crisp morning that makes you feel like the air itself has weight. The sun barely broke through the canopy of pines, casting long, cold shadows across the forest floor. I was assigned to the northern section of the park, a stretch of wilderness few people ever visited. My job was routine: check trails, ensure campers followed regulations, inspect cabins, and monitor for any illegal hunting or poaching activity. But what started as a normal day quickly became a test of everything I had learned about being alone in the wild. I began my patrol on foot, following a winding trail that had been worn into the earth over decades. The ground was damp from an overnight rain, and the smell of wet leaves and pine needles filled the air. Birds flitted between the branches, their songs sharp and bright in the stillness. I had my standard gear, a backpack with water, first aid kit, a map, compass, and my radio. The radio signal in the northern section was weak at best, but I had no choice. I had to check every mile of trail. At first, everything was normal. I passed a small creek with water so clear I could see the smooth stones at the bottom. I stopped for a moment to take a sip from my water bottle, careful not to drink directly from the creek, and admired how untouched this section of the park felt. About 3 hours into my patrol, I noticed something unusual. The trail, which had been well trodden, became muddled with footprints I couldn't immediately identify. They were deep, uneven, and spaced oddly, like someone had been carrying something heavy or moving in a hurry. I knelt to examine them more closely. The prints didn't match typical hiking boots or even my own, and they were too large for a child. My first thought was that someone was out here hunting illegally. That wasn't uncommon this time of year. I continued along the trail, keeping my eyes peeled and my senses alert. By midday, the trail led me to an abandoned campsite. The fire pit was cold, and the remnants of a small tent lay in a heap, soaked and half collapsed. It was clear whoever had camped here had left in a hurry. I checked the area thoroughly. There were no personal belongings, no discarded food, nothing that would indicate the identity of the camper. But there were signs of struggle, broken branches, scuffed ground, and what looked like a smear of dried mud that could have been blood. My stomach tightened. I took out my radio and tried to call base, but as expected, the signal was weak. I marked the location on my map and decided to continue along the trail, hoping to find some clue about what had happened here. The forest grew denser as I moved further north. Trees pressed close together, their branches interlocking to create a canopy that blocked most of the sunlight. I had to duck under low limbs and step over fallen logs. The air was heavy and still, the kind of silence that makes every snap of a twig sound like a gunshot. Around mid-afternoon, I came across another set of signs that made my heart pound. This time it wasn't footprints. It was broken foliage, indicating something or someone had passed through recently, moving fast. I noticed scratch marks on several trees, deep gouges that looked fresh. I paused and scanned the area, my ranger instincts telling me to stay calm but be ready. I decided to backtrack slightly and circle around, moving slowly and carefully. I kept my eyes on the ground, the underbrush and the trees, listening for anything out of the ordinary. About half a mile later, I found a small clearing, and that's when I saw it. A makeshift shelter had been constructed using branches and tarps. It was crude, almost primitive, but it was clearly functional. My first thought was a survivalist, someone trying to live off the grid. But as I approached, I noticed signs of habitation that didn't match simple survival. There were footprints leading away in multiple directions, smudged marks on the ground, and more scratches on nearby trees. I crouched down, trying to piece together the timeline. Whoever had been here had moved quickly and left in a hurry. As the afternoon faded into evening, I realized I had wandered far from the main trail. The sun sank lower, and the shadows stretched longer. I knew I had to start heading back, but the paths I had followed seemed to twist and turn unexpectedly. The forest that had seemed so familiar now felt like a maze. My compass and map told me one direction, but the terrain itself seemed to resist, steep slopes and tangled underbrush slowing me down. My anxiety grew, and the earlier signs of someone or something moving through the woods weighed heavily on my mind. I was alert, scanning constantly for movement, listening for anything that didn't belong in the natural rhythm of the forest. Night fell faster than I expected. By the time I realized how dark it had gotten, I was off trail and disoriented. My flashlight cut a narrow beam through the thick darkness, illuminating only a few feet ahead. I moved cautiously, aware that one wrong step could result in a twisted ankle or worse. The forest at night is a different world. Every rustle in the leaves, every snapping branch, sends a jolt through your system. I kept repeating the path I thought I had taken, trying to reconcile it with my map. But then I saw something that made my blood run cold. A figure moved at the edge of my flashlight's beam, just beyond a thicket. I froze. It was hard to make out in the darkness, but it was unmistakably human-shaped. It moved deliberately, silently, vanishing as soon as I tried to get a better look. I forced myself to stay calm. My first priority was survival and getting back to a place where I could call for help. I retraced my steps, using my flashlight and compass, marking every tree and rock I passed to avoid going in circles. Every sound, the wind through the trees, the scurry of small animals, even my own breathing, felt amplified in the night. I stumbled across another campsite, smaller than the one I had found earlier, with similar signs of sudden departure. Footprints leading in all directions, flattened grass, broken branches. I realized with a sinking feeling that I was tracking someone or being tracked. The thought was terrifying. Whoever had been in these woods was fast, familiar with the terrain, and perhaps desperate or dangerous. Hours passed. The night dragged on. My legs ached, my stomach growled, and my water supply was low. I kept moving, determined not to stop, because staying in one place made me a target if someone else was out there. As dawn approached, I finally saw a break in the trees ahead, a ridge that I recognized from my map. I pushed myself harder, my arms and legs screaming, my heart pounding in my chest. When I crested the ridge, I spotted a faint trail marker. Relief washed over me like a wave. I followed it, descending carefully to the main trail I had patrolled earlier that day. By mid-morning, I reached a small ranger station near the northern boundary. I called in what I had found, reporting the abandoned campsites, the footprints, and the broken shelters. Other rangers organized a search of the area, but by the time anyone reached the spots I had marked, the signs of the person, or people, were gone. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. We found nothing, no evidence of crime or survivalist encampment beyond what I had observed. In the weeks that followed, I returned to that section of the park multiple times, both during the day and at night, marking the trail carefully and mapping every unusual sign I could find. Each time, I found traces of someone moving through the forest, footprints, broken branches, and crude shelters, but never the person. It was unnerving, and I often wondered who they were and what they were doing out there, alone in the vast wilderness. Eventually, the northern section of the park became a standard patrol route, and over time, I grew used to the strange signs, learning to move through the area with a heightened awareness. I never encountered the person directly again, but the experience changed the way I approached my job. The forest is beautiful, but it is also unpredictable. People can vanish in it, even when it seems like the land is familiar and safe. The ending of that long season was a quiet one. The footprints and shelters ceased appearing after a few months, and the woods slowly returned to their usual calm. I never learned exactly who had been out there, and perhaps that is for the best. What I did learn painfully and clearly is that wilderness is not just about nature. It is about respecting its power and the unknown that can exist within it. Being a park ranger is not just a job. It is a constant reminder that the forest can hold secrets, and the line between safety and danger is often thinner than you think. I remember the day clearly, even now, years later, though I try not to think about it too often. It was early October, the air crisp but not freezing yet, with that unmistakable smell of decaying leaves and wet soil that always signals the approaching winter. I was assigned to a remote section of the national forest, miles from the nearest ranger station, where the dirt roads ended and only foot trails threaded through thick groves of oak and pine. This area didn't see many visitors, and when it did, it was usually hunters or experienced hikers who didn't need guidance. My job was straightforward: patrol, check for illegal activity, maintain trail markers, and ensure that no one was in danger. But that day, the routine would be broken in ways I hadn't imagined. I began my shift in the late morning, starting from a small ranger outpost tucked against the edge of a creek. My pack was heavy with essentials: radio, first aid kit, water, trail maps, and a few rations. I always carried a flashlight even though the sun was strong, and my old service pistol mostly a formality. The forest was alive with the sound of wind through the trees, leaves rustling, and distant birds calling to each other. I followed a familiar trail that wound through a valley where the terrain dipped and rose in sudden, sharp inclines. The soil was soft from recent rain, making the ground slippery, and the smell of damp earth clung to my boots. The first sign that something was off came just after noon. I spotted a small campsite not far from the trail, but it wasn't a campsite in the way a responsible hiker would leave it. The fire pit was cold, ashes scattered, and there were scraps of fast food packaging, torn cardboard, and a couple of empty bottles around. No tent remained, no sleeping bag, just evidence that someone had been there for a while, living rough. It was the sort of thing I'd seen before with transient visitors, but what caught my attention was the tracks leading away from the site. They were heavy, deep impressions in the mud, but they didn't follow the trail. They cut across the undergrowth in a zigzag pattern, as if whoever made them didn't care about direction or distance. I decided to follow them, curiosity pushing me forward. The deeper I went, the thicker the forest became. The trees grew closer together, and sunlight barely pierced the canopy. Branches snagged at my jacket and hat, leaves stuck to my boots, and every now and then I had to leap over fallen logs or skirt around tangled roots. The trail of footprints led me to a small clearing where the remnants of a makeshift shelter had been built against the side of a rock formation. It was crude. Branches leaned against each other, leaves piled on top, and there was a tarp, dirty and torn, stretched across part of the structure. Something about it felt wrong. The shelter had been abandoned in a rush. A half-eaten can of beans sat overturned near the edge of the clearing, and the ground was littered with small items: a worn backpack, a broken flashlight, a pair of shoes with holes in the soles. I moved closer, scanning the area. That's when I noticed the claw marks on the trees. They were jagged and deep, gouged into the bark, too high to be made by any animal I knew that lived in the area. The scratches were fresh. The wood inside was pale and raw. My heart rate picked up, but I told myself it was probably an animal. Bears, maybe, though the marks didn't match what I'd seen from bear activity. Still, caution was warranted. I radioed the station to let them know my location and that I'd found a suspicious campsite, then continued following the trail that now led downhill toward a creek. The sound of running water was faint, muffled by the thick trees, but I could feel the ground sloping beneath me as I went. Crossing the creek was tricky. The rocks were slick with moss and the water was cold, cutting through my boots when I stepped in. I managed to make it across, shaking off water and mud as best I could, and pressed on. The trail grew more erratic, like someone was moving blindly through the forest, leaving destruction in their wake. Small trees had been snapped, branches broken, and leaves scattered. At one point, I found a piece of clothing caught on a thorn bush, a shirt stained and shredded. It was clear that whoever had been here wasn't just camping. They were struggling, moving fast, desperate, maybe running from something or someone. As I moved further, the forest seemed to close in around me. Every sound was amplified: the crunch of leaves underfoot, the snap of a branch in the distance, the wind pushing through the trees. I kept thinking I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, shadows shifting, but every time I turned, nothing was there. My training told me to stay calm, to observe, to mark my route so I wouldn't get lost. I checked my map and compass frequently, making mental notes of landmarks: a large rock shaped like a dome, a fallen pine that created a natural bridge over a small ditch, the shape of the creek as it bent sharply around a hill. The trail of destruction led to a slope that dropped steeply into a ravine. The footprints stopped abruptly at the edge, as if the person, or people, had vanished into the brush below. I considered my options. I could climb down the ravine, but it was steep, loose, and dangerous. I radioed the station again, this time asking for backup, explaining that the situation might involve a missing person or a potentially dangerous individual. While waiting, I circled the area, keeping an eye out for movement, any sign that someone was still nearby. That's when I heard it. The faint, almost imperceptible sound of a whistle, high-pitched, broken. It came from deep in the ravine. My stomach sank. This wasn't a hiker signaling for help. The tone was erratic, urgent, almost animalistic, and it echoed off the walls of the ravine in a way that made it impossible to pinpoint the source immediately. I found a safer vantage point on the slope, crouched behind a tree, peering down. The undergrowth was thick, but I could see the trail of mud and flattened grass continuing into the shadows. I decided to descend carefully, using roots and rocks for stability. The smell hit me first, a mix of sweat, fear, and something metallic that I couldn't place. Then I saw it. A small group of makeshift traps, nooses strung between trees, sharpened stakes half hidden in leaves, all placed haphazardly, as if the person setting them had little experience but a lot of panic. It was then that the seriousness of the situation truly sank in. Whoever had been here was dangerous, not just to themselves, but potentially to anyone who wandered too close. I moved slowly, scanning constantly. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me tense. The trail led to a deeper section of forest, where the trees were thicker, the ground uneven. There I saw a figure crouched, moving slowly between trees. It wasn't a human being in the usual sense of calm or awareness. The figure was ragged, dirty, covered in mud and torn clothing. It moved with a kind of erratic, animalistic energy, eyes darting, breathing harsh, clutching at the earth as if trying to hold on to it. I kept my distance, assessing the situation. It was clear now that this wasn't someone lost or stranded. They had been living rough for weeks, maybe months, in isolation, and the mental toll was obvious. The forest had changed them. They were hyper-alert, aggressive, and completely unpredictable. Backup arrived in the early evening. We approached slowly, keeping our distance, trying to establish a safe perimeter. The figure fled deeper into the forest, disappearing into the shadows. We tracked for hours, setting up temporary observation points, marking traps to warn others. Eventually darkness fell, and we had to pull back. The forest was alive with night sounds, owls, coyotes, rustling leaves, but the memory of those claw marks, the frantic energy, and the makeshift traps stayed with me. I spent the night in the outpost, listening to the wind and thinking about how someone could survive and simultaneously destroy so much in such a short time. The following day, we returned, better equipped, with a coordinated plan to safely capture the individual without harming them. It took hours of tracking, careful movement, and patience. Finally, we cornered them near the creek, exhausted, dehydrated, and disoriented. The person surrendered when they realized escape was impossible. They were taken to authorities, given medical attention, and eventually, it was discovered that they had been living off the forest, mentally unstable, and unaware of the danger they posed, not just to themselves, but to anyone who crossed paths with them. By the time I left the area, the forest had returned to a deceptive calm. The damaged trees slowly recovered. The undergrowth covered the traces of the makeshift camp, and the creek ran clear as ever. But I could never forget that day. The intensity of the fear, the raw unpredictability of someone pushed to their limits, and the eerie silence that follows once chaos has passed. It was a stark reminder that the wilderness is not only beautiful, but unforgiving, and that human desperation can sometimes rival the wildest predators. I walked back to my vehicle with my pack heavier than when I arrived, not from the weight of my gear, but from the knowledge that out there, alone in the dense forest, anything can happen. The sunlight had faded behind a layer of clouds, leaving the forest in a gray haze, and as I drove back to the main station, I felt the weight of what I had witnessed. The forest had survived another day, but the memory of that chaos, of raw survival instinct unchecked, stayed with me long after. And in the quiet moments I would sometimes hear the faint whistle in my mind, a reminder of that tense, harrowing day in the remote heart of the wilderness.